The Legend of the Condor Heroes Chapter 20. Fake Scriptures of 9 Hong Qigong and Guo Jing saw that Ouyang Feng uncle and nephew led Zhou Batong to a cabin in the back, while they were taken to a different cabin to change their clothes. For white-dressed maidens served them. Hong Qigong laughed. The old beggar has not had any luck to enjoy this kind of treatment, he said. Taking out all his clothes, a maiden dried him up with a clean towel. Guo Jing felt blood flowing up his neck and face, and he did not dare to take his clothes off. Hong Qigong laughed. What are you afraid of? They won't eat you alive, he said. Two maidens approached him to take his boot off and loosen up his belt. Guo Jing quickly took his boot and upper garment, then jumped to the bed, hiding underneath a blanket, changing his own clothes behind the blanket. Hong Qigong burst out in laughter. Those four maidens also giggled. Once they were finished, two other maidens entered the cabin carrying trays full of wine, dishes of meat and vegetables, and some white rice, saying, "Please, two gentlemen, eat what we prepared in a hurry." Hong Qigong waved his hand. "Please, all of you, get out of here. Every time the old beggar sees good-looking ladies, I can't get the food down to my tummy." The maidens smiled and complied, closing the door on their way out. Hong Qigong took the wine and the dishes to his nose and sniffed at them. "Don't eat or drink this," he whispered, "the old poison is so crafty. Just eat the plain white rice." He took the gourd on his back, pulled the plug and took 2 mouthfuls of wine, while busily eating 3 big bowls full of rice. Guo Jing followed his lead and dumped the dishes under the deck. "I wonder what would they want Big Brother Zhou to do?" With a low voice Guo Jing asked. "Can't be anything good," Hong Qigong replied. This time the old urchin really got himself in trouble. Suddenly the cabin door was pushed open and a maiden said, "Master Zhou asked young Master Guo to come to the rear cabin. He has something to discuss with you." Guo Jing looked at his master and walked out the cabin following the maiden. They walked alongside the port side of the boat toward the back. The maiden lightly knocked the cabin door and after waiting a moment, shoved the door open, announcing, "Young Master Guo has arrived." Guo Jing entered the cabin and the door was closed behind him. There was no one inside the cabin. Guo Jing felt strange, but then the small door to his left was shoved open and Ouyang Feng uncle and nephew walked in. "Where is Big Brother Zhou?" Guo Jing asked. Ouyang Feng closed the door with the back of his hand, took 2 steps forward and grabbed Guo Jing's wrist. His movement was very swift. Besides, not in a million years would Guo Jing guess that Ouyang Feng would do that. He felt like his wrist was pinched by a pair of pliers. He could not move at all. Ouyang Ko pulled a steel-spined folding fan from his sleeve pocket and placed it on a vital acupoint on Guo Jing's back. Guo Jing was dumbstruck. He could not guess what these uncle and nephew wanted from him. "The old urchin lost a bet to me, but when I asked him to do something for me he refused," Ouyang Feng coldly said. "Humph." Guo Jing was confused. "I told him to rewrite the 9 manual from memory for me to see, but unexpectedly he did not keep his word," Ouyang Feng explained. "How could Big Brother Zhou give the manual to you?" Guo Jing thought, and again he asked, "Where is Big Brother Zhou?" "It was he who said that whoever does not keep his words must jump to the sea to be eaten by the sharks." "Humph." "Finally he made his mind and did what he said he would," Ouyang Feng coldly said. Guo Jing was shocked. He stammered. He tried to pull his hand and dash to the door, but Ouyang Feng's grip was very tight, forcing Guo Jing to stop. Ouyang Ko pushed his fan slightly harder on Guo Jing's Zhiyang, lit. The most positive, acupoint. Ouyang Feng pointed to a table with a stack of paper and some ink on it and said, "Now in the whole wide world you are the only one who knows the manual's full text. Quickly write it down for me." Guo Jing shook his head. Ouyang Ko smiled and said, "The food and wine you and the old beggar ate just now was poisoned. If you don't take my uncle's only antidote you will die within 12 hours, just like the sharks you saw earlier. If you comply, we will spare both your and your master's lives." Guo Jing was secretly startled. if master was not alert we would certainly fall into their trap. He stared at Ouyang Feng and thought, you are a great master of martial art, yet you commit this despicable act. Seeing Guo Jing just stared at him without saying anything, Ouyang Feng said, you have memorized the manual in your heart anyway. You won't lose anything by writing it down. What are you waiting for? Guo Jing shivered from rage, you have harmed my sworn brother's life, there is hatred as deep as the ocean between you and I, if you want to kill me then go ahead. But if you think you can force me, dream on. Humph. Ouyang Feng said, good kid, you have guts. You are not scared of death, but does your master's life mean nothing to you? Before Guo Jing could reply a loud bang was suddenly heard, the cabin door was shattered with wood fragments flying everywhere. Ouyang Feng turned his head only to see Hong Qigong with a couple of wooden barrels in his hands. Hong Qigong threw the water out, two deep green transparent water columns flew toward Ouyang Feng uncle and nephew. Ouyang Feng knew the fierceness of this water attack, he leaped to the left to elude while his left hand still holding Guo Jing's wrist tight. The water hit the cabin's wall and splashed to all direction. Ouyang Ko loudly called out in alarm because Hong Qigong had grabbed the back of his head. Hong Qigong laughed out loud, old poison, you always want to kill me by any means possible, fortunately the heaven won't allow that to happen. Ouyang Feng saw his nephew had fallen into Hong Qigong's hand so he smiled and said, Qi Xiong, are you going to challenge me again? It won't be too late if we wait till we are ashore. I see you like my disciple very much that you won't let his hand go, Hong Qigong laughed. I made a bet with the old urchin and I won, didn't I? Ouyang Feng asked, you are our witness, are you not? Let me ask you this, the old urchin did not keep his word, did he? Hong Qigong repeatedly nodded his head in answer to his questions, that's correct. Where is the old urchin? Guo Jing was grieved, he shouted, Big brother Zhou was forced to jump into the sea and die. Hong Qigong was startled, with Ouyang Ku still in his grip he jumped out of the cabin, looked to all direction, but all he saw was the billows rolled, did not see even Zhou Batong's shadow. Ouyang Feng with Guo Jing still in his grip also walked out to the deck. Loosening up his grip he said, Guo Xianji, your skill is still very far from adequate. You let others grab your hand without you able to do anything. Go and learn 10 more years from your master, then you can roam the Jianghu again. Guo Jing was worried about Zhou Batong's safety, so he ignored his derogatory remark and climbed the mast, looking at all directions. Hong Qigong lifted Ouyang Ku up and tossed him toward Ouyang Feng. He shouted, Old poison, you forced the old urchin to his death, the Quanzhen people will deal with you. Your martial art may be profound, but I don't believe you'll survive the Quanzhen Seven's besiege. Ouyang Ku did not wait until his body touched the deck, his right hand pushed the deck and he somersaulted to an upright position, secretly cursed, stinky beggar. By this time tomorrow you will crawl in front of me, begging me to save your life. Listening to Hong Qigong's remark Ouyang Feng simply smiled faintly, I am afraid you won't be able to witness this when it happens. Very well. Hong Qigong said, until that time I am going to use my dog-beating stick to beat some wet dogs. Ouyang Feng raised his hands to salute then entered the cabin. After looking around for a while without seeing anything Guo Jing got back down to the deck and told his master how Ouyang Feng had forced him to rewrite the manual. Hong Qigong nodded without saying anything, he quietly pondered, once the old poison set his mind, he won't easily let go. Before he gets hold of the manual he will entangle my disciple continually. Guo Jing remembered Zhou Batong's death, he cried mournfully. Hong Qigong was also grieving. He knew the boat was sailing fast to the west, so within 2 days they were going to reach land. He was afraid Ouyang Feng would poison their food, so he went to the kitchen and plundered some dishes and plenty of rice, and after eating it with Guo Jing he nodded his head and snored. Ouyang Feng uncle and nephew waited until the afternoon of the next day, practically 18 hours had passed, yet they have not heard Hong Qigong and his disciple made any noise. Ouyang Feng was afraid his poison was too strong for them and killed them. Killing Hong Qigong was not a big deal, but killing Guo Jing meant the 9-yin manual would be lost forever. Secretly he took a peek through a crack on the door, only to see two people were sitting comfortably and chatting amiably. Hong Qigong's voice was loud and clear. Ouyang Feng was enraged, looked like the old beggar was alert. They aren't poisoned at all. His poison collection was vast, but in order to poison Hong Qigong without harming Guo Jing, he had to think of some better plan. Hong Qigong was telling Guo Jing the ins and outs of the beggar clan, that although they begged for a living, actually every member had the responsibility to uphold justice, to help those in distress, to follow their predecessors' good deeds, not the bad ones. These facts were mostly hidden from the public eyes. He further talked about the election procedure of the beggar clan leader when the time comes to find a successor. It's a pity you don't like being a beggar, he said, otherwise you have a perfect character to be a leader, there is no one inside the clan superior to you. I'd really like to bestow the Dago Bang, dog-beating stick, to you. While they were still chatting suddenly there came banging noise from outside, it sounded like a hatchet or a chisel hitting the wall. Hong Qigong jumped in alarm, not good. This stinky snake is going to sink the boat, he cried out. Rushing toward the door he shouted to Guo Jing, quickly go to the small lifeboat at the back. He was just finished shouting when with a loud crash a big hole appeared on the wooden partition, followed by loud hissing noise. It was not seawater came rushing in, but dozens of venomous snakes. The old poison snake attack. Hong Qigong mocked, his right hand swept, scattering dozens of steel needles. Dozens of snakes were nailed onto the wooden deck, with loud hissing noise their bodies coiled and were not able to move anymore. Rengier is very good at this scattering needles technique, yet compared to Master she still falls far short, Guo Jing thought. By that time dozens more snakes coming through the hole in the wall. Hong Qigong kept shooting steel needles and more snakes were nailed to the floor. A wooden whistle sound was still heard outside, and more snakes were driven into the cabin. Hong Qigong shot more and more needles. The old poison sends all these target for me to practice my martial arts skill, truly it is a rare opportunity, he said. But when he put his hand into his pocket to grab some more needles he was startled since only a few left. Secretly he was alarmed seeing the snakes kept coming continuously. He was thinking hard on what to do next when suddenly a loud crash was heard and the wall behind him fell down, a palm was swiftly moving toward his back. Guo Jing was standing beside his master, but suddenly heard the swift and fierce wind. He turned around and using both hands he blocked the sneak attack. The incoming attack was so strong that he felt his stomach turned upside down and he almost passed out. Having his attack unexpectedly blocked, Ouyang Feng uttered a cry of surprise. He stepped back a little bit and then horizontally hacked with the back of his hand. Guo Jing knew this attack would be hard to defend, so with his left palm he parried the attack, while his right hand launched a counterattack toward Ouyang Feng's side, forcing him to withdraw. Ouyang Feng did not dare to take Guo Jing's palm on his side, so he ducked while sending out a hand in chopping motion toward Guo Jing's lower body. Guo Jing was aware that the situation was very critical. The snakes would keep coming in as long as Ouyang Feng could control the entrance, his master, and he would be in grave danger. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and to the utmost of his ability using one hand to fend off the incoming attacks while with the other hand tried to send counterattacks. When his left defend his right hand attack, when his right hand void his left hand solid, following Zhou Batang's technique of mutual hands combat. Ouyang Feng had never seen this mutual hands combat technique before, so he was confused for a moment, giving Guo Jing a chance to send several stances. Talking about true martial arts skill, Ouyang Feng was still twice as superior to Guo Jing, only this mutual hands combat technique was so strange to him and it took him by surprise, so Guo Jing was able to gain an upper hand for a while. But the Western poison Ouyang Feng had enjoyed his title for dozens of years, he was a great martial art master, so he was confused only for a short while but soon had thought of a method to deal with this strange technique. Ugh! With a loud grunt both his palms shot forward. Guo Jing would not be able to block this attack single-handedly, he was forced to step back, but behind him a flock of snakes was heard hissing loudly. "Wonderful, wonderful!" Hong Qigong shouted loudly, "Old poison, you can't even defeat my disciple, how can you flaunt yourself as a great hero?" With Fei Long Zai Tian, the dragon flies to the sky, he leaped over both Ouyang Feng and Guo Jing's heads, toward Ouyang Ku. With one kick he knocked Ouyang Ku down. Hong Qigong then used his elbow and struck Ouyang Ku somersaulting toward Ouyang Feng's back. Ouyang Feng leaned sideways to avoid his nephew, and because of that Guo Jing was freed from his vicious attack. Master's martial arts skill is in par with his, while his nephew's is below mine, plus, he is wounded. So by 2 against 2, we would certainly win, Guo Jing thought. His spirit rose, and with renewed vigor his hands and feet attacked Ouyang Feng like a violent storm. While violently fighting the enemy, Hong Qigong opened his eyes wide to all directions. He saw dozens of snakes were approaching Guo Jing's back, ready to strike. Once Guo Jing got bitten he would certainly die. Hong Qigong anxiously called out, "Jinger, get out of here, quick." He increased the intensity of his attack toward Ouyang Feng, forcing him to withdraw from Guo Jing. Ouyang Feng faced attacks from both his front and rear, he felt quite strenuous. Hong Qigong's attack had forced him to lean sideways, thus giving Guo Jing an opportunity to dash out of the cabin while Ouyang Feng and Hong Qigong were engaged in a fierce battle again. In the meantime hundreds of snakes crawling around the deck had surrounded the two of them. "Fighting with pets as your helper? You are shameless." Hong Qigong mocked, but in his heart he was anxious, since the snakes were countless, they were everywhere. With the dog-beating stick in his right hand he crushed dozens of snakes' heads. Pulling Guo Jing's hand they headed for the mast. Ouyang Feng was secretly alarmed, not good. If these two leap to the mast they will be unreachable for a while. He flew to block them. Hong Qigong's both palms made a ferocious chopping motion with a roaring gust of wind. Ouyang Feng's fist swept horizontally to parry. Guo Jing stepped forward to help his master, but Hong Qigong called out, "Just go to the mast, quick." "I want to kill his nephew to avenge Big Brother Zhou," Guo Jing replied. "Snake! Snake!" Hong Qigong urgently warned him. Guo Jing saw vipers all around him slithering about, he did not dare to linger much longer. With the back of his hand he caught Ouyang Kes Fei Yen In Sua, lit. Flying swallow silver shuttle, leaping dozens of feet high, his left hand grasped the mast. At that very moment he heard the wind of an incoming projectile, so he shot the Yin Soa in his hand and with a loud clang, 2 projectiles met midair, both changed direction toward the side of the boat and fell down to the sea. Guo Jing moved his hands and feet and in a short while he had reached the middle of the mast. Ouyang Feng knew Hong Qigong also wanted to go up the mast so he intensified his attacks. Even though Hong Qigong was able to hold his ground steadily he could not move toward the mast. Guo Jing saw the snakes crowding around his master's feet. He was very anxious. With a loud shout he wrapped his legs around the mast and bent his body down. Hong Qigong understood his intention, his left foot kicked the deck, his right foot flew toward Ouyang Feng's face while extending his dog-beating stick toward Guo Jing. Guo Jing grabbed the end of his stick and flung it up. Hong Qigong's body flew to the air. With a long laughter Hong Qigong's left hand caught the mast above Guo Jing. This way these two were high in the air looking down to their opponents, thus occupying a superior position. Ouyang Feng knew that if he climbed the mast he would certainly be at a disadvantage, so he called out loudly, "Very well. We lost this time. Turn the rudder to the east." With an abrupt turn the boat was sailing to the east. From high above the deck with their feet on the mast Hong Qigong and Guo Jing saw the snakes were very dense on the deck. Hong Qigong sat comfortably on the sail yardarm, his mouth loudly sang the Lian Hua Luo, falling lotus flower, the song beggars sang when begging for food. His face showed complacency, but actually his heart was very anxious. How long can we stay on this mast? He wondered. Even if the old poison won't chop it down we still can't go down if he did not withdraw the snakes. The two of them can drink wine and sleep, but all the two of us can do up here is eating wind and urinate. That's it. As soon as he remembered urinating, he stood up, pulled his pants down and scattered his urine down to the snakes. Jinger, he shouted, let those scoundrels drink your urine to their heart's content. Guojing still had his childish character, he followed his master's instruction while shouting happily, please. Be my guests. Both master and disciple sent their urine down. Get the snakes out of here. Quick. Ouyang Feng barked while at the same time leaped several steps back. He moved so fast that Hong and Guo's urine did not touch his body. Ouyang Ku, on the other hand, was startled to hear his uncle's anxious call, some urine drops splashed on his face and neck. He was a neat and clean person, so naturally he was indignant, but suddenly remembered, our snakes fear urine. Amidst the wooden whistle sound the snakes slowly flocked away, but dozens of them closest to the mast were already drenched in urine. These vipers were all hybridized from the Snake Valley in the western region where the Mount White Camel was, their toxicity was really fierce. Ouyang Feng had used big bamboo baskets hanging in between several hundreds pairs of camels to transport these vipers thousands of miles to the Central Plains with the intention of using them as weapons to dominate the Wulin world. Only the snakes were afraid of humans' excrements. As soon as they were wet they started to turn around and coil in confusion, biting each other so the snake shepherds were totally unable to control them. Hong Qigong and Guojing laughed very hard seeing this chaotic situation they have caused. Guojing thought, if Big Brother Zhou saw this I am sure he would be very happy. A martial art expert of this age had to die in the sea. With their level of martial art skills Island Master Huang and the old poison were still drenched in his urine, while my masters and my urine did not even touch the old poison. About 4 hours later the sky gradually turned dark. The boat crew prepared some banquet tables on the deck, meat and wine flowed freely, the sweet-smelling aroma drifted upward attacking Hong Qigong and Guojing's nostrils. Ouyang Feng was really shrewd, how could a glutton like Hong Qigong endure this kind of torture? The gourd on Hong Qigong's back was empty only a short while later. That night Hong Qigong and Guojing took turn for the night watch duty. On the deck below them the crew lighted up dozens of lanterns, while a flock of snakes stayed guard around the mast. They really did not have any chance to break up this formidable defense, certainly they could not urinate all the time. Hong Qigong cursed Ouyang Feng's ancestors up to 18 generations, with all the fabricated scandals he could think of, adding some spices to make the scandals more dramatic, but Ouyang Feng did not even go out of his cabin. Hong Qigong cursed until his lips were tired and finally he fell asleep. Early the next morning Ouyang Feng sent a servant to shout loudly under the mast, Hong Bangzhu, Guoxiaoya, clan leader Hong, young Master Guo, Master Ouyang has prepared a superb wine and banquet for you to enjoy, please come down and enjoy it. You go and invite Ouyang Feng to come out, we will serve him our urine. Hong Qigong shot back. Not long afterward the banquet table was ready under the mast. The foods were steaming hot, looked like they were fresh out from the kitchen. They prepared 2 chairs on each side of the table, it appeared they were waiting for Hong Qigong and Guojing to come down and enjoy their banquet. Several times Hong Qigong wanted to slide down the mast and plunder the food, but he knew they must be poisoned, so he had no choice but restrain himself. He was so upset and starting his your mother is a b asterisk 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 ch and you are a male dog with bird's brain series of cursing. On the 3rd day these 2 people were so hungry and thirsty that their heads started to spin. If only my female disciple is here, Hong Qigong sighed, she is so smart that I am sure she will come out with something to counter the old poison's tactic. All we, master and disciple, can do is just staring and swallow our own saliva. Guojing also sighed. About noon that day the sun was shining very bright. Suddenly Guojing saw 2 white dots on the horizon. He thought they were a couple of white clouds, but the dots moved way too fast for a cloud. They flew closer and getting bigger and bigger, uttering a loud cry. Turned out they were 2 white eagles. Guojing was ecstatic, he formed a hook with his left fingers and put it in his mouth, whistling repeatedly. The eagles circled above the boat several times before diving down and perched on Guojing's shoulders. They were indeed the pair of eagles Guojing had raised in the Mongolian desert. "Master, could it be Rengir is sailing this way?" he happily asked. "That would be wonderful." Hong Qigong replied, "Too bad these eagles are too small, won't be able to carry us master and disciple out of here. We are stuck here, at loss of what to do. Quickly tell her to come over here and think of something." Guojing took out his dagger and cut 2 pieces about 5 inches square from the sail and carved out 2 characters Yunnan, lit. "Have trouble," and a picture of a gourd. I don't know how Guojing carved a piece of cloth with his dagger, but that's what written. Then he strapped those pieces, one on each white eagle's leg, and said, "Quickly fly back and get Miss Huang to come here." The white eagles made some chirping sound, stretched their wings, and flew from Guojing's shoulders. They circled the boat once then flew toward the west. About an hour after the white eagles left, Ouyang Feng again tried to entice Hong Qigong and Guojing to come down the mast by preparing another banquet table, loaded with food and wine. Hong Qigong was indignant, "The old beggar is a glutton and the old poison is using this dirty trick to torture me. I practice martial art my whole life, but I have to admit my spiritual strength is rather lacking. Jinger, what do you say we go down and beat them up real good? The white eagles have already delivered our letter, I believe the situation will change very soon." "Please be patient and wait a little bit longer," Guojing replied. Hong Qigong smiled. A while later he asked, "Among the world's bad aroma, what do you say is the worst?" "I don't know." "What is it?" Guojing replied. "There was one time I had to wander way up north. I was caught in a heavy snowstorm for 8 days without any food, not even a squirrel could be found. I wanted to eat tree bark, yet I couldn't find any either. Randomly I dug around the snow-covered ground and was lucky to find 5 living things, so I could extend my life another day. The next day I found a yellow wolf and was able to satisfy my hunger." "What were those 5 living things?" Guojing asked. "They were earthworms, fat and juicy earthworms. I just swallow them alive, did not even dare to chew," Hong Qigong replied. Guojing recalled how the slimy earthworms wiggle, he almost threw up. Hong Qigong laughed heartily. He intentionally talked about the world's dirtiest and smelliest things to battle the aroma from food and wine below them. He talked some more and cursed some more, before finally said, "Jinger, the old beggar has eaten earthworms, but there is something even more disgusting than they that the old beggar would rather eat my own toes than eating that thing. Do you know what it is?" Guojing smiled, "I know. It's dung," he exclaimed. Hong Qigong shook his head, "No, it is dirtier than that." He let Guojing made some more guesses before bursting out in laughter. "I'll tell you what it is, the world's dirtiest and most disgusting thing is the western poison Ouyang Feng." "Right. Right." Guojing also burst in laughter. After suffering the whole afternoon, that evening Ouyang Ku came out and stood amidst his flock of vipers. He smiled and said, "Uncle Hong, Brother Gua, my uncle wants to borrow the 9-yin manual just to take a look, nothing else." Hong Qigong cursed under his breath, "Son of a bitch, what a good intention he has." In his anger suddenly an idea came into his head, but he kept a straight face and shouted loud and clear, "Little rascal, the old man admits defeat to your dog-like uncle's evil scheme. Quickly prepare some food and wine, we'll talk again tomorrow." Ouyang Ku was delighted, he knew Hong Qigong's word was like a mountain, he certainly would live up to his promise, so he gave the command to withdraw the snakes immediately. Hong Qigong and Guojing slid down the mast and went into the cabin, where Ouyang Ke's servants delivered all kind of food and wine. As soon as the door was closed Hong Qigong immediately drank half a pot of wine, ripping half a chicken and started to chew. "Are these food and wine free of poison?" Guojing asked with a low voice. "Stupid kid," Hong Qigong said, "that bird brain wants you to write down the manual, he won't harm your life just yet. Quickly eat as much as you can, we have things to discuss afterward. Guo Jing silently agreed. In one breath he ate 4 big bowls of rice. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Hong Qigong used the end of his sleeve to wipe his greasy mouth, then whispered in Guo Jing's ear, "The old poison wants the Jiu Yin Jin Jing, 9 Yin manual, from you. You write a Jiu Yin Jia Jing, 9 Yin altered manual, for him." Guo Jing was puzzled. 9 Yin altered manual? He asked in a low voice. Translator's note, Jiu Yin Jin Jing 9 Yin, negative/female/moon as opposed to yang positive/male/sun, divine/holy scripture, Jiu Yin Jia Jing 9 Yin fake/imitation/not the real thing scripture. The term 9 Yin manual has been widely used, so let's just use that, otherwise we'll have to change every reference to it, not only in this novel, but in Rock and HSDS as well. Hong Qigong smiled. That's right. He said. In this whole wide world, you are the only one who knows the 9 Yin manual. Whatever you want to write, just write. Who is going to say that what you write is not the real manual? Intentionally you alter and mix up the sentences, let him use that to train himself in martial art. I am sure even if he practices for 100 years he won't master even one fart. Guo Jing was delighted. He thought, this is a really clever trick, the old poison will surely fall for it. But then he remembered something. Ouyang Feng's martial art is profound, he is also crafty and vigilant. If disciple just scribbles some nonsense, he will find out eventually. Then what? He asked. You have to write something that appeared right but actually wrong, Hong Qigong explained. Write 3 correct sentences then alter the 4th one. Add or subtract some numbers. For example, if the manual says you need to do it 8 times, change it to 6 or perhaps 10. As smart as he is, he will never find it out. I am willing to spend 7 days and 7 nights without food or wine just to see him training from this fake manual. Speaking to this point he could not restrain his smile. Guo Jing also laughed. If he really practiced according to the altered manual, not only he will waste his time and energy, but he could suffer some internal injury as well, he said. Now quickly think carefully how you are going to alter the manual. Once he is suspicious, our plan will be foiled, Hong Qigong said with a smile. Then he added, the content of the 2nd volume had been read and rewritten by Huang Yaoxi's wife. Moreover, that little rascal had read it on the Peach Blossom Island, hence this part you can't change too much, just add some incorrect words here and there. I am sure that little rascal won't know the difference. Guo Jing silently recited the manual in his head, trying to think which sentences he could alter, where he could insert some misleading sentences. He replaced hold with move, above with below, and other simple altering that did not require him to recompose the whole sentence. In short, he was following his master's instruction to make subtle changes everywhere in the manual. For example, he changed the sentence hand and mind toward the sky to foot and buttock toward the sky, or feet firmly on the ground into hands lightly moving on the ground. On the internal energy cultivation he changed concentrate qi in the pubic region, Dan Tian, into concentrate qi in the chest and throat. While thinking about all these changes he could not refrain from heaving a heavy sigh and said in his heart, playing practical jokes like this is Renjir and Big Brother Zhou's delight. It's a pity that one is nowhere near, the other is already died. Someday I will see Renjir again, but I will never be able to tell this story to Big Brother Zhou. Early morning on the next day Hong Qigong called Ouyang Ku and proudly told him, the old beggar's martial art is already unique, I don't need to see all kinds of 9 Yin manual. As a matter of fact, even if you show the manual in front of my face I won't even cast a glance to it. Only some bird brain whose martial art is useless would be dying to steal all kinds of gold and silver. Play of words here, Shenjing divine scripture, Shenjin pure gold, Shenin pure silver. Tell your dog uncle that the manual will be written just for him. Tell him to shut himself up and train hard, and when he's done, to come to the old beggar to test his newfound skill. The manual naturally is a good thing, but I don't want to look at it even with one eye. I want to see if with the manual's help he would be able to defeat the old beggar. I want to see whether after he has painstakingly practiced the martial arts from the manual he wouldn't just ban Jin Ba Liang, the same, equal to, with the old beggar. He'll say he's just taking off his pants to fart, totally useless. Ouyang Feng was actually standing behind his cabin door, so he heard everything, but he was delighted instead of getting angry. It's a very good thing the old beggar is very proud, he doesn't mind letting me have the manual, he thought, otherwise, even if I fight him, threaten him with snakes or poison, or I starve him to death, it would still be difficult to force him. Uncle Hong, you are wrong. Ouyang Ku said, my uncle's martial art has reached perfection. With Uncle Hong's ability, you could not gain even half a move advantage, so why would Uncle want to learn the 9 manual? My uncle once told little nephew that he is convinced the 9 manual had enjoyed undeserved reputation. Otherwise, when Wang Chongyang won the book, why didn't he learn anything from it and demonstrate it in front of everybody? My uncle wants to take a look at it to point out the errors and prove that the manual is actually a hoax. Wouldn't you say that it will benefit the Wulin world tremendously? Hong Qigong burst out in laughter, you are blindly blowing your horn too hard. He mocked. Jinger, go ahead and write the manual from your memory. If the old poison can point out any error in the 9 manual, the old beggar will kowtow to him. Gu Jing said yes and came out. Ouyang Ku led him to the big cabin where there was a stack of paper and some ink stick, he even prepared the ink himself and respectfully waited on the side. Gu Jing's school years were not too many, his handwriting was shoddy, oftentimes he had to think the characters he had to write, so he worked very slowly. More than once he did not know how to write certain character, so he had to ask Ouyang Ku to write it for him. Working until noon that day he barely finished the first half of the first volume. Ouyang Feng did not show himself at all, but every time Gu Jing finished writing a page Ouyang Ku would take that page and gave it to his uncle. Ouyang Feng looked at them carefully. Some sentences did not make any sense to him, but even though shoddy, the characters were clear. He thought those sentences must have very deep meaning behind them, so when he's back to the West he would slowly digest the manual. He believed with his intelligence and ability he would eventually understand the manual thoroughly, and after a dozen of years or so he would master the entire martial arts from the manual. He could not help but feeling elated. He knew Gu Jing was dumb, he also noticed Gu Jing's handwriting was so plain and naive, almost childlike. He believed this kind of person would not be able to fabricate a complex manual such as this one. Besides, his nephew had told him that many characters Gu Jing knew the sounds, but did not know how to write, so his nephew had to teach him or write the characters himself, so without a doubt this was the real manual. How would he know that this dumb kid had conspired with his master to deliberately alter the manual and so deceive him? As for the confusing sentences, he blamed that on Gu Jing's inability to remember the text correctly. Gu Jing did not stop writing even though the sky had turned dark, he had finished more than half of the second volume. Ouyang Feng did not allow him to return to his cabin for fear that Hong Qigong would influence him to change his mind and make things difficult for him. Even though he had already had most of the manual in his hands, he wanted to have the complete manual. So he arranged for a sumptuous meal and wine to be brought to Gu Jing, let Gu Jing continue to write without interruption. Hong Qigong waited until about the end of the 11th hour, early 12th hour, about 9 p.m., but did not see Gu Jing came back. He felt queasy, afraid that Ouyang Feng had discovered their scheme and his dumb disciple might suffer the worst. He sneaked out of his cabin and quietly walked toward the main cabin. There were 2 snake shepherds stood guard in front of the main cabin. Hong Qigong sent his left palm forward creating a gust of wind making the sail rope moved. Those 2 snake shepherds heard the noise and looked around while Hong Qigong had already moved to the right. His movement was so quick that those 2 did not see anything, they thought it was a ghost or something. Very soon Hong Qigong was at the starboard of the main cabin. Hong Qigong could see a faint glow coming out of the main cabin's window. He took a peek inside and saw Gu Jing was still crouching on the desk, writing. 2 white-dressed maidens stood beside him, busily serving tea or lighting some incense or replenishing some papers or preparing some more ink. Guo Jing was well taken care of. Hong Qigong was relieved, but then his nostrils caught a scent of the wine. He fixed his gaze for a long time and saw in front of Guo Jing a cup of amber-brown aged wine. The color is almost rouge, the sweet fragrant attacking his nose mercilessly. Hong Qigong secretly cursed, "The old poison is very stingy, just because my disciple writes for him he serves the best wine to entertain him, while for the old beggar he only serves insipid cheap wine." He was the world's #1 glutton and drunkard. Seeing his disciple with this kind of excellent wine, how could he restrain himself from wanting some of that wine? The old poison must have stored the good wine in the boat's hold downstairs. I am going to drink for his happiness, then replace the wine with my urine, let him taste the old beggar's own brewed urine wine. Compared to what the old beggar and his disciple went through with the sharks, his drinking of some urine in his wine won't be too bad, at least he won't die because of it. Having this thought he could not help but smile. Stealing wine and food was the skill he most proud of. Once he spent 3 whole months inside the imperial palace in linen. He hid on a beam in the imperial kitchen. He had tasted practically every single food and wine that was supposed to be served to the emperor. The imperial palace was heavily guarded, yet he was able to come and go like there were no other people there. Stealing food and wine from a boat's kitchen certainly would not give him any trouble. Immediately he looked for the steps that would lead him downstairs, and after making sure nobody was watching he carefully went downstairs, relying on his nose to find where the food supply was. The hold was pitch black, but Hong Qigong's nose was able to smell food from a mile away. Slowly he walked along the wall, lighted his torch just to see 6, 7 wooden barrels piled up in the corner. Hong Qigong was delighted. He extinguished the fire after picking up a broken bowl he found laying around and put it back in his pocket. He walked groping around toward the barrel and tried to lift one up. The barrel was very heavy, it could contain anything. His left hand he found the plug, while his right hand placed the bowl under it. He was about to pull the plug when suddenly his sensitive ears heard some footsteps. It looked like there were 2 people walking toward the hold. Their steps were nimble, so Hong Qigong knew they were Ouyang Feng uncle and nephew since nobody on board had that kind of ability. He thought those 2 came to the boat hold late at night. They must have some evil intentions, like poisoning the food to harm others, so he shrunk his body and hid curled up among the barrels. He heard the door open quietly, a flame flashed, and 2 people walked in. They stopped right in front of the barrels. Hong Qigong's heart skipped a beat. Are they going to poison the wine? He wondered in his heart, but what he heard next turned his heart cold. Have you placed oil, firewood and sulfur in each cabin? He heard Ouyang Feng asked. Ouyang Ko laughed, everything is ready. As soon as we start the fire this boat will turn into ashes and the stinky beggar will be scorched to death instantly. They are going to burn the boat. Hong Qigong was shocked. We must wait a little bit longer, Ouyang Feng said. As soon as that kid surnamed Guo falls asleep you go first to the lifeboat, just be really careful not to wake the old beggar up. He'll come over here and light up the fire. What are we going to do with those maidservants and the snake shepherds? Ouyang Ko asked. The stinky beggar is a great master of this age, it's worthy of his reputation to sacrifice some people to accompany him in his death, Ouyang Feng coldly said. While still talking their hands did not stay idle. They unplugged the barrel and the smell of oil attacked Hong Qigong's nose. Turned out the barrels were full of vegetable oils. Ouyang Feng uncle and nephew also took some sulfur from a stack of wooden boxes, some firewood and sacks of wood shavings from the shelves, and scattered them on the floor. Not too long afterward they have finished their job and turned around to go out when Ouyang Ko laughed and said, Uncle, in less than 12 hours that kid surnamed Guo will be buried in the sea. The only person who knows the 9-yin manual will be just you, senior. No, there will be 2. Won't I pass it on to you? Ouyang Feng replied. Ouyang Ko was delighted. He pushed the door closed with the back of his hand. Hong Qigong was furious and shocked at the same time. He thought if there was no ghost or spirit telling him to steal some wine, how would he found out these 2 people's treacherous plan? If the boat was suddenly on fire, how would he escape the disaster? After could not hear the footsteps of those two anymore, he carefully sneaked out and went back to his own cabin. Guojing had already gone back and was sleeping soundly on the bed. He was about to wake him up and discuss what they were going to do when suddenly there was a slight rustling noise outside the door. He knew it must be Ouyang Feng trying to see if they were sound asleep, so he pretended to talk in his sleep. Good wine. Good wine. I want 10 more pots. Ouyang Feng was startled. At first he thought the old beggar was still awake, drinking wine, but then Hong Qigong cried out loud again, Old poison, let us fight for another 1,000 stances, giggling, good boy. That was awesome. Standing outside the door, Ouyang Feng listened to him speaking nonsense. He was confused, but then realized that Hong Qigong was talking in his sleep. This stinky beggar's death is imminent, yet he still drinks and fights in his dream, he thought. With his mouth Hong Qigong talked nonsense, but with his ears he listened attentively. Ouyang Feng's lightness kung fu was superb, but Hong Qigong was still able to hear him walking toward the port side of the boat. Hong Qigong put his mouth on Guojing's ear and lightly shook his shoulder, Jinger. He whispered. Guojing awoke. Just follow my lead, don't ask any question, Hong Qigong said urgently, get out quietly, make sure nobody's watching you. Guojing rolled over and crawled quietly toward the door. Hong Qigong silently opened the door and tugging Guojing's sleeve they moved toward the starboard. He was afraid they would be detected by Ouyang Feng, so instead of jumping out he climbed over the edge. With his left hand hanging on the edge his right hand pulled Guojing along, both of them hanging outside the boat's side. Guojing felt strange, but did not dare to make any noise. Hong Qigong slowly released his hands from the edge and quietly crawled downward, keeping his eyes on Guojing for fear that the boat was too slippery for him, that if he should fall, he would surely make noise. The boat was smoothly painted, plus, it was wet. Secondly, they were going downward, where the boat was sloping toward the water. Thirdly, the boat was moving above the waves that made the boat rocked, so climbing downward was truly not an easy matter. Luckily Guojing was trained by Ma Yu going up and down the cliff every day in the desert. Besides, his skill had been improved tremendously this past year or so. He would stick his fingers in between the wood plank, or grab the head of a nail, or find a crack somewhere, slowly but steadily going down. Half of Hong Qigong's body was already underwater. He moved toward the stern, with Guojing following close behind. His target was the small lifeboat tied on a rope behind the boat. Get on that boat, he told Guojing. He loosened up his grip and separated his body from the big boat. The big boat was traveling quite fast, so a second later Hong Qigong had grabbed the edge of the small boat. Swing his hands, his body somersaulted and landed on the small boat without making any sound. When Guojing had followed his example he quietly said, cut off the rope. Guojing took the dagger out and a moment later that small boat was floating freely on the ocean waves. Hong Qigong pulled the oar to give themselves some distance from the big boat. A moment later the big boat disappeared into the darkness. Suddenly a flame was seen on the big boat's stern. It came from the torch in Ouyang Feng's hand. Ouyang Feng was heard shouting in alarm because the small lifeboat was nowhere to be seen. He sounded shocked, but also angry and afraid at the same time. Hong Qigong concentrated his qi in the Dan Tian region and let out a long laugh. Out of nowhere another boat appeared, coming rapidly toward the starboard of the big boat. Hong Qigong wondered, what boat is that? Before he finished speaking a pair of white eagles came down from the sky, circling the big boat's main sail. Someone dressed in white was seen leaving the incoming boat, leaping toward the big boat. Under the bright starlight above one could see a glimmer of golden hair band on her head. Renjir. Guojing gasped. The person who was just leaping onto the big boat was indeed Huang Rong. Just before leaving the Peach Blossom Island she saw the little red horse came galloping from the forest. She thought, this little red horse is useless on the sea, but those two condors would actually be able to help me find Brother Jing. Therefore, she whistled loudly to call the white eagles. The eagle's eyes are sharp, they can fly extremely fast. On this boundless sea they unexpectedly saw Guojing on the big boat. Huang Rong was alarmed, but also pleasantly surprised to find the in-danger message Guojing tied on the eagle's leg. Immediately she let the eagle soar to the sky and steered the boat following them. Eventually her boat caught up with the big boat, but she was a little bit too late. Hong Qigong and Guojing had already left the big boat. Huang Rong had never forgotten the in-danger message she got earlier. She was afraid she might be too late, hence as soon as the eagle circled above this boat, she ordered her crew to sail alongside the big boat. As soon as the distance was manageable with a butterfly steel projectile in her hand she leaped to the big boat, only to see Ouyang Ku was pacing around nervously, like an ant on a hot pot. "Where is Guojing?" Huang Rong shouted, "What did you do to him?" Ouyang Feng had lighted the fire in the hold and was going to escape using the small lifeboat when suddenly he saw the boat was gone. His perspiration came down his forehead like beads or pearl when he heard Hong Qigong's loud and long laughter. He silently cursed his own stupidity because instead of harming others he had harmed himself. Of course he was very anxious. But suddenly Huang Rong arrived on a boat. He rushed to grab this opportunity, quickly seized that boat. He shouted. Who would have thought that the crews of Huang Rong's boat were all deaf and mute servants from the island? As long as Huang Rong was on board, they followed her commands out of fear, but as soon as Huang Rong left the boat, immediately they turned the boat around, hoisted the sail and escaped as far as they could. Not long after Hong Qigong and Guojing saw Huang Rong jumped onto the big boat, the fire from the hold was starting to reach the deck. Guojing did not know what happened yet. He called out in alarm, "Fire! Fire!" "That's right," Hong Qigong said, "the old poison set the boat on fire to burn the two of us, master and disciple, to death." Guojing had a blank expression on his face. He busily said, "We must save Renjir. Let's go back to the boat." Hong Qigong said. With all his might Guojing pulled the oar. That big boat was also changed its direction to approach the small lifeboat. The deck was full of male snake shepherds and female maidservants running around chaotically, shouting for help. Hong Qigong had to raise his voice to be heard, "Renjir. Jing'er and I are here. Quickly swim over. Quick." On the sea the mighty waves rolled, the night was dark, so it was very dangerous to swim, but Hong Qigong knew Huang Rong's water skill was excellent and also it was a critical moment so he was compelled to take this risk. Huang Rong heard her master's voice. She was delighted. No longer paying attention toward Ouyang Feng uncle and nephew she rushed to the boat's side and jumped into the water below. But suddenly she felt something was holding her back. Huang Rong turned her head in great surprise to see her right wrist in Ouyang Feng's hand. "Let me go!" she shouted, sending her left fist toward Ouyang Feng's face. As a result, both of her wrists were in Ouyang Feng's hands. Ouyang Feng saw the boat that brought Huang Rong had already gone far away, too far for them to pursue, while the big boat they were on was already ablaze. The main mast was burnt and was about to fall down. The deck was extremely chaotic, the boat would sink any minute. His only hope right now was the small lifeboat in Hong Qigong's control, so he loudly shouted, "Stinky beggar! Miss Huang is in my hand, do you see her?" He lifted Huang Rong high in the air. By that time the sea was bright red with the fire from the boat. Hong Qigong and Guojing could see her clearly. Hong Qigong was very indignant. Again he is using a dirty trick to get this boat. Humph! I am going to get Renjir back. Guojing saw the boat was almost burnt down. "I am coming too," he said. "No. You stay and guard this boat, don't let the old poison take it away," Hong Qigong said. "Yes," Guojing said and exerted his strength to pull the oar. By that time the big boat was motionless on the sea surface, so with only several pulls they have come close to the big boat. Hong Qigong kicked the small boat and his body flew toward the big boat. Stretching his left hand out he grabbed the boat's edge with his strong fingers, and then catapulted his body upward and somersaulted toward the deck. Ouyang Feng was still holding Huang Rong's wrists. "Stinky beggar, what do you want?" he said, smiling ferociously. Hong Qigong cursed him. "Come. Let us fight another 1,000 stances." Swish, swish, swish. He sent 3 palm attacks toward Ouyang Feng's face. Ouyang Feng was shrewd. He pushed Huang Rong's body forward as a shield, forcing Hong Qigong to retract his attacks. Ouyang Feng had sealed Huang Rong's acupoint, so she was paralyzed. Hong Qigong loudly shouted, "Old poison, you are shameless. Quickly release her and let her go. You and I will fight here to decide victory or defeat." How could Ouyang Feng release his prisoner so easily? But he saw his nephew was continuously pushed backward by the fire. He threw Huang Rong toward him and called out, "Go to the small boat first." Ouyang Kou caught Huang Rong, then looked downward to see Guo Jing waiting on the small boat down below. He thought the small boat was really too small. If he jumped down carrying a person, he might cause the boat to turn upside down, so he found a thick rope. Tying it to the mast, he used his right hand to slide down onto the small boat while holding Huang Rong with his left. Guo Jing was relieved to see Huang Rong on the small boat. He did not know that Huang Rong's acupoint was sealed. His attention was focused on his master, and Ouyang Feng fought a fierce battle on the blazing deck. He was so worried about his master's safety that his gaze was fixed on the fight and he forgot to speak to Huang Rong. Both Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng demonstrated their excellence in martial arts. While leaping around to avoid falling wood and rope, they attacked and counterattacked each other. Hong Qigong had a slight advantage in that his body was still wet from swimming into the small boat earlier, while Ouyang Feng's clothes and hair had caught a little bit of fire here and there. Those two people's martial arts were in par to begin with. A slight advantage was enough for Hong Qigong to gain an upper hand. Ouyang Feng was forced to step back bit by bit until his back was very close to the cabin, while his clothes and beard started to catch fire. He wanted to jump into the sea, but Hong Qigong did not give him any slack. If he tried to jump and thus divert his attention from the fight, he might be seriously wounded or even worse, dead. Ouyang Feng became very anxious and it seemed like defeat was imminent. Hong Qigong also realized that he would certainly win this time, and that boosted his confidence. But then another thought came into his mind: if I forced him to enter the fire and die, that won't do me any good. He has obtained the 9-yin altered manual from Jinger. He won't die satisfied before he practiced that manual. Why don't I let him go this time? Thereupon he laughed and said, "Old poison, I let you go this time, quickly jump into the boat." Ouyang Feng looked at him strangely, then turning his body he jumped into the sea. Hong Qigong was about to follow when suddenly Ouyang Feng flew back up. "Hold on. Now my body is also wet, we are on a level ground. Let us fight again to decide victory or defeat." Holding on to the boat's edge, he swung his body up and landed on the deck. "Wonderful. Wonderful." Hong Qigong said, "I have a satisfying fight today." With him sending his fist forward, the two people were engaged in a fierce battle one more time. "Renjir, do you see how fierce the old poison is?" Guo Jing asked. Huang Rong's acupoint was still sealed, so of course she was not able to answer. "Do you think I should go up there and help Master to come down here?" "The boat is about to sink," Guo Jing said again. Still no answer from Huang Rong. Guo Jing turned his head to see Ouyang Kou was hugging Huang Rong. He became angry and shouted, "Take your hands off." It was with great difficulty that Ouyang Kou finally able to touch Huang Rong's hands. How could he let go that easily? Smiling he said, "If you move, I am going to hack her brain out with my palm." Guo Jing did not even think, he swept the oar in his hand horizontally. Ouyang could duck to avoid this attack, but Guo Jing sent his palm with a whistling sound toward his head. Ouyang Kou was forced to let Huang Rong go. He swung his head backward to avoid this attack. Guo Jing's fists moved simultaneously, one downward, the other upward, both aimed toward Ouyang Kou's head. Ouyang Ko realized this small boat was not the best place to fight, while the enemy attacked fiercely. He stood up and sent a stance from his Ling Shi Quan, spirit snake fist technique, his hand swept horizontally. Guo Jing extended his left arm to parry, but suddenly Ouyang Ke's fist curved upward and turning into a palm slapped Guo Jing hard on his cheek. This hit was really heavy. Guo Jing's head was spinning because of it, but he realized the danger he was in, so he opened his eyes and saw the second attack was coming. Ouyang Ke's movement resembled a wine gourd with two successive bends. Guo Jing avoided this attack by throwing his head backward while sending his right arm forward to counterattack. But because his head was moving backward, this attack of his was not effective. Luckily he had learned the mutual hands combat technique from Zhou Batong, so both his left and right hands could move independently of each other. This time his left hand followed his right with a different stance coming toward the opponent. Ouyang Ke's hand was still coming toward Guo Jing, hence Guo Jing's arms were surrounding his hand. With a crack sound Ouyang Ke's bone was broken. Actually Ouyang Ke's martial arts skill was not under Mayu, Wang Qi, or Shatong Tian. No matter which technique he used, he should be able to defeat Guo Jing in a fair battle. It was just that Guo Jing's techniques were more bizarre than any other techniques he had seen that he fell under Guo Jing's hands twice. Ouyang Ko fell onto the small boat's deck. Guo Jing did not pursue his opponent, he quickly took Huang Rong's yielding body and unsealed her acupoint. Lucky for him when Ouyang Feng sealed her acupoint he did not use too much energy, he was trying to conserve his energy because he anticipated Hong Qigong's attack, otherwise Guo Jing would not be able to unseal the Western Poison's sealed acupoint. Huang Rong came to her senses, quickly help Shifu. She called out. Guo Jing lifted up his head to see his master and Ouyang Feng were engaged in a close hand-to-hand combat like they were dancing around amidst the blazing fire. The sound of the wind generated by their movements was intermingled with the sound of burning and cracking and falling debris all over them. Suddenly a loud crack was heard, the boat's body broke, the stern was slowly sinking into the sea and vanished into the dark water. The bow was lighter, but slowly it sank nonetheless. Guo Jing took his oar and started paddling to get the small boat closer with the intention of helping his master. Hong Qigong's feet got into the water first. His clothes had been dried out by the fire, while Ouyang Feng's were still wet from the sea earlier, so this time the Western Poison gained an upper hand against the Northern Beggar. Hong Qigong did not want to surrender so easily, he fought with all his might. At that moment the main mast broke and fell down. Two people hurriedly jumped backward so they were separated by a burning mast. Ouyang Feng fetched his snake staff and jumped over the burning mast. Hong Qigong immediately drew the bamboo stick from his waist and fended off the attack. They were fighting bare-handed ferociously before, so imagine how fierce the battle had become now that both were wielding weapons. Guo Jing held the oar in his hands, ready to jump on board. He was very concerned about his master's safety, yet watching two people's wonderful weapon techniques he was carried away, clucking his tongue and praising unceasingly. There was a saying among the martial arts practitioners, 100 days to master a blade, 1,000 days to master a spear, 10,000 days to master a sword, showing that sword technique was the most difficult to learn. However, when the martial artists had reached perfection each would develop his, her own unique skill, then the difference between various weapons would be minuscule. 20 years ago during the sword meet of Mount Hua both Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng had already admired each other's martial arts very much. Even using swords it was very difficult for them to defeat the other. Now both did not use any sword anymore. Hong Qigong wielded a bamboo stick which he carried anywhere he went, as a token of authority of his position as the beggar clan leader. The bamboo was pliable but hard to break. Compared to a sword it was about 1 foot longer. His skill in external martial art was superb, he was able to impart an incredible strength to the flexible weapon in his hands, increasing its might tremendously. Ouyang Feng's snake staff was also unique in that he combined the cudgel, stick, and spear techniques, the movements were complicated. The staff head was carved in the form of a human head, its mouth grinned ferociously, looked very scary. 2 rows of sharp teeth inside its mouth were covered with poison. The head danced around like a ghost ready to strike its victim. On top of that, there was a secret button on the staff that when pressed the head would shoot some poison toward the enemy. If those weren't enough, fiercer still were the 2 snakes wrapped around the staff. They were alive and able to make unpredictable moves, very difficult to guard against. 2 people exchanged palms and weapons, unfolding their respective unique skill. Ouyang Feng had a slight advantage in terms of weaponry, but Hong Qigong was the leader of beggars everywhere, and beggars were experts in catching snakes. His bamboo stick danced amidst the snake staff movements, parried every move that came his way but also took advantage of any opening in the opponent's offensive line, striking the snake staff's vital point. Ouyang Feng moved his staff very fast, to make it difficult for the opponent to have an accurate aim. He knew Hong Qigong meant to kill the snakes on his staff. He did not activate the secret device on his staff for fear that his reputation would be ruined. Hong Qigong still had a unique skill set belonging to the beggar clan, namely the Dago Bang, dog-beating stick technique. Its changes were subtle yet marvelous, a very sophisticated stick technique. However, Hong Qigong did not want to use this special skill of his unless in an emergency situation. He was planning on using it on the second sword meet of Mount Hua the following year, so he did not want to let his would-be contender to have an advantage by watching his moves beforehand. Guo Jing was standing on the bow of his small boat. Several times he wanted to jump on board to help his master, but those 2 combatants were fighting closely. He realized his own skill was too far below theirs, it would be very difficult to even get close to them. All he could do was staring blankly, unable to do anything. The Legend of the Condor Heroes Chapter 21. Huge rock of 1,000 Jun. Ouyang Feng felt the surroundings become hotter and the deck of the boat was shaking tremendously and he knew the boat would sink any moment. But Hong Qigong was attacking more furiously and did not slacken his pace, so if he did not use his special skills now he might not get out of this alive, so he withdrew his snake rod with his right hand and kicked out heavily with his right leg. Hong Qigong used his bamboo rod to chase the snake rod while using his left hand to block the incoming kick, but Ouyang Feng suddenly twisted his arms and punched towards Hong Qigong's right sun acupoint. This, agile viper boxing, was developed through Ouyang Feng's own harsh training and was meant for use during the second Huashan tournament. He had not used this snake-like boxing skill even after exchanging 1,000 strokes with Hong Qigong on Peach Blossom Island. A snake seems to be boneless and could turn in all directions at will, so the main point of this boxing skill is to be able to twist the arms unpredictably, so that when the opponent blocks the fists, the exponent would be able to throw out a punch from an unexpected angle at close proximity. Of course, to expect the arms to move exactly like a snake would be unreasonable, but in the eyes of the opponent, the movements of the arms greatly resemble snakes. Originally, with Ouyang Feng executing such a strange move in this critical moment, Hong Qigong would have found it hard to defend. Even if he were not injured, he would also be in danger. However, Ouyang Ku had already used it against Guo Jing before, and although he won, he actually gave Hong Qigong a chance to spot a flaw in the move. That day he did not attend the feast with Li Sheng and the of group beggars but was instead deeply thinking of how to counter the move. Now when Ouyang Feng finally used this move, he secretly rejoiced, extended his fingers to form a claw and caught hold of his fist. This was perfect as he managed to swiftly and accurately counter the special move of the agile viper boxing. It looked like it happened by chance, but in reality it was Hong Qigong who pondered over it for many days and nights, followed by long hours of practice which finally allowed him to deal with the entire agile viper boxing. Although it had not been perfected yet, but it had the element of surprise, which managed to catch him off guard. Ouyang Feng originally expected Hong Qigong to be in great surprise and be rendered helpless, allowing him to seize the opportunity and move in for the kill, but unexpectedly it was he who ended up surprised himself and was forced to retreat several steps. Suddenly a cloud of fire descended upon him, immediately covering his whole body. Hong Qigong was also startled and leapt back and saw that it was actually a large sail which caught fire. With Ouyang Feng's Wugong, even if that sail fell several times faster OT would not hit him. But now he suddenly saw the agile viper boxing, which he painstakingly created over many years unexpectedly being so carelessly neutralized, his mind was lost and he did not attempt to evade the burning sail. The sail with the mast weighed several hundred jin and Ouyang Feng was not able to lift the sail even after jumping twice. Although he was in great danger, he was still calm and he raised up the snake rod to lift the sail, but the snake rod was pinned under the mast and could not be lifted upright. In his heart sighed, "Forget it. I'll return to heaven today." Suddenly he felt the weight lifted and his head was no longer blocked by the sail and saw that Hong Qigong had raised the anchor, hooking it onto the sail and pulling the sail away. Actually Hong Qigong did not want to see him being burnt alive, so he went forth to save him. Now Ouyang Feng's clothes and brows were on fire and he immediately jumped up and rolled on the deck of the boat frantically attempting to put out the fire. Unfortunately bad things do not come singly and the boat suddenly lunged to one side, causing a huge chain to sweep right into him. Hong Qigong shouted, "Ah!" and dashed forward to grab the chain. The chain was already heated by the fire and caused a sizzling sound when it came into contact with his hand, scalding his palm. He let go immediately and threw it into the sea. He was just about to jump when he felt a slight numbness on his back. He stopped for a second and a thought flashed through his mind, "I saved West Poison's life, can it be possible that he's using his snake to poison me?" He turned around and saw that it was indeed a snake with fresh blood in its mouth. In his rage he threw two palms towards Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Feng stepped aside impassively and Hong Qigong's palms hit a mast, splitting it into two. Ouyang Feng was happy that his sneak attack worked, but when he saw Hong Qigong lashing out crazily he became more serious and did not dare take the blows head-on, avoiding them instead. Guojing shouted, "Master! Climb aboard the small boat." Hong Qigong suddenly felt dizzy and staggered. Ouyang Feng charged forward and hit out with his palms which landed right on Hong Qigong's back. Ouyang Feng's snake's lethal poison was unmatched, but fortunately he already used up most of the poison when he made a bet with Zhou Bo Tong days ago, so the poison was not so lethal that day. So when Hong Qigong was bitten, he was not very severely poisoned and due to his high internal energy, the poison took some time to take effect. When he was hit by Ouyang Feng he was in a daze and he did not circulate his qi to protect himself, causing him to throw up blood and collapse. Since Hong Qigong was very highly skilled, Ouyang Feng knew that this blow would not kill him, so when he recovered some time later, Ouyang Feng would be in trouble. He jumped over and raised his foot to strike his chest. Guojing had just climbed aboard from the small boat and saw that the situation was very urgent but he might not be able to save Hong Qigong in time, so he struck out with both palms using the double dragon water rationing stance to attack Ouyang Feng's waist. Although Ouyang Feng knew his martial arts were not weak, he did not think very highly of him and used his left hand to block the strike while his right foot slammed down. Guojing was shocked and did not care about his own safety and jumped up, hugging Ouyang Feng's head, but by doing this he left his acupoints exposed and his side was swept at by Ouyang Feng. Although this counterattack was not very forceful, every of his strike was enough to kill the opponent, so if not for Guojing's good internal strength, he would have suffered serious injuries. He felt a sharp pain followed by numbness in half his body, but he continued to cling on tenaciously to Ouyang Feng's head. Ouyang Feng assumed that with his vicious strike, the opponent would retreat, but he did not expect the dumb kid to use such a move that would get them both injured. Thus he had to retract the foot which was halfway towards Hong Qigong to twist his waist around to attack Guojing. At such close proximity, he could not execute any of his refined snake moves. For highly skilled exponents, whenever they fight, they would not allow the opponent to get close to them even if they were targeting acupoints, so there was hardly any close contact grappling involved. When it came to advanced martial arts, there were no moves for scuffling. Ouyang Feng felt his throat being gripped forcefully by Guojing and he struck out backwards, but Guojing managed to avoid the blows. He felt that it was becoming harder to breathe, and felt that the grip was becoming tighter, so he jabbed his elbow backwards. Guo Jing evaded right and had to release his left hand, but also used his legs to execute a Mongolian wrestling technique while his left hand slipped past Ouyang Feng's shoulder. He slammed down forcefully on Ouyang Feng's back, causing Ouyang Feng to suffer intense pain even with his good martial arts. This technique was called the camel's pull, and it was so effective that only a wrestling expert could deal with it. Ouyang Feng did not know wrestling, so he suffered the whole extent of the strike. Guo Jing was happy and his right hand released its grip and slipped upwards behind Ouyang Feng's back. With a loud yell he pressed both palms down. In wrestling this move was called the mountain breaking move, and was used when the opponent had fallen, so that no matter how strong his shoulders were or how good his wrestling techniques were, there would be nothing much he could do as his shoulder would break if he tried to move. However, Ouyang Feng's martial arts were much better than the Mongolian wrestlers, so even with such a disadvantage he still managed to think of a way to turn defeat into victory. When Guo Jing's hands came down, he used his qinggong to duck aside and rolled away under Guo Jing's waist. With his status as a highly skilled martial arts master, rolling under a junior's waist was a great disgrace, but that did not bother him. He broke free from the mountain breaking move, and immediately threw out his fists to counterattack Guo Jing's back. He did not expect that before his fists reached Guo Jing, his left leg was immobilized. Guo Jing knew he was no match for his opponent, but with such a close combat situation in his wrestling background, coupled with the fact that he disregarded his safety, Ouyang Feng could not get any closer to his master to injure him. At this point the fires became fiercer and the planks listed, causing them to lose their balance and fall, and their clothes caught fire. Huang Rong was anxious and worried sick as she saw Hong Qigong's motionless body slumped on the side of the boat, and she could not tell if he was dead or alive. Meanwhile Guo Jing and Ouyang Feng were still rolling and struggling about without showing signs of stopping. Their clothes were on fire and the situation was getting dangerous, so she lifted her oar and smashed it towards Ouyang Ke's head. Although his right arm was broken, his martial arts were still good enough for him to evade the oar, and he stretched out his left hand to grab Huang Rong's bracelet. Huang Rong stomped her feet fiercely and the small boat almost capsized. Ouyang Ke could not swim and he was about to fall overboard, so he had to let go of Huang Rong. When the boat stabilized, Huang Rong took the opportunity to jump into the sea. She swam a few strokes and rushed towards the big boat. The boat was already half submerged in water and the deck was almost touching the water surface. Huang Rong climbed aboard to help Guo Jing and took out the moth eyebrow spike from her waist. Guo Jing and Ouyang Feng were deadlocked into a bundle and rolling about. Ouyang Feng's martial arts were better and he managed to pin Guo Jing underneath, but Guo Jing tenaciously held on to his shoulders, causing him to be unable to counterattack. Huang Rong fought through the smoke and went up to Ouyang Feng, piercing his back with the spike. Ouyang Feng was struggling madly with Guo Jing, but when he felt the prick, he was surprised and twisted around forcefully, causing Guo Jing to land on top. Huang Rong now wanted to poke Ouyang Feng's head with the spike, but Ouyang Feng's agility allowed him to evade her attacks and she finally pierced the spike into the deck. A gust of wind blew some thick black smoke over, causing her eyes to smart. Just as she was about to rub her eyes, she suddenly felt pain in her leg and she fell over. It was Ouyang Feng who kicked her. Huang Rong rolled over and jumped up, but her hair caught fire. She was about to attack him when Guo Jing shouted, "Save master first." Huang Rong agreed in her mind and ran towards Hong Qigong, grabbed him and jumped into the sea, extinguishing the fire on her body. Huang Rong placed Hong Qigong on her back, kicked her legs in the water and swam to the boat. Ouyang Ke stood at the side of the boat and raised the oar up high, shouting, "Put the old beggar down, he'll only let you board alone." Huang Rong said, "Fine. Let's meet in the water." She shook the boat violently. The boat rocked terribly and looked like it was about to capsize. Ouyang Ke became frantic and gripped the side of the boat tightly, saying, Don't shake, the boat is going to overturn." Huang Rong laughed, saying, "Quickly pull my master up. And watch out, if you try any tricks, I'll dunk you in the water for 6 hours. Ouyang Ku had no choice but to comply and held on to Hong Qigong's back, pulling him on board. Huang Rong smiled and praised him, "From the first time I met you, this is the first good deed you've done." Ouyang Ke's heart stirred and wanted to speak, but could not open his mouth. Huang Rong was about to swim back to the large boat to help out in the fight when she suddenly heard a thunderous rumble. A huge wall of water loomed over her head. She was utterly shocked and quickly held her breath, waiting for the water to hit the boat, but when she looked again and touched the back of her wet hair, her jaw dropped. A whirlpool had formed on the surface of the sea and the large burning boat had disappeared together with Guojing and Ouyang Feng. At this moment, her mind was completely blank and she completely did not feel anything or think of anything, and she became completely lost, not knowing where she was. Suddenly, the salty water filled her mouth and she found herself sinking into the water. She started and her senses were awoken as she swam upwards. When she broke through the surface, all she could see in all directions was the small boat, everything else had disappeared under the waves. Huang Rong dived into the water again and struggled to go deeper. Her swimming skills were fantastic and her strokes were powerful, but she could only swim along with the current. She covered the entire area to search for Guojing, but he had disappeared without trace. Even Ouyang Feng could not be found. It seemed like they had gone down with the boat. After some time, she was completely exhausted, but she refused to give up, and swam about wildly in the sea. She could only hope heaven would be merciful and let her bump into Guojing, but she was surrounded by mountains of waves and there was totally no trace of him. She had been swimming for over an hour now and she could not continue any longer, so she headed towards the small boat, intending to rest for a while before resuming the search. Ouyang Ku pulled her up. He saw that his uncle was missing and was also equally anxious, asking, "Have you seen my uncle?" Huang Rong was too exhausted and she suddenly see everything go black and she fainted. After some time, she slowly regained consciousness but felt like her body was afloat, like as though she was floating among the clouds while the sounds of the winds and waves beat against her ears. She sat upright and realized that the boat was just following the currents. Right now they did not know how far were they from the sunken boat and Guojing could not be found. Huang Rong suffered great sadness and fainted again. Ouyang Ku could only grip the sides of the small boat tightly as he feared that the next wave would send him tumbling out of the boat into the water. After another hour, Huang Rong awoke again and thought that since her brother Jing was buried at the bottom of the sea, it was meaningless for her to live on. When she saw Ouyang Ke's eyes tremble and his pale lips, she felt disgusted and thought, "How can I possibly die together with this beast?" She stood up and snapped, "Jump overboard." Ouyang Ku was shocked and exclaimed, "What?" Huang Rong said, "You're not jumping. Let me capsize the boat, then we shall speak again." She jumped towards the right, causing a reaction which resulted in the boat springing leftwards. She then jumped towards the left, and the boat rocked even more violently. When she heard Ouyang Ke's frantic shouting, her sadness became joy and she jumped again. Ouyang Ku knew that if she jumped around a few more times, the boat would definitely capsize, and when he saw her jump again, he quickly jumped to the other side. They landed exactly at the same time and their forces cancelled out, causing the boat to momentarily dip deeper into the water. Huang Rong repeated this trick twice, but he managed to stop her. Huang Rong said, "Good. I'll make a hole in the boat and see what you can do." She took out the steel spike and jumped to the middle of the boat, but when she saw Hong Qigong lying down motionless at the bottom of the boat, she realized that she had completely forgotten about her master as she yearned for Guojing. She hurriedly bent down to place a finger at his nose, and she felt his faint breathing. She was relieved and supported Hong Qigong up. His eyes were tightly closed and his face was white as sheet, and his pulse was weak. Huang Rong became worried about her master and did not bother about Ouyang Ku, so she undid his shirt to check his injury. Suddenly the boat trembled violently and Ouyang Ku shouted out excitedly, "Land ahoy! Land ahoy!" Huang Rong lifted up her head and saw a dense cluster of trees in the distance. The boat had now stopped moving as it was grounded on a reef. They were still some distance from shore but they could see the sea bed, the depth was only up to their waist level. Ouyang Ku jumped into the water and ran a few steps forward before turning back to look at Huang Rong, then he headed back. Huang Rong saw that Hong Qigong's shoulder had a black handprint which seemed to be quite deep, so she could not help but think, how could Western poison's palm strike be so powerful? Just then she noticed two fine teeth marks on his shoulder. If she did not look carefully, she would have missed them. She pressed them lightly with her fingers and suddenly felt a sharp pain in her hand, so she hastily withdrew it and asked, "Master, how are you now?" Hong Qigong only moaned but did not answer her. Huang Rong said to Ouyang Ku, "Pass me the medicine." Ouyang Ku threw up his hands impatiently and said, "The antidote is with my uncle." Huang Rong said, "I don't believe that." Ouyang Ku said, "Search me." He undid his outer gown and emptied his stuff onto his hand. Huang Rong saw that there was indeed no medicine and said, "Help me get master ashore." The two of them took each arm of Hong Qigong and placed them over their shoulders. Huang Rong stretched out her hand and held Ouyang Ku's hand and allowed Hong Qigong to sit on their arms. They then proceeded to the shore. Huang Rong felt her master shiver unceasingly and felt extremely worried. Ouyang Ku on the other hand was rather pleased as he only felt a warm and smooth hand tugging his, which was what he could only dream of previously. Unfortunately for him, it was not long before they reached the shore. Huang Rong bent down and placed Hong Qigong on the ground, saying, "Quick, get the boat ashore, don't let the tide sweep it out to sea." Ouyang Ku released his hand but stared blankly, vaguely hearing Huang Rong's voice but not paying attention to what she was saying. Luckily Huang Rong did not know what he was thinking inside and only stared at him and repeated what she said. Ouyang Ku then dragged the boat up to shore and saw that Huang Rong had turned Hong Qigong over and let him lie on the grass so that she could give him first aid. He then thought, "Where on earth are we?" He ran up a small hill and looked around, and could not help but be extremely surprised and pleased. In all directions were the vast sea, and they were on a remote island. The island was filled with lush greenery but there was no sign of human life. He was surprised as there was no sign of food or accommodation, so how could they survive? On the other hand, he was pleased because it seemed like he was fated to be on this deserted island with that angel-like beauty, and with the old beggar was seriously injured, he would not bother them. He thought, with her staying here, this god-forsaken island is like a paradise, even if I had to die, I would die happy. When he thought of this, he subconsciously waved his arms about but he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right shoulder, causing him to remember that it was broken, so he broke off 2 branches and tore a strip of cloth and tied his arm into the splint. Huang Rong was at that time trying to suck out the poison from her master's back. She did not know how else she could help him so she let him lie down on a rock in a cave and shouted over to Ouyang Ku, "Go look around and see if there's any in around here." Ouyang Ku laughed, "This is an island, there's absolutely no in here. Let's see if we're lucky to find anyone else here." Huang Rong was slightly shocked and said, "You go do that." When Ouyang Ku heard her instruction, he was very excited and utilized his qigong and ran east, but all he saw were even more wild trees and found no traces of humans. Along the way he killed 2 wild hares and headed north before making his way back in a loop. He told Huang Rong, "It's a deserted island." That night Huang Rong did not dare sleep for fear of Ouyang Ku attacking them and also due to her anxiety over Hong Qigong. It was only at dawn the following morning did she catch a few hours of sleep. In her sleep she dreamt that Hong Qigong called her several times and she was jolted awake and asked, "Master, how are you?" Hong Qigong pointed at his mouth and moved his teeth. Huang Rong laughed and took out some of the unfinished rabbit meat from the previous night and fed him. Once he consumed the meat, he felt the qi stirring within him and he sat upright to breathe properly. Huang Rong did not dare utter a word and only scrutinized his expression. But she saw the reddish tint on his face turn pale, then red again. This cycle repeated several times and soon his head was emitting steamy mist and his sweat deck-ended like the rain, and his body was shivering terribly. Suddenly there was a flash of a shadow Ouyang Ku was trying to get over. Huang Rong knew that her master was attempting to treat his injuries, which was a life-and-death situation, so if he forced his way in and distracted her master, nothing would save him then. So she softly snapped, "Get out now." Ouyang Ku laughed, "Let's discuss how we can survive here on this deserted island. The days would get longer from now, you know." Hong Qigong blinked and asked, "Is this really a deserted island?" Huang Rong said, "Master, please concentrate, ignore him." She turned to Ouyang Ku and said, "Come, let's talk outside." Ouyang Ku was elated and followed her out of the cave. The weather was good this day, but Huang Rong only saw the edge of the vast seas meet the sky, and apart from a few clouds, there was nothing else. She went to their landing ground and was suddenly shocked, and asked, "Where's the boat?" Ouyang Ku said, Where is it? It must have been swept away by the currents." "Ah, damn it." Huang Rong saw his expression and deduced that it was he who pushed the boat out to sea so that she could not get away from here and felt that it was absolutely despicable. Since Guo Jing's apparent death, she had no intention of living on. Besides, the small boat would not be able to make it across the fierce waves and the situation was bleak, but in that case she would not be able to get her master to safety. She stared at Ouyang Ku without any change in her expression, but in her heart she was actually thinking of how she could kill him and save her master at the same time. Huang Rong jumped onto a large rock and looked into the distance. Ouyang Ku thought, "If I don't use this chance to get close to her now, then when?" He also leapt up the rock and waited for her to sit down. After some time she was not angry and did not shift her position, so he moved closer and said, "Little sister, the two of us can live here till old and still live like the deities. I must have done something wonderful in my past life to deserve this." Huang Rong laughed and said, "This island has 3 of us including master, wouldn't we be lonely?" Ouyang Ku felt that her tone was harmless and was ecstatic, saying, "With me by your side, why would it be lonely? Moreover, when we have children in future, it would be even less so." Huang Rong laughed, "Who will have children?" "I wouldn't." Ouyang Ku laughed, "I'll help you." Saying that, he stretched out his hand to hug her. He then felt warmth in his palm and realized that Huang Rong had already held his hand. Ouyang Ku's heart beat madly. Huang Rong slowly moved her hand up his arm, then said in a low voice, "Sister Mu Niance's chastity was destroyed by you, is it not?" Ouyang Ku laughed aloud, saying, "That girl did not want to submit to me. What kind of man am I, Gentleman Ouyang, to force her?" Huang Rong said, "So, it must be others who slandered her. Her lover had a big quarrel with her because of this." Ouyang Ku said, "Her reputation suffered because of this, what a pity." Huang Rong suddenly pointed to the sea and shouted, "Ah, what is that?" Ouyang Ku looked in that direction and was about to ask when he suddenly felt his wrist go stiff under her firm grip and his body went numb and he could not move. Huang Rong drew her spike and stabbed it towards his abdomen. Their distance was extremely small and Ouyang Ku was in a state of confusion, coupled with the fact that his arm was immobilized. How could he block it? Still, all his training under expert Gideons at White Camel Mountain was not wasted. He suddenly twisted his body and used his chest to smash towards Huang Rong's back in a split second. Huang Rong evaded him and jumped off the rock, causing the spike to gash his leg, resulting in a deep wound that was almost 1 foot long. Ouyang Ku jumped off too and saw her spike. He stood there and grinned, but he actually felt terrible pain. He bent down and saw his gown stained blood red and realized that he just escaped with his life, but still he was severely injured. Huang Rong said, "We were talking fine, why did you try to bump into me for no reason? I won't bother about you now." She then turned and left. Ouyang Ku was filled with love and hatred, shock and joy, and just stood rooted there silently. As Huang Rong went back to the cave, she blamed her poor skills for allowing her to waste such a good opportunity and let him escape. When she went inside, she saw Hong Qigong asleep and saw a pool of black blood on the ground. She started and asked, "Master, how are you? Are you better?" Hong Qigong said, "I want wine." Huang Rong felt distressed. She did not know how to find wine on this deserted island. Yet she agreed and said, "I'll try to get it." "Master, your injury isn't serious, right?" Her tears dropped as she said that. Despite having gone through so much, she had never cried. Now that her tears fell, she could not control herself and buried herself in Hong Qigong's bosom and cried her heart out. Hong Qigong stroked her hair and patted her back, trying to console her. The old beggar roamed Jianghu for so many decades, but had never had to deal with a crying girl before, so he did not know what to do. He could only say, "Good girl, don't cry, master's here for you. Please don't cry. I don't want the wine already." Huang Rong stopped after a while and lifted her head. When she saw that Hong Qigong's clothes were wet with her tears, she smiled and said, "I didn't manage to kill that evil jerk, what a pity." She then told the whole story to him. Hong Qigong was silent for a moment before saying, "Master is useless now. That jerk is better than you in martial arts. For now you can only pit your wits against him." Huang Rong said, "Master, after resting a few days, you'd recover and then take his useless life with one palm, won't that settle it?" Hong Qigong regretfully said, "I've been poisoned by the poisonous snake as well as Western poison's deadly palm. I've already used all my martial abilities to purge the poison, but there is some left within me. Even if I survive, my martial arts would be affected. Your master is just another old man without any powerful skills." Huang Rong quickly said, "No, no, master, you won't. Hong Qigong said, "I the old beggar have never taken this seriously, but now it has come to this, I can't deny it." He paused, then said gravely, "Child, master hasn't got a choice, but I have to request a huge favor from you. It's extremely difficult to accomplish. Will you accept?" Huang Rong hastily said, Yes. "Master, tell me." He sighed, then said, "Our time together as master and disciple is not long. I didn't get to teach you much martial arts. Now that you're also facing a strong opponent, I have no choice but to entrust a great burden to you, or I would not be at ease." Huang Rong saw that usually he was carefree and easygoing, but this time he was so hesitant, so she knew it must be some extremely important responsibility, so she said, "Master, please tell me. Your injuries are caused by you trying to help your disciple escape from Peach Blossom Island. Even if I died a horrible death, I would hardly be able to repay you. I'm just afraid I'm too young to carry out your instructions." Hong Qigong happily said, "So you agree to it?" Huang Rong said, "Yes. Please say it." Hong Qigong stood up unsteadily and cupped his hands, bowing to the north and said, "Ancestors, the beggar's clan you founded has come to my hands. I am unfortunately incapable of bringing virtue to our clan. Today the matter is urgent and I have to pass on my responsibility. May ancestors in heaven bless us and help this child avoid trouble and also to bring our clan to greater heights." When he finished, he bowed to the north. Huang Rong was shocked and curious when he said that. Hong Qigong said, "Child, kneel down." Huang Rong knelt down and Hong Qigong took his green bamboo rod and raised it over his head. He saluted it and placed it in her hands. Huang Rong was extremely shocked and said, "Master, you want me to be the beggar's clan?" "The beggar's clan," Hong Qigong said, "Exactly, I am the 18th generation leader of the beggar's clan, and you are hence the 19th leader. Now let's thank our ancestors." At this stage Huang Rong did not dare to disobey and could only imitate Hong Qigong's actions and bowed with both hands cupped. Hong Qigong suddenly coughed and spat out some phlegm which landed on Huang Rong's clothes. Huang Rong was secretly sad and thought, "Master's injuries are indeed serious. He doesn't even have the strength to spit properly." She pretended that nothing was amiss, however. He sighed, "When the beggars pay obeisance to you in future, there will be a disgusting ritual. Ah, this will be hard on you." Huang Rong smiled, thinking, the beggars are filthy and rough, how could any of that be missing? Hong Qigong drew a long breath. His face was pale, but in his heart it was as though he has just put down a large rock, and he was very pleased. Huang Rong helped him lie down. He said, "Now that you're the leader, I am an elder in the clan. Although the elders are respected by the leader, but when there's something to be done the leader has to give the order. This rule was laid down by our ancestors, so you must follow it to the letter. When the leader relays an order, all the beggars must obey you." Huang Rong became depressed and worried, thinking, on this deserted island, I don't know how we can return to the Central Plains. Moreover, Brother Jing is dead, and I have no desire to live, but suddenly Master wants me to be some whatever clan leader and command all the beggars under the sky. How on earth am I going to do that? But when she saw her master's condition, she did not want to worry him further, so she could only agree to anything he proposed. Hong Qigong said, "On the 15th day of the 7th month of this year, the 4 elders of our clan will hold a gathering at the lakeside cave courtyard of the Yuyang city to hear my announcement for the new leader. You only need to bring the bamboo rod there and they will understand my intention. Every matter within the clan will be dealt with by the 4 elders, so I can leave it to them. But I have to send you this adorable doll into the midst of the filthy beggars. This is really hard on you." He then laughed heartily, but because of his injury, he coughed before he finished laughing. Huang Rong massaged his back for a while before he stopped coughing. Hong Qigong sighed, "This old beggar is really useless now. I don't know when he'll recover, so I have to rush into teaching you the dog-beating skill." Huang Rong was wondering why this rod skill had such a horrible name. She then thought that no matter how fierce a dog could be, she could kill it with one punch, so she saw no need to learn this skill, but her master was gravely serious, so she could only agree. Hong Qigong said, "Although you are now the clan leader, you don't have to change your personality. If you want to be playful and mischievous, go ahead and be. We are all beggars, we have no restrictions and we do as we please. If this won't do and that won't do, we might as well be judges and ministers. If you do not think highly of the dog-beating skill, just say it simply." Huang Rong laughed. Disciple is wondering what kind of dog could be so tenacious that it requires a specialized skill to handle it. Hong Qigong said, "Now that you're the head of all the beggars, you'll have to act like one. With your rich dress and your rich girl's attitude, the dog would be only too pleased to listen to you. Why would you need to hit it? But if us beggars run into such dogs, it's a different story. The old saying is, the poor not armed with rods get bullied by dogs. You have never been poor, you don't know what it's like to be one." Huang Rong clapped and laughed, "Master, you're wrong here." Hong Qigong was perplexed and asked, "Why?" Huang Rong said, "On the 3rd month of this year, I escaped from Peach Blossom Island to play, and I disguised myself as a beggar. Whenever there are fierce dogs bothering me, all I have to do is give them a kick and they would scramble away." Hong Qigong said, "Yup, if the dog is too fierce then you'd have to use a rod to hit it." Huang Rong thought, what dog could be so fierce? Then she realized and shouted, yeah, bad guys are dogs too." Hong Qigong smiled and said, "You're really clever." If he originally wanted to said that Guo Jing did not know, but his heart turned sour and he stopped. When Huang Rong heard him stop midway, she understood what he was thinking and felt bitterness in her heart and wanted to cry out loud, but now Hong Qigong needed her help and she seemed all grown up while Hong Qigong seemed like a youth, so she controlled herself and only turned her head away. The tears, however, dropped like pearls. Hong Qigong was as sad as her, so he knew that consoling her was useless, so he talked about serious matters, saying, "The 36 moves of the dog-beating skill was created by our ancestors and can only be passed down from one clan leader to the next without letting anyone else know about the skill. Our clan's 3rd leader far surpassed future leaders and so he greatly improved this skill. After hundreds of years, when our clan faces any strong opposition, our leader would personally come forward and use this skill to defeat our enemies." Huang Rong started to pay attention and then sighed softly, asking, "Master, when you were fighting with Western Poison on the boat, why didn't you use it?" Hong Qigong said, "This skill is very important in our clan, and even if I didn't use it, he may not have one. Who'd know he could be so despicable as to poison me after I saved his life?" Huang Rong saw that he was becoming depressed, so she tried to distract him and said, "Master, please teach me so that I can kill him to avenge you." Hong Qigong made a stone-faced laugh and picked up a piece of firewood and leaned against the rock wall. He recited the formula and executed the steps, thus passing down all 36 moves to her. He knew Huang Rong was extremely intelligent but was afraid that he would not live long, so he passed everything down to her in one shot. Although the name of the dog-beating skill was crude, the changes within were subtle and the techniques profound, and was one of the best martial arts skills ever created. It was thus that this skill was passed down like a precious heirloom. Although Huang Rong was very clever, she could only remember the general picture and had forgotten some of the finer details. How could she understand the skill in such a short time? After he was done, Hong Qigong took a deep breath amidst his sweat and said, "I didn't teach well, but that's all I can do now." With a groan he collapsed and fainted. Huang Rong was shocked and shouted, "Master! Master!" She hurriedly supported him up but felt that his limbs were cold and his breathing was weak. He seemed somewhat beyond hope. Huang Rong was severely tried for the past few days but now she could not cry. She listened to his heartbeat and found it barely audible, so she quickly massaged his chest to aid his breathing. Just at this critical moment, she heard noises behind her and a hand stretched out to reach for her wrist. She was concentrating fully on saving her master and did not even notice when Ouyang entered the cave. Now she forgot that the person behind her was a vicious wolf and just said naturally, "Master may not make it, think of something to save him." When Ouyang heard her plead so sincerely, the tears welled up in her eyes and her face became pitiful, his heart shook. When he bent down to look at Hong Qigong, he saw that his face was white as sheet and his eyes were rolled up. He became more happy. The distance between Huang Rong and himself was less than 1 foot and he could even feel her breathing and smell her fragrance. A few strands of hair were caressing her face and his heart thumped madly until he could not restrain himself any longer, and he grabbed her waist. Huang Rong was taken aback and struck out with force and took the chance to jump away when he evaded her. Originally Ouyang was afraid of Hong Qigong, so he did not dare be disrespectful to Huang Rong. But now he saw that Hong Qigong was half dead, he did not worry anymore and laughed, "Good girl, I wouldn't bother about other girls, but for such a beauty like yourself, I'll make an exception, come kiss me." He then moved menacingly towards her. Huang Rong was scared out of her wits and thought, "This situation is terrible. Looks like I'll get killed here," though with indignation. She then took out her needles. Ouyang Feng smiled and used his outer gown as a weapon and even advanced another 2 steps. Huang Rong waited for him to advance another step before crouching low and dodging to the left. Ouyang followed her and Huang Rong waved her hand. He waved his long sleeve and blocked the spike, and Huang Rong knew that she was like an arrow away from the bow and anxiously tried to run out. Still, Ouyang was faster. Huang Rong heard the wind behind her back and knew he was attacking her back. She was wearing the soft armor, so she was not afraid of that, and furthermore she was prepared to die, but she wanted to injure him first, so she did not defend herself but returned a strike towards his chest. Ouyang did not mean to injure her and his strike was only to tire her out, so he readily hit out towards her wrist, neutralizing her move. At the same time, he jumped to the entrance, effectively trapping her inside. But the entrance was narrow and he could hardly turn about, so with Huang Rong's fierce onslaught coupled with her indifference to her defense, her power seemed to have increased tremendously. Although Ouyang was better than her, he did not want to injure her, so he was at a disadvantage. In a brief moment they had exchanged 50 to 60 moves and Huang Rong was in danger. Her martial arts were taught to her by her father while Ouyang was taught by his uncle. Huang Yaoshi's and Ouyang Feng's martial arts were about the same level, but Huang Rong was only around 15 while Ouyang was almost 30, so the difference in their martial arts was worth almost 20 years' worth of training. Moreover, Huang Rong was not as hardworking as Ouyang Ku, and although she learned some skills from Hong Qigong before, she hardly practiced them. Now even with Ouyang Ke's injury, she was still unable to gain any advantage. Suddenly Huang Rong launched herself forward and pierced her spike towards him in a backstroke. Ouyang Ku blocked it away and Huang Rong followed up closely with a fierce stab towards his right shoulder. His shoulder was dislocated and he could not exert any strength there, so he tried to use his left hand to intercept that move, but the spike made a semicircle and changed directions midway, stabbing right into his injured shoulder. Huang Rong was elated but suddenly felt her hand go numb and had to drop the spike because her wrist acupoint had been hit. Ouyang Ku was swift and agile, and saw that she was about to escape, so he hit her Xian Zhong and Zhong 2 acupoints with his legs consecutively. Huang Rong was in midair when she was struck, so she fell towards the ground. Ouyang Ku moved forward and threw his outer gown on the ground, laughing, "Ah, don't hurt yourself." Huang Rong spun the spike around and tried to jump up, but her legs were numb and only managed to get a foot off the ground before falling again. Ouyang Ku came to help her up. Huang Rong used her only non-immobilized hand and punched him. But in the confusion, her punch lacked the strength and Ouyang Ku laughed, sealing her last acupoint. This time Huang Rong was totally immobilized and she inwardly regretted, "I did not stab myself just now I can't even beg for death." She was on fire inside and everything went dark and she fainted. Ouyang Ku smoothly consoled her, saying, "Don't be afraid." He stretched his hand out to hug her. Suddenly he heard a cold voice above his head, saying, "Do you wish to live or die?" Ouyang Ku was shocked and twisted his head around and saw Hong Qigong standing at the entrance looking at him with the side of his eye. He once heard his uncle mention the incident where Wang Chongyang jumped out of his coffin and nearly killed him, so he immediately thought, the old beggar pretended to be dead, "I'm dead now." He tasted Hong Qigong's skills before and knew he did not even come close, so in his shock he knelt down and said, "I was just playing with Miss Huang. Uncle Hong, please don't be angry." Hong Qigong spat and shouted, "Scoundrel, aren't you going to free her acupoints or do you need me to do it?" Ouyang Ku repeatedly agreed and hurriedly unblocked her acupoints. Hong Qigong said coldly, "Enter again and I'll show no mercy." Scram! Ouyang Ku darted out like a rabbit. Huang Rong awoke as though from a dream. Hong Qigong could not hold on any longer and collapsed. Huang Rong was shocked and excited and quickly held him up and found his mouth filled with blood and 3 teeth fell out. Huang Rong was very sad as she thought, even with Master's wonderful abilities, such a fall could actually break his teeth. Hong Qigong took his teeth and laughed, "Teeth ah teeth, you don't want to savor the exquisite food together with me anymore. I never expected you to leave before I do." He was actually in a bad shape this time, with the snake poison in his body and with a palm strike by Ouyang Feng which almost shattered his spine, but fortunately with his high skills, he was spared from death. Still, now he was as weak as someone without martial arts. When Huang Rong's acupoints were blocked, Hong Qigong did not have the strength to unblock them for her and had to use his reputation to scare Ouyang Ku into doing it for him. He saw Huang Rong's grave face and said, "Don't worry. With this old beggar around, he wouldn't dare disturb you." Huang Rong asked, "When I'm inside the cave, that creep wouldn't show up, but what about our food?" Though resourceful, she was flustered now and could not think straight. Hong Qigong asked, "You're thinking of ways to obtain food, right?" Huang Rong nodded. Hong Qigong said, "Support me to the beach to view the sun." Huang Rong complied immediately and said, "Okay. Let's go fishing." She let him rest on her shoulder and they walked slowly to the beach. The weather was good on this day and the sea seemed endless, moving gently under the sea breeze. The sun shone on her and their spirits were lifted. Ouyang Ku was also standing on the beach, but when he saw them coming, he retreated several zhang immediately and stopped to watch them only when they did not chase him. They both worried, "This slimy creature is really hard to shake off, he might discover our weakness sooner or later." But now they could not care too much, and Hong Qigong sat on a rock while Huang Rong broke off a tree branch and used it as a fishing rod. The fish population was thriving on this island because no one molested the fish, so within a short time, she caught 3 big fishes. Huang Rong used the same method of cooking chicken to cook the fish, allowing them to eat their fill. After resting for a while, Hong Qigong instructed Huang Rong to display the moves of the dog beating skill, and gave some pointers along the way. Huang Rong understood more of the finer profound changes of the skill. When evening came, she had practiced till she was very hot and removed her outer coat and jumped into the sea to bathe. Suddenly she had a thought. I heard that the dragon palace at the bottom of the sea has a very beautiful dragon princess. I wonder if Brother Jing had gone to the dragon palace. She dreamily kicked in the water but felt a sharp pain in her foot and quickly retracted it, but felt as though it was being grabbed by something and it could not go free. She played in the sea since young and was not even afraid of large oysters, and was about to stretch out her hand to catch it but got a shock instead. The oyster was almost as big as a table. It was larger than any oyster she had seen at Peach Blossom Island. She stretched out both hands to pry it open. The oyster was incredibly strong, and even with both hands she could not force it open. The oyster gripped her even tighter and her leg got even more painful. Huang Rong smacked through the water, hoping to grab it out of the water, but she had not expected it to feel like it weighed around 200 to 300 jin. The oyster had been on the seabed for many years and had already become part of the reef. How would it be easy to move it? Huang Rong struggled a while more but felt her foot become even more painful, so she was worried and gulped down 2 mouthfuls of water and thought, although I have no wish to live, but if I leave master alone here to be bullied by that scoundrel, I won't die in peace. She quickly grabbed a large stone and smashed it on the oyster, but because its shell was tough and she could not exert much strength in the water, she had to hit it repeatedly, but it did not budge. As the oyster was attacked, it tightened its grip further and Huang Rong swallowed the water again, but she suddenly thought of something and quickly put the stone down and grabbed a handful of sand and threw it into the oyster. The oyster was indeed allergic to sand and hurriedly opened up, wanting to expel the sand. As soon as her leg was free, she wasted no time in swimming to the surface and heaved in the fresh air. Hong Qigong noticed that she was submerged for such a long time and became worried, as he knew she must have met some trouble in the water and wanted to help her. He anxiously splashed around in the water for a brief moment before he saw Huang Rong surface and hailed her in his excitement. Huang Rong waved to her master and wanted to dive again. This time she was prepared and dived some distance away from the giant oyster and shook it, then used the reef as a pivot to lift it up. She dragged the oyster back to the shore. When the oyster left the water surface, it lost its buoyancy and became as heavy as a large rock, and Huang Rong could not move it further. She then grabbed a large stone and struck the oyster to vent her anger. When she saw the deep wound the oyster had inflicted on her, she thought of her close brush with death and stopped hitting it. On this night the two of them made the oyster into a good meal, and they felt that it tasted really good. The next day when Hong Qigong awoke, he felt that the great pain in his body was less intense. His stomach felt really comfortable and he uncontrollably sighed. Hong Qigong said, "After sleeping for a night, my injury seemed to have decreased by quite a bit." Huang Rong was elated and exclaimed, "It must be the oyster meat which helped you." Hong Qigong laughed, "The oyster meat didn't help much, but because the food was delicious, it satisfied my mouth. After that my recovery follows automatically by a slight bit." Huang Rong giggled and rushed out to the beach to find the remains of the oyster meat. In her eagerness, she forgot about Ouyang Ku. Just as she cut off 2 slices of the meat, she suddenly saw a figure which was moving closer to her. Huang Rong bent her waist and grabbed part of the oyster's shell and threw it out and jumped away at the same time, reaching the waterline. After observing Hong Qigong from a distance for a day, Ouyang Ku felt that he was becoming more suspicious as he could hardly walk, but Ouyang Ku did not dare go into the cave, so now he forced himself forward and said, "Sister, don't go, I want to talk to you." Huang Rong said, "I'm ignoring you, yet you disregard that, you're really shameless." She then made a face at him. Ouyang Ko saw her girlish attitude, causing his face to be deviate of color and his heart to be itchy, so he advanced 2 steps and laughed, "It's your fault, it's because you're so beautiful that you can't get people to ignore you." Huang Rong laughed, "I said I'm ignoring you and I mean it. It's useless to sweet-talk me." Ouyang Ko advanced yet another step and said, "I don't believe you." Huang Rong's face became a shade darker and said, "Move another step forward and I'll ask master to club you." Ouyang Ko said, "Forget it, can he even walk? I'll go in and carry him out, okay?" Huang Rong got a shock inside and retreated 2 steps. Ouyang Ko grinned, "If you like to jump into the sea then go ahead. I'll wait here for you. Let's see who can last longer." Huang Rong said, "Fine, you're bullying me, I'll ignore you forever." She turned and ran, but tripped on a stone and fell down. Ouyang Ko sort of expected this so he laughed, "You're really mischievous and naughty, but I love it." He held his gown in his hand to catch any secret needles she might throw and walked towards her. Huang Rong shouted, "Don't come over." She struggled up but fell again after 3 steps. This time her fall was more serious and half her body was in the sea and she seemed to have fainted. Ouyang Ko thought, "This girl is very crafty, I won't fall for her trick." "With your skills, how did you fall without any apparent reason?" He stood there and observed her. After some time, he saw that she was still motionless and the tide was about to engulf her whole body. Ouyang Ko became worried and thought, "This time she has really fainted, if I don't save her she might drown." He ran forward and tried to pull her legs. When he tugged her legs, he got a shock as he felt that her body was stiff, so he quickly hugged her up but Huang Rong hugged his legs instead and called out, "Go down." Ouyang Ko could not stand properly and the 2 of them went into the water together. In the water, despite his high skills, he could not use them and thought, even with such precautions, I fell for her trick, this time my life is lost. Huang Rong originally wanted to dunk his head in the water to appease her anger. However, as Ouyang Ko felt the water fill his mouth, he could not feel where his body was and struggled wildly, wanting to grab onto Huang Rong. However, she had already expected that and swam around him, so how could he catch her? In the struggle, Ouyang Ko drank a few mouthfuls of water and his body sank deeper with his feet touching the seabed. Though his martial arts were good and he was quick thinking, he was at a great disadvantage in the water and he felt his body float aimlessly in the water. He hurriedly grabbed a rock on the seabed and used his internal energy to hold his breath and looked around to find the direction to the shore. But the water was murky and he could not tell east from west. He walked around for a few steps and felt that walking upwards was a good idea, so he hit the rock and took large steps towards the shallower region. With the reef on the seabed, his movement was very difficult, but he used his internal energy to dash across in one go. Huang Rong saw that he did not surface for some time, so she quickly looked around and saw him walking in the water and was surprised. She swam behind him and used her spike to pierce towards him. Ouyang Ko felt the water flowing faster, so he quickly evaded and moved even faster. Now he felt the lack of air in his lungs and let go of the large stone he was carrying and tried to surface to breathe, and when he stuck his head out, he saw that he was already close to the shore. Huang Rong knew she could not stop him now, so she sighed and dived again. Ouyang Ko did not die and crawled onto the beach completely drenched and his senses were blur. He threw up all the water he drank and felt his body go weak as if he suffered from some great illness. He was very angry and thought, "I'll go kill that old beggar and see if that girl listens to me." Although he had such thoughts, he was still wary of Hong Qigong and breathed for a few moments to get rid of his fatigue, so he broke off a tree branch and used it as a makeshift weapon, then ran towards the cave. He avoided going in directly and tried to slip in at the side. He listened for a moment and did not pick up any movements in the room, so he looked in and saw Hong Qigong sitting down on the ground, meditating. His face showed no signs of any injury. Ouyang Ko thought, "I'll test him to see if he can move." He said in a loud voice, "Uncle Hong, this is bad, this is bad." Hong Qigong opened his eyes and asked, "What?" Ouyang Kou pretended to be in a state of panic and said, Sister Huang tried to catch a rabbit but fell into a deep valley and is injured. She can't climb out now. Hong Qigong was shocked and said, quickly save her. Ouyang Kou was excited and thought, if he could walk, why doesn't he come out and save her? He walked in and laughed, she tried ways and means to take my life, why should I help her? You go save her. Hong Qigong observed his expression and knew that he was faking it, and thought, this scum has discovered that I'd lost my martial arts, I'm in danger. In this situation, he could only try to bring him down as well, and secretly channeled all his strength to his arm, and waited for him to come before he would strike. However, when he did that, he felt a sharp pain near his heart and his body felt like it was about to collapse apart, but when he saw Ouyang Kou's perverted smile, he gave a long sigh and waited for death. Huan Rong saw Ouyang Kou hit the shore and got worried, thinking, at this point the scoundrel would be prepared against me, it would be harder to scheme against him now. She swam outwards and headed left. After a while she saw the lush foliage and felt that this beach was different. She then thought of Peach Blossom Island and became sad, but then she thought, if I can find a safe place here for us to hide for a while, that scoundrel might not find us. It was not a fantastic plan, but it was better than their situation now and he might not actually find them, giving her master time to recover. Thus she went ashore but she did not dare explore too deep as she was afraid of bumping into Ouyang Kou, so she stuck close to the sea, thinking, if I wasn't too playful in the past and mastered father's 5-element skills, then I'd be able to handle that scoundrel. No, father gave him the map to Peach Blossom Island and he'd surely be able to understand it. She was so absorbed in her thinking when she tripped on a tree vine and stumbled, and above her was some rustling noise followed by the mud and small pebbles raining on her. She dashed aside but hit a tree behind, so a few of the pebbles hit her head. Fortunately she was wearing the soft armor, so she was not really hurt. She looked up and was shocked, her heart banged rapidly. She saw a sheer cliff face with a gigantic rock at the edge of the cliff. Half the rock was sticking out and any slight disturbance could bring the rock crashing down. The top of the cliff had many thick vines winding about and the very vine she tripped on just now was connected up to the rock. If she snapped a vine connected directly to the 1,000-pound rock, this rock would have smacked right into her, turning her into mincemeat. The rock vibrated but was not dislodged. Huang Rong became extremely careful and watched where she was going, jumping now and stopping then. She moved back several dozen meters and became curious. She knew that if she could pull the rock down with just an arm, but no one ever came here, there was not even a bird in sight and the rock had been here for hundreds of years. The cliffs surrounded this place and even the sea breeze could not get through, and it seemed like this rock had already vibrated in the wind for the hundreds of years. Huan Rong went back to find her master, but along the way she suddenly had this idea, heaven wants this scoundrel dead and has presented such a wonderful opportunity, how could I be so dense? She became excited and somersaulted twice. She hurriedly returned to the cliff and carefully examined the place and saw that the trees reached up to the sky and if one wanted to avoid it, one could only jump 4 to 5 feet away at most, so if that rock came crashing down, even birds and squirrels might not evade it. She took her spike out and cautiously walked to the base of the cliff and noted the 7 or 8 vines directly connected to the rock so that she would not touch them, then she cut off the remaining vines. When she cut a vine she held her breath as she was afraid that one small mistake and it would be her who would be flattened. When she finished, she was drenched in sweat and felt that it was more tiring than a fierce battle. She then connected the cut vines together and placed a few heaps of dry grass as markings, then memorized the route she took before going back, and she hummed a few tunes along the way, feeling proud of herself. When she got near the cave she still did not see Ouyang Kou's shadow and suddenly heard a perverted laugh coming from inside, followed by someone saying, "You claim to be among the best martial artists, yet today you are in grandfather's power, how do you feel?" "Okay, on account that you're an elder, they'll let you have a 3-move advantage, how's that? You can display each and every one of the 18 dragon subduing palms." Huang Rong softly exclaimed, "Ah!" She saw that the situation was threatening and shouted, father, you're here? Ah, Uncle Ouyang, you're here too. Ouyang Ku had already assessed Hong Qigong's abilities and was about to strike when he heard Huang Rong shout, so he was happy and thought, how is it Uncle and old heretic Huang are here? Then he thought, it must be that girl shouting rubbish to save that old beggar. Fine, since that old beggar is under my control anyway, I might as well go take a look. He then exited the cave. He saw Huang Rong waving towards the beach and shouting, Father! Father! Ouyang Ku looked out, but of course he did not see Huang Yaoshi. He laughed, Sister, you want to trick me out to play, how could I refuse? Huang Rong laughed and said, Who's lying? She then ran to the beach. Ouyang Ku laughed, this time and prepared, You want to drag me into the sea again, let's try it. He then chased her. His Qigong was good and he was catching up fast. Huang Rong inwardly exclaimed, This is bad. I might get caught even before reaching that cave. She ran another few dozen meters and Ouyang Ku was almost reaching her. Huang Rong broke left and left the beach. Ouyang Ku had learned his lesson and did not dare go near, so he laughed, Okay, let's play hide and seek. Though he did not stop, he was prepared for any trick she might play. Huang Rong stopped and laughed, There's a large worm in front, if you chase again it'll eat you in one gulp. Ouyang Ku laughed, I'm a worm too and I'm going to eat you. He pounced forward but Huang Rong just laughed and ran ahead. The two came close to the cliff wall soon enough. Huang Rong ran even faster and shouted, Come on. Just as she was about to reach the wall, she saw two figures on the beach. At this time she was really curious but did not have the luxury to stop, so she looked at the piles of grass carefully then ran all the way to the cliff's base. Ouyang Ku laughed, Where's the worm? He also ran faster and reached the cliff wall like an arrow. The spot where Huang Rong landed was already cleared of vines, but Ouyang Ku naturally did not suspect any trap and stepped right into it, wrenching the rock out of its place. The vines snapped and Ouyang Ku felt a great pressure descending on him. He looked up and it scared the living daylights out of him and saw a mountain of a rock smashing down towards him. Although the rock was very high up, the gust of wind was so strong that he could hardly breathe, so he hastily jumped backwards, but he smacked right into a tree with such a great force that the tree cracked and the splinters pierced him. At this point he only fled for his life and ignored the pain, so he jumped away, but only managed to jump 3 feet. Now he was shocked into a daze but suddenly felt as though someone jolted him awake, dragging him several feet away, but it was too late, and with a thunderous rumble the dust flew everywhere and then he fainted. Huang Rong saw that her plan worked, so she was really happy and did not expect the deafening rumble which seemed to shove her aside. Her head was hit by the countless grains of dirt and dust. She bent over and held her head for a moment before opening her eyes, and she saw 2 shadows through the dust. When the dust settled, she rubbed her eyes and saw that it was actually West Poison Ouyang Fong and the other was none other than the one she so deeply missed, Guojing. Huang Rong exclaimed and jumped for joy. Guojing had also never expected to meet her here, so he rushed forward and hugged her. In their excitement, they had forgotten that their enemy was just close by. The other day when Guojing and Ouyang Fong were fighting on the junk, they both could not gain any advantage and at the same time the junk was sinking, so it took them down. In the deep sea the water pressure was very high and they felt the water forcing its way into their ears and noses, causing great pain, so they had to stop their struggle and cover their ears and noses. The bottom of the sea had a swift undercurrent moving in a different direction from the surface current, so before they knew it they were swept some distance away. When Guojing managed to get up to the surface to breathe it was already dark and the boat seemed very far away. Guojing shouted, and at that very moment Huang Rong was looking for him, but they were so far away, how could they meet? Guojing shouted again but felt a tug on his leg, followed by another head hitting the surface. It was Ouyang Fong. He was also at a disadvantage in the water, so although he was a martial arts master, he struggled wildly in the water and then refused to release Guojing's leg. Guojing struggled harder but his other leg was grabbed too. They wrestled for a brief moment before submerging again. When they hit the surface, Guojing shouted, "Let my legs go, I won't desert you." Ouyang Feng also knew that this would kill them both, so he released the legs and grabbed his shoulder. Guojing also supported him, allowing them to float. At this time, they saw a large wooden board float by and hit Guojing. Ouyang Feng shouted, "Careful." Guojing grabbed it, shouting, "Catch it, don't let go." They looked around but did not see any boats. Ouyang Feng's snake staff was lost and he worried, "If we meet any sharks, we can only hit them wildly like Zhou Batong. At that time I saved him, but holes save me now." They floated for some time and saw many fishes swimming by, so they had to depend on the fishes for survival. As the ancient saying goes, helping each other on the same boat, these two men who fought a bitter battle just a while ago could share the same raft. For several days they fortunately did not meet any danger. This time the current brought them to the island where Hong Qigong and Huang Rong was, and only 2 days after they arrived. When they hit the shore they lay down for some time when they suddenly heard someone laughing, so Ouyang Feng jumped up and followed the laughter, and so coincidentally met Ouyang Ku who had just fallen into the trap. Ouyang Feng tried to rush forward to save him. He managed to pull him several feet away but Ouyang Ke's legs were crushed and he fainted from the pain. Ouyang Feng was suspicious and looked around but did not find any more danger, so he went to check on his nephew. He felt that he was still breathing so he tried to push the rock, but it did not budge an inch. He then knelt down and tried again with both hands and grunted. Though his strength was tremendous, how could he move a 1,000-pound rock? He bent down and Ouyang Ku opened his eyes and shouted, "Uncle." Ouyang Feng said, "You'll have to bear with it for a while." He hugged him up and pulled him, but Ouyang Ku screamed and fainted again. The rock had pinned his legs underneath, so this pull would only worsen his pain but not free him. Ouyang Feng was startled. Guojing held Huang Rong's hand and asked, "Where's master?" Huang Rong pointed, saying, "Over there." Guojing heard that his master was all right and was elated, wanting her to lead him there but heard Ouyang Kes scream, so he could not bear it and said to Ouyang Feng, "I'll help you." Huang Rong tugged his sleeve, saying, "Let's go see master, ignore this bad guy." Ouyang Feng did not know that this was a trap set up by her as he saw the rock tumble down and it was impossible for anyone to lift it up the cliff, but when he heard Huang Rong stop Guojing, his anger flared up and then he heard that Hong Qigong was here, so he was startled, thinking, "That beggar took one of my palms and was also poisoned by my snake, yet he's not dead, but even then he should be 90% dead, why should I fear him?" He saw Guojing and Huang Rong about to leave so he knelt down again and pretended to push the rock and waited for them to turn away before saying, "Don't worry, I'll save you. For now just concentrate on circulating your qi to protect your heart and take it that those legs are not yours." He then followed them and saw them holding each other's waist and talked romantically. He was flabbergasted and thought, "If I don't torture you till you're worse off than dead, I'm not West poison." Huang Rong took Guojing to the cave opening. Guojing launched himself in and shouted, "Master." He then saw that Hong Qigong's eyes were closed and there were no blood in his face. He had been insulted by Ouyang Ku and his injury relapsed. Huang Rong quickly undid his outer gown while Guojing massaged his limbs. Hong Qigong opened his eyes and saw Guojing so he was naturally very happy and smiled, saying in a low voice, "Jinger, you're here too." Guojing was about to reply when a rough voice cut in from behind, "Old beggar, so am I." Guojing turned around to block the entrance. Huang Rong snatched her master's bamboo stick and stood beside Guojing. Ouyang Feng laughed, "Old beggar, come out, if not I'm going in." Guojing and Huang Rong looked at each other, thinking, even if it costs our lives, we must not let him molest master. Ouyang Feng laughed and stepped in. Guojing stepped forward to block. Ouyang Feng moved aside to evade his palm strike and went to his right, then a bamboo stick flew over and made a circle yet seemed to aim for 3 separate spots at the same time, making it difficult to deal with. He waved his left hand up and swept his leg to force his opponent away. He did not expect Huang Rong's stick to hit the center of the circle. Ouyang Feng was surprised and jumped back, looking carefully. Huang Rong was using the dog-beating skill, and managed to force her stronger opponent backwards, so she was feeling proud. Ouyang Feng did not expect this girl to learn the old beggar's wonderful rod skill. He snorted and advanced again to hit her bamboo stick. Huang Rong executed the stick skill she just learnt and poked, hit, circled, and flew around, and although she could not injure him, she managed to evade 7 to 8 of his moves continuously. Guojing was shocked and happy and kept cheering, "Good Renjir, good rod skill." He then attacked with a fist and palm from the side. Ouyang Feng shouted in anger and knelt down, launching both palms out. Even before the palms came, the palm wind caused the dust to fly. Guojing saw that the strikes were very powerful and was afraid that Huang Rong might get injured if she took the strike, so he hurriedly pushed her aside and they managed to evade the strike together. Ouyang Feng stepped 2 steps forward and struck out with both palms again. His attack was terribly strong and fought to a draw with Hong Qigong on Peach Blossom Island a few days ago. Guojing and Huang Rong were far from his match and were forced to retreat step by step. Ouyang Feng rushed into the cave and flipped his palm, hitting the stone wall and causing bits of stone to drop off. He brought the other palm up above Hong Qigong's head and held it there to observe him. Huang Rong said, "My master saved your life, yet you want to hurt him, aren't you ashamed?" Ouyang Feng pushed Hong Qigong's chest slightly and felt his chest muscle contract, showing that his martial abilities were really lost, so he was secretly happy and lifted him up, saying, "If you rescue my nephew, you'll spare the beggar's life." Huang Rong said, "Heaven released the rock to pin him down, you saw that yourself, who could save him? Try any more tricks and heaven will crush you with a rock too." Guojing saw that Ouyang Feng had raised Hong Qigong higher and prepared to throw him down but doubted that he would really do it. Still he was worried and quickly said, "Put him down and well, go save your nephew." Ouyang Feng missed his nephew and was very eager to rush down, but he kept his face impassive and put Hong Qigong down very slowly. Huang Rong said, "Helping him is not difficult, but let's make an agreement." Ouyang Feng said, "What do you want?" Huang Rong said, "After we save your nephew, you must not harm the 3 of us while we're here on this island." Ouyang Feng thought, "My nephew and I are afraid of water, if we want to get back I may need to depend on this 3 people. He nodded his head, saying, "Okay, I'll not kill the 3 of you now, but I can't promise you anything after we leave this island." Huang Rong said, "When the time comes, even if you leave us alone we'll come after you. Another thing is that my father had betrothed me to him, and you saw that for yourself. If your nephew bothers me again, you're worse than a pig or dog." Ouyang Feng spat, saying, "Okay, that only applies on this island too, once we leave, well see then." Huang Rong smiled, saying, "Finally, although we'll try our best to help you, we're not the gods, if fate has decreed that your nephew must die, you can't blame us." Ouyang Feng said, "If my nephew dies, you too can forget about living. Little girl, shut up and go save my nephew." He then ran to where the rock was. Guojing was about to follow when Huang Rong said, "Brother Jing, later when he uses his strength to push the rock, you can strike his back when he least expects it." Guojing said, "We must honor our word, let's save his nephew first then try to avenge master." Huang Rong sighed and knew that it was useless to get him to backstab someone. For the past 2 days she had thought that he had died in the sea, now that she was with him again her heart exploded with happiness, so even if Guojing made any unreasonable demands, she would just listen to him, moreover his actions were of an honorable gentleman so she smiled gently and said, "Okay, you're a saint, I'll listen to you." They ran to the cliff and heard Ouyang Ku groaning in the distance. Ouyang Feng shouted, "Hurry up." They went over and stood beside him and the 3 pairs of hands pressed the rock together. Ouyang Feng said, "Up." And they pushed at the same time. The rock moved an inch before slamming down again. Ouyang Ku screamed and his eyes rolled up. Ouyang Feng was shocked and immediately supported him, but felt that his breathing was weak, and to bear with the pain he bit through his tongue, filling his mouth with blood. Even with Ouyang Feng's outstanding martial arts, he was powerless to move the rock. Now he had made it worse for his nephew and also buried his shoe in the sand. Ouyang Feng bent down to pick his shoe and was shocked again. The tide was rising slowly and was already reaching the rock. Ouyang Feng said urgently, "Little girl, if you want your master to live, you'd better save my nephew faster." Huang Rong was already thinking, but this rock was enormous and there was no one else to help him. How could they move it away? She had come up with more than 10 ideas in a flash, but none worked. Then when she heard Ouyang Feng, she said, "If master weren't injured, we could easily move this rock with his tremendous strength." Now she threw up her hands to indicate that it was useless. Though this sentence was said out of anger, Ouyang Feng thought, maybe it's really fate. If the old beggar wasn't injured, with his chivalrous nature, had definitely help. Who knew that when I injured him, it was as good as killing my own nephew? Although Ouyang Ku was his nephew, he actually had an affair with his sister-in-law and he was in fact his son. Ouyang Feng was usually cold-hearted, but now he felt regretful. He turned his head and saw the water rising in by another few feet. Ouyang Ku yelled, "Uncle, kill me with one strike. I can't take it anymore." Ouyang Feng took out a sharp knife and gritted his teeth, saying, "You bear with it for a while, even without your legs you can still live." He went forth with the intention of severing his nephew's legs. Ouyang Feng exclaimed, "No, no, uncle, just stab me to death." Ouyang Feng said angrily, "With so many years under my guidance, how could you be so useless?" Ouyang Ku hugged his chest and tried to bear with the pain, not daring to say another word. Ouyang Feng saw that the rock pinned him up to the waist. Even if he amputated his legs, he may not live, so he hesitated. Huang Rong saw that the uncle and nephew had nothing to say and were both looking dejected, so her heart went soft and she thought of how her father moved the rocks on Reach Blossom Island. She exclaimed, "Wait. I've got a way, but am not sure if it works." Ouyang Feng was elated and said, "Good lady, just say it." Huang Rong was thinking, "Now that you want to save your nephew, you're not calling me names anymore but good lady." She smiled and said, "Okay, you must listen to me now. Let's cut some tree bark and make a rope strong enough to lift this rock." Ouyang Feng said, "Who's going to pull the rope?" Huang Rong said, "Pull like a sail." Ouyang Feng immediately understood and said, "Yes, yes, just like that." Guojing heard Huang Rong talk about using tree bark but did not question her. Instead he just pulled out his dagger and began cutting off some tree bark. Ouyang Feng and Huang Rong followed his lead and within a short time, they had cut many strips of tree bark. Ouyang Feng was cutting the bark when he looked at his nephew and suddenly exclaimed, "Don't cut anymore." Huang Rong curiously asked, "What? Why not?" Ouyang Feng pointed at his nephew and Guojing and Huang Rong looked over. They saw the tide rising faster and had already submerged half his body. He would be drowned even before they had gathered enough material. Ouyang Ku was motionless in the water. Huang Rong said, "Don't fret. Just cut." Although Ouyang Feng was a monster, he meekly obeyed her. Huang Rong jumped down the tree and ran to Ouyang Ku and used several big stones to support him. This way his nose was still above the water. Ouyang Ku said in a low voice, "Miss Huang, thanks. Even if I can't live, I'll die contented knowing that you tried to save me." Huang Rong felt apologetic and said, "Don't thank me. Do you know that I was the one who laid this trap?" Ouyang Ku said, "Don't speak so loudly, if my uncle hears it, he won't let you off. I knew long ago, to die in your hands would leave me with no regrets." Huang Rong sighed and thought, although this person is irksome, he treats me nicely. She returned to the tree and began binding the bark. She joined 3 together to form a thin rope and then 6 ropes together to form a thick rope and again joined several thick ropes together to form a massive rope. Ouyang Feng continuously cut the tree bark while Huang Rong unceasingly connected the ropes. Although they were fast, the tide was faster, and even before the massive rope was half complete, the water had risen up to Ouyang Ke's mouth, and soon only his nose was left sticking out. Ouyang Feng jumped down and said, "You can go. I want to speak with my nephew. You have tried your best and I appreciate it." His voice was heavy and seemed resigned to the situation. Guojing saw that it was hopeless and went off together with Huang Rong. They walked several meters and Huang Rong whispered, "Let's go behind the rock and listen to what he says." Guojing said, "This doesn't concern us. Besides, he'd discover us." Huang Rong said, "Once his nephew dies, he'll try to harm Master, so we must keep ourselves informed to be prepared. If we're found out, well, just say that we've come to send his nephew off." Guojing nodded. They turned around the corner and went behind the trees, stealthily creeping back behind the rock. They heard Ouyang Feng say, "Go in peace. I know what you're thinking, you want old heretic Huang to marry his daughter to you, but I fear I can't grant your wish." Guojing and Huang Rong were startled, thinking, "He's about to die, why did Ouyang Feng say that?" As they heard more, they became more angry. Ouyang Feng was actually saying, "He'll go kill that girl and bury her with you. Everyone dies, if you can't live with her then you can die with her and have no regrets." Ouyang Ke's mouth was beneath the water and he could not speak. Huang Rong took Guojing's hand and they left stealthily. After the corner, Guojing angrily said, "Let's confront that old poisonous thing." Huang Rong said, "With him we must compare wits, not strength." Guojing asked, "How?" Huang Rong said, "I'm thinking." As they walked near the canyon, she saw some reeds. Huang Rong thought of something and said, "If he weren't so evil, I could save his nephew." Guojing quickly asked, "How?" Huang Rong took out her knife and cut a hollow reed and put it to her mouth, breathing through it for a while. Guojing laughed, "Ah, this is really a good idea. How did you think of that? Should we save him?" Huang Rong pouted, "Of course not. That old poisonous thing wants to kill me, just let him do it, I'm not scared." But when she thought of Ouyang Feng's cruel methods, she could not help but gasp. His martial arts were much stronger than his nephew's and he was much more cunning. If they fell into his trap, it would not be good. Guojing remained silent. Huang Rong tugged his hand, saying gently, "Don't tell me you want me to save that scumbag. You're worried for me, right? These two scumbags may not treat us well." Guojing said, "You're right, but I'm worried about you and Master. Since that old poisonous thing is a head of a sect, what he says has some credibility." Huang Rong said, "Okay, let's save him then talk, well plan as we go along." They turned back and saw Ouyang Feng standing in the water, supporting his nephew. He saw the duo coming and his eyes glinted and it was obvious he wanted to kill them. He said roughly, "I told you to leave, why did you return?" Huang Rong sat down on a stone and laughed, "I came to see if he's dead yet." Ouyang Feng snapped, "So what if he's dead, so what if he's alive?" Huang Rong said, "If he's dead then there's no use now." Ouyang Feng jumped out of the water, hastily saying, Good lady, he's not dead yet, you must have a way. Say it quick." Huang Rong threw the straw over and said, "Put it in his mouth and he won't die." Ouyang Feng was happy and jumped into the water and stuffed the thing into his nephew's mouth. The water had already covered his nose and he was exhaling the last bit of air but his ears could still hear their conversation, so when the straw reached his mouth, he breathed hard and felt comfortable and he momentarily forgot about the pain in his legs. Ouyang Feng said, "Quick, hurry, let's connect the ropes." Huang Rong laughed, "Uncle Ouyang, you want me dead to accompany your nephew, right?" Ouyang Feng started and thought, how did she hear what I said? Huang Rong laughed, "If you kill me and then you meet some trouble later, who's going to help you?" Now that Ouyang Feng was depending on her, he could only pretend not to hear her and went to work on the tree bark. They worked for more than 2 hours and made an enormously thick rope nearly 100 meters long. The sea level was already up to half the rock. Ouyang Ke's head was a few feet under the water and only the tip of the straw was exposed. Ouyang Feng was still worried and occasionally stretched his hand under water to check on him. After another hour, the water receded and Ouyang Ke's head was slowly surfacing. Huang Rong measured the rope's length and shouted, "Enough, now I need 4 massive poles for the masts." Ouyang Feng was doubtful. He knew that on this deserted island, even a knife was hard to find, not to mention an axe sturdy enough for their task. He asked, "How do we get that?" Huang Rong said, "Don't worry, just find the wood first." Ouyang Feng was afraid she would throw a tantrum and refuse to help him, so he did not ask further but ran around looking for trees with thick trunks. He crouched down and gathered his strength and launched his palms at each of the trees. The trees fell after a few strikes. Guo Jing and Huang Rong witnessed this powerful display of internal strength and shuddered. Ouyang Feng found a long and flat rock and he used that to cut away the tree leaves. Now Guo Jing and Huang Rong tied the rope round 3 of the thick tree trunks and looped the rope around the large rock before tying the end to the final tree trunk. That trunk was a centuries-old oak tree and even 3 to 4 people were not enough to circle the tree. Huang Rong said, "I guess this tree can handle the rock, right?" Ouyang Feng nodded. Huang Rong told them to connect one more thick rope and they surrounded the 4 tree trunks around the rock, forming a hashtag shape and looped the rope round the top. Ouyang Feng praised her, "Good lady, you're really smart, just like your father." Huang Rong laughed, "But how can I be compared to your nephew? Let's start." They acted together and used the oak tree as the pivot to pull the hashtag shape formation. The rope became taut and the rock was lifted slowly. The sun was about to set and the sky was red, illuminating the golden surface of the water. The tide had already gone out and Ouyang Ke's body was in the mud and his eyes were fixed onto the rock. It moved slowly and steadily with a creaking sound, causing him to be anxious yet happy. Though the rope had made one complete turn around its loop, the rock had only moved an inch and it was already causing great strain on the pivot. Although Ouyang Feng did not believe in divine intervention, he was silently praying throughout the process. Suddenly the rope snapped and the rock slammed down onto Ouyang Ku again, and he tried to scream but no sound came out. The rope flew up and hit Huang Rong, throwing her off her feet. Guo Jing quickly helped her up. At this stage Ouyang Feng lost all hope while Huang Rong could hardly smile. Guo Jing said, "We can join them back and add another rope and try again." Ouyang Feng shook his head, "That'd be harder, the 3 of us aren't enough." Guo Jing mumbled to himself, "If only someone would help us." Ouyang Feng got angry and snapped, obviously. He knew Guo Jing had good intentions, but in his depression he vented his frustrations on him. Huang Rong thought for a while then jumped up, clapping and laughing, "Yes, yes, there's someone who can help us." Guo Jing asked, "Who might that be?" Huang Rong said, It's just that brother Ouyang would have to bear with more discomfort and wait for the tide to come in again before he can be set free." Ouyang Feng and Guo Jing both looked at her thinking, "Are you thinking that when the tide comes in, someone will come to our aid?" Huang Rong laughed, "We're all tired and hungry, let's find some food." Ouyang Feng said, "Miss, you said someone will help us, please explain." Huang Rong said, "At this time tomorrow, brother Ouyang will be free. For now I can't reveal the secret." Ouyang Feng saw that she had great confidence in herself and his doubt decreased. But he was still skeptical so he simply accompanied his nephew. Guo Jing and Huang Rong caught a few wild hares and cooked one for the uncle and nephew, then they shared the rest with Hong Qigong. When Guo Jing learnt that the trap was laid by her, he was surprised and happy. They knew that now Ouyang Feng was with his nephew and would not bother them, so they only lit a fire at the cave entrance to prevent any wild animals from coming in, and they slept very well. The next morning, Guo Jing saw a shadow at the entrance so he quickly jumped up. He saw Ouyang Feng standing there saying, "Is Miss Huang awake?" Huang Rong was already awake but she pretended to be soundly asleep. Guo Jing whispered, "Not yet." "What is it?" Ouyang Feng said, "When she wakes up, invite her to save him." Guo Jing said, "Okay." Hong Qigong said, "I let her drink the 100-day, drunken, stupor wine as well as hit her sleeping acupoint. Within 3 months, it's hard to wake her." Ouyang Feng started and Hong Qigong laughed heartily. Ouyang Feng realized that he was joking and became angry. Huang Rong sat up and laughed, "If we don't tease the old poison now, when will we get to do that?" She then combed her hair and washed her face extremely slowly and then went to fish and catch rabbits for breakfast. Ouyang Feng paced up and down several times just like a pan of ants of fire. Guo Jing said, "Renjir, when the water rises, will there really be someone to save him?" Huang Rong said, "What do you think?" Guo Jing shook his head, saying, "I don't really think so." Huang Rong laughed, "Me neither." Guo Jing was startled, "So you lied to him?" Huang Rong said, "Not really, when the tide rises, I'd have a way to save him." Guo Jing knew that she was very intelligent and resourceful so he did not question further. They then went to play around the flowers. Huang Rong had no companions since young and always played on the beach at Peach Blossom Island by herself. Now that she had Guo Jing with her, she was extremely happy. They played and laughed endlessly on the beach. Huang Rong said, "Brother Jing, your hair is terribly messy, let me help you comb your hair." They sat together on a rock. Huang Rong took out a small golden jade comb and combed his hair finely, then sighed, "Why don't we think of a way to get rid of those 2 poisonous creatures and then well live here together with Master and not leave this place, what do you think?" Guo Jing said, "I was thinking of my 6 masters." Huang Rong said, and father too." After a while she said, "I wonder how's Sister Mu doing now? Master has also asked me to be the leader of the beggars clan, so I'm starting to miss those beggars too." Guo Jing laughed, "Looks like we have to think of a way to get back." Huang Rong finished with his hair and tied it up. Guo Jing said, "The way you comb my hair reminds me of my mother." Huang Rong laughed, "You can call me mother." Guo Jing smiled without replying. Huang Rong tickled him and asked, "Aren't you going to say it?" Guo Jing laughed and jumped up, messing his hair again. Huang Rong laughed, "Fine if you want say it. You think no one will call me mother in future? Sit down." Guo Jing sat down and Huang Rong wiped his sweat away and kissed his forehead lightly. She thought of the previous day's fight with Ouyang Feng and remembered that Guo Jing praised her dog-beating skill, so she wanted to teach it to him. Huang Rong saw that his martial arts improved a lot and was actually more excited about that than her own skills. Since she was Huang Yaoxi's daughter, she had access to all the wonderful martial arts skills from young so she did not really pay attention to other wonderful skills, just like a rich man's son would not bother about gold or silver. But she thought, this skill is meant exclusively for the beggars clan leader, so I can't teach him. She asked, "Brother Jing, do you want to be the beggars clan leader?" Guo Jing said, "Master wants you to be the clan leader, why do you ask me?" Huang Rong said, "I'm a young girl, I don't resemble the beggars clan leader. Why don't I give up this appointment to you? With your commanding appearance the beggars will listen to you. Besides, when you become the leader, this marvelous skill will be yours." Guo Jing said, No. I can't be the leader. I'm not intelligent enough even to handle small matters, not to mention important matters." Huang Rong thought he was right though Hong Qigong had no choice but to make her succeed him during this crisis, but he must have known that despite being young, she was very intelligent and probably no less capable than the 4 elders and he also did not give her permission to give this responsibility to someone else. Not every silly boy who knew the 18 dragon subduing palms, and dog-beating skill, could become the leader. So she laughed, "Okay, fine, but I'm afraid you can't learn this skill, then." Guo Jing said, "There's no difference between you and me knowing it." Huang Rong heard that this sentence came from his heart so she was touched and said, "When Master recovers ill return the appointment to him." Then she wanted to say then we can get married, but somehow the words could not come out of her mouth. She asked, Brother Jing, do you know where our baby's from? Guo Jing said, I know. Huang Rong said, where? Guo Jing said, when people get married, they have babies. Huang Rong said, yes, I know that too. But why will married people have babies? Guo Jing said. This I don't know. Huang Rong said, me neither. I asked father, but he said they crawl out from nests. Guo Jing was about to ask more, but they suddenly heard a sharp voice saying, making babies? You'll know when you grow up. The tide is rising already. Huang Rong gasped and jumped up. She had not expected Ouyang Feng to be listening to them. Although she did not understand male-female relationships, she knew that saying such stuff is embarrassing, so her face turned red and they quickly ran to the cliff. Ouyang Ku had been under the rock for 24 hours and had been suffering much. Ouyang Feng kept a straight face and said, Miss Huang, you said that someone would come to help when the tide rises, this is not a joke. Huang Rong said, my father knows the changes of the 5 elements, so his daughter would of course know a bit, although I can't compare with him, I can still predict a bit of the future. Ouyang Feng knew about her father's abilities, so he said, your father is coming? Splendid. Huang Rong paused, then said, such a small matter wouldn't need my father's presence. Moreover, if my father knows that you hurt my master, he won't let you off. Including the 2 of us, how can you win? So what are you happy about? Ouyang Feng could not argue and remained silent sullenly. Huang Rong said to Guo Jing, Brother Jing, go get some tree branches. The more the better. Guo Jing agreed and went. Huang Rong mended the rope which snapped the previous day with more bark. Ouyang Feng kept asking who was coming, but she just hummed some tunes without replying. Ouyang Feng was dissatisfied, but when he saw Huang Rong's relaxed expression, he kept up his hopes and went to help Guo Jing. He saw Guo Jing execute the 18 dragon subduing palms, and only needed a few strikes to bring down a sturdy tree. He thought, his martial arts are good. Coupled with the 9E manual, he spells disaster for me. He decided that he had to extract his nephew dead or alive. He crouched down between 2 trees and then sent out his palms simultaneously, and each palm hit a tree, causing them to break. Guo Jing was awed and said, Uncle Ouyang, I wonder when I can reach your standard. Ouyang Feng did not reply but thought, in your next life. They carried all the wood to the cliff. Ouyang Feng looked out into the sea but did not even see the smallest speck of a sampan. Huang Rong asked, what are you looking for? No one's coming. Ouyang Feng was surprised and angry, raising his voice, no one. Huang Rong said, this is a deserted island, no one will come here. Ouyang Feng was flabbergasted and could not speak, only waiting to kill someone. Huang Rong did not look at him directly but turned to Guo Jing, saying, Brother Jing, what's the most you can lift? Guo Jing said, around 200 kilograms. Huang Rong said, how about a 600 kilograms rock? Guo Jing said, I think not. Huang Rong said, how about a 600 kilograms rock in the water? Ouyang Feng realized it and yelled happily, yes, it's correct. Guo Jing however had yet to understand it. Ouyang Feng said, when the tide rises, it half submerges this rock, causing it to be lighter, let's do it again and it'll definitely work. Huang Rong coldly said, yeah, but the trees will be half submerged too, how are you going to work underwater? Ouyang Feng bit his teeth and said, leave that to fate. Huang Rong said, it doesn't have to be so difficult. Go tie the branches to the rock. When she said that, Guo Jing understood too and cheered, working together with Ouyang Feng and began tying several large branches around the rock. Ouyang Feng was afraid that the buoyancy would not be enough, so he tied 7 to 8 large pieces of wood together, then helped Guo Jing connect the rope that snapped the previous day. Huang Rong stood aside and smiled, watching them work. Within 2 hours, it was all ready and they only lacked the tide. Guo Jing and Huang Rong went to accompany their master. In the afternoon, the tide started to rise and Ouyang Feng ran up to inform them, and the three of them went down together. After some time, the tide had reached its highest and they stood in the water and looped the rope around the oak tree again. They then operated the #shape mechanism again. This time with the pieces of wood tied to the rock, the buoyancy was very high and it seemed like there were many strong men helping to lift the rock. The three of them did not need much effort to move the rock. After turning a few rounds of rope round the coil, Ouyang Feng held his breath and hugged his nephew up to the surface of the water. Guo Jing saw that they were successful and could not help but cheer. Huang Rong too clapped continuously and actually forgot that it was she who laid the trap. The Legend of the Condor Heroes Chapter 22. Leisurely Ride on a Shark. Huang Rong saw Ouyang Feng carry his mud-drenched nephew to the shore. His face was beaming happily from ear to ear but never uttering any word reflecting his thankfulness to Guo Jing and herself. She pulled the sleeve of Guo Jing's clothes and they returned to the cave together. Guo Jing saw that Huang Rong had a worried expression on her face and asked her, "What are you thinking about?" Huang Rong replied, "I am thinking about three very difficult things." Guo Jing replied, "You are an intelligent person who always has a way to solve problems." Huang Rong gave a very light laugh, but a moment later her eyebrows were creased again. Hong Qigong then opened his mouth to speak. "The first matter really does not matter much. The second and third matters actually cause people to be at a loss of what to do." Guo Jing then said, "Wow! You really are amazing. How would you know about the three matters that she is thinking about?" Hong Qigong replied, "I simply guessed her thoughts. The first matter is how to cure my injury. There is no doctor, medicine and a person with good internal energy here to help me. The old beggar can always accept my fate with resignation. Whether I live or die is not of the most important matter now. The second matter is how to defend ourselves from the poisonous hand of Ouyang Feng. This person's martial art is really solid. The two of you are definitely not his match. The third matter is how we can return to the mainland. Renjir, am I right or wrong?" Huang Rong replied, "Yes, at present the most pressing matter is to think of a way to discourage the old poison from acting so ruthlessly." Hong Qigong said, "In short, we must have a battle of wits with him. The old poison may be cunning but he is completely conceited, so conceited that it won't be difficult to fool him. However, after he has been tricked, he will immediately adapt from the changes followed by a very severe counterattack." Two people gave a deep thought. Huang Rong started to think that the enemy's skill is difficult to differentiate against her fathers and teachers. Even if her father were there, he would not necessarily defeat him. How could she fight him? It seemed like if they could not take his life in one stroke, it would only make him committing more evil deeds. Hong Qigong suddenly felt pain in his chest and coughed loudly. Huang Rong immediately helped him to lie down. Suddenly a shadow was blocking the sunlight at the mouth of the cave. She raised her head up to see Ouyang Feng carrying his nephew making a hissing sound saying, "Get out all of you. Let me have this cave for my nephew to heal his injury." Guo Jing was very angry. He jumped out and said, "This place belongs to my master." Ouyang Feng coldly replied, "Even if the Jade Emperor lives here, he must go away." Guo Jing furiously tried to answer him, but Huang Rong pulled Guo Jing's sleeve. She stooped down to help Hong Qigong up and left the cave. While passing by Ouyang Feng's side, Hong Qigong opened his eyes and said with a mocking smile, "Impressive power. Very deathly." Ouyang Feng's face turned red. He could have Hong Qigong died violently with just a stroke of his palm, but for some reason he was overwhelmed by Hong Qigong's righteous air. He shivered and did not answer this insult. He turned his head to avoid Hong Qigong's penetrating gaze and said, "Come back and deliver us something to eat. If you two small creatures mess with the food, just watch out for your 3 lives." The three of them went down the hill. Guo Jing cursed incessantly, while Huang Rong was deep in thoughts and did not say anything. Guo Jing said, "Master, please rest here while I go and look for a suitable place to rest." Huang Rong helped Hong Qigong to sit down properly by a big pine tree when she spotted two squirrels hurriedly climbing up the tree trunk, then immediately climbing back down again only a few feet from her, watching the two people with their small round eyes. Huang Rong was fascinated. She picked a pine cone and held it out. One of the squirrels came near to sniff at the cone, and used its front paws to slowly pull the cone away. The other squirrel boldly climbed Hong Qigong's sleeve. Huang Rong sighed and said, "Nobody has been here before. Look at the two squirrels, not afraid of humans at all." As the squirrels heard Huang Rong's voice, they scurried up the tree. Huang Rong looked up the tree and saw dense leaves growing from the branches of the pine tree. The leaves formed a canopy and the top of the tree was full with green cane. Huang Rong suddenly got an idea and called out, "Brother Jing, no need to look anymore. Let's go on top of the tree." Guo Jing stopped and looked up the pine tree. The tree is indeed a wonderful place as a shelter. Two people folded some branches and made a platform. Then with each of them on either side, they propped Hong Qigong in between and shouted, "Heave." They flew up and put Hong Qigong safely on the platform they just made. Huang Rong laughed and said, "We are living on branches like birds. Let them live in caves like beasts." Guo Jing then said, "Renjir, do you want to send them food or not?" Huang Rong said, "Since I cannot think of any wonderful plan and defeat the old poison at the moment, I think we'd better comply with his request." Guo Jing grumbled incessantly. Two people went behind the mountain and managed to catch a wild goat. They then made a fire to roast the goat. The roasted goat was then ripped into two. Huang Rong took a piece of the meat and threw it to the ground and said, "Urinate on top of the meat." Guo Jiang laughed, "They will find out." Huang Rong said, "Don't you bother about that, just do it." Guo Jing blushed and said, "I can't do it." Huang Rong asked, "Why?" Guo Jing mumbled, "I cannot urinate with you beside me." Huang Rong burst out in laughter. From the top of the tree Hong Qigong called out, "Throw the meat up. I will urinate on it myself." Guo Jing took the meat, laughed and leaped up to the platform so that Hong Qigong can urinate on that mutton. Hong Qigong urinated a lot on the mutton. He laughed out loud and carried the mutton to the cave. Huang Rong called out, "No. Take this one." Guo Jing scratched his head and said, "This is the clean one." Huang Rong said, "That's right. We are going to give them the clean mutton." Guo Jing was confused, but he usually listened to whatever Huang Rong said. He turned around and took the clean mutton. Huang Rong took the urine-soaked meat and put it back on the fire while she went out to pick edible wild fruits. Hong Qigong did not understand Huang Rong's plan and was upset. He drooled over the mutton, but the only one left was the one smeared with his own urine. He has no choice but to be patient. The roasted mutton released a very good aroma. Inside his cave Ouyang Feng had smelled the wonderful aroma of the meat. Without waiting for Guo Jing to arrive, he went out the cave and snatched the meat while his face was showing how pleased he was at the moment. But then a thought came into his mind. "Where is the other half?" he asked. Guo Jing pointed his finger backward. Ouyang Feng walked in big strides towards the pine tree. He snatched the mutton smeared with urine and threw the clean mutton on the ground while laughing coldly before turning around to leave. Guo Jing knew that at this moment he must not reveal anything suspicious from his face. However, it was not in his nature to pretend. He was forced to turn around and did not dare to look at Ouyang Feng. He waited for Ouyang Feng to be far away before rushing to Huang Rong. He laughed and said, "How did you know that he will come and exchange the meat?" Huang Rong smiled and said, "According to the military tactic, void is actually solid, while solid is actually void. The old poison knew that we will be applying some kind of trick on the food and does not want to be tricked. As a result, I just let him to trick himself." Guo Jing listened to all of this in awe while tearing the clean mutton into smaller pieces before taking it up to the pavilion. The three of them ate the mutton. While all of them were eating happily, Guojing suddenly said, "Renjir, you really came up with a wonderful ruse just now." Nevertheless, it was still a dangerous one. Huang Rong immediately asked, "Why?" Guojing then replied, "If the old poison did not come and exchange the mutton, wouldn't we be eating the mutton covered with master's urine?" Huang Rong, who was sitting on a branch while listening to Guojing's words, laughed loudly until her waist bended and she tumbled down the tree. She then leaped up the tree again unharmed and said, "Very, very dangerous indeed." Hong Qigong sighed and said, "Dumb child, if he did not come to exchange the mutton, can't you just not eat the tainted mutton?" Guojing was startled at the truth of the statement and gave a loud laugh before falling down from the tree as well. Ouyang Feng uncle and nephew ate the mutton. They thought the wild goat had urine smell, but they did not suspect anything. In fact, they still praised Huang Rong's wonderful skill in roasting the mutton that she gave the meat a salty taste. Not long after that, the sky was turning dark. It was at this moment that Ouyang Kes wound started to ache, causing him to groan loudly. Ouyang Feng walked out towards the pine tree and called out, "Come down, little girl." Huang Rong was startled because she did not expect Ouyang Feng to come that soon. She asked, "What is it?" Ouyang Feng answered, "My nephew needs tea and water. Quickly go and serve him now." The three people on the tree listened to everything and could not help but felt very angry. Ouyang Feng shouted angrily, "Hurry up. What are you waiting for?" Guojing whispered, "Let us fight him." Hong Qigong added, "The two of you quickly run towards the back of the mountain. Don't you worry about me." Huang Rong had already calculated properly on the two choices that they have now. Whether they flee or duel with Ouyang Feng, their master's life would be lost. The only thing that can be done now is to compromise for the sake of their master's safety. She leaped down the tree and said, "All right, let me go and have a look at his wound." Ouyang Feng sneered and said, "The boy surnamed Guo, come down and follow me. Are you still soundly asleep? I have a good idea." Guojing swallowed his anger and leaped down from the tree. Ouyang Feng said, "Go get 100 lumbers for me by the nightfall. If you are short by 1 lumber, I will break one of your legs. If you are short 2 lumbers, I will break both of your legs." Huang Rong asked, "What do you want to do with the lumbers? Besides, how are we going to see where we are going in the dark?" Ouyang Feng cursed her, "You talk too much, girl. What does this have to do with you? Quickly go and attend to my nephew. If there is something amiss or wrong, all of you will suffer the consequences." Huang Rong gave Guojing a hand signal telling him not to make things worse. Guojing saw Ouyang Feng and Huang Rong's shadows disappeared in the darkness. He was so angry that tears flowed down from his eyes. Hong Qigong suddenly said, "When I was young, my grandpa, my father and I were slaves of the genes. What is this hardship compared to what we went through?" Guojing was startled. He came to his senses. Turned out benevolent master was once a slave, but later on he mastered a matchless martial art. "I feel wrong today, can't I just endure it patiently?" Guojing then leaped down from the tree and lighted a fire using a tree branch before heading towards the back of the mountain. He launched the 18 dragon subduing palms, hacking down trees as big as a rice bowl cup in diameter. He was fully aware that Huang Rong would be able to escape from harm, just as the other day when she was surrounded by a whole bunch of criminals at Chao Palace. No matter how difficult the situation, somehow she managed to escape unharmed. Therefore, he concentrated his attention and energy to cut down the trees. But launching the 18 dragon subduing palms took a lot of his energy. After a while he started to feel strained and numb. In less than an hour Guojing managed to knock down 21 pine trees. While knocking down the 22nd tree, Guojing's arm was already sore and tired. When he launched the seeing dragon in the field, his palms were uneven, the branches and leaves were shaken, the trunk swayed but did not break, while he felt his chest tightened. Turned out the energy did not flow to his palm, but went up in reverse to his chest. His master had repeatedly warned him against this condition. the 18 dragon subduing palms carried a tremendous force, but if his own strength was not enough, he would suffer tremendous self-inflicted injury. He was shocked, immediately sat down and focused his attention to control his breathing. After about an hour he struck that tree again, but he felt his body was worn out, his arms and legs were weak. Guojing knew that if he forced himself to exert more strength, not only it would still be difficult to accomplish his task, but he would suffer internal injury as well. In this desolate island there was no saber or hatchet, how would he be able to chop down more trees? He noticed that out of the 100 lumbers needed he was still about 70, 80 lumbers short, while his pair of legs was about ready to give up. He thought aloud, his nephew's legs are crushed, he must have hated me to his guts. Even if I manage to give him 100 lumbers tonight, tomorrow night he will require 1,000. When will it end? We can't fight him, and on this desolate island nobody would help us. Having thought this he heaved a long sigh, we are stuck here on this desolate island, who in the world would come to rescue us? Benevolent Master Hong has lost his martial art, whether he will live or die is difficult to tell. Renjier's father despised me. All Quan 7 masters and 6 benevolent masters are not the Western poison's match. If only my sworn brother Zhou Baotong were here, but he had killed himself by jumping into the sea early on. As soon as Zhou Baotong came into his mind, he hated Ouyang Feng even more, thinking that this old sworn brother of his, who was skilled in the 9-yin manual and had created the mutual hands combat technique, was forced to his death by Ouyang Feng. Ah! 9-yin manual. Mutual hands combat technique. These several words flashed through his mind just like seeing a bright star on the horizon in a dark and endless night. My martial art may not be enough to fight the Western poison, but the 9-yin manual contains the most wonderful secrets of the martial art world, plus the mutual hands combat technique will double my skill. If both Renjier and I train hard day and night, then we can fight the old poison with everything we have. Only regardless of which martial art we use, we still need to fight him for a whole day and night, then how can this be good? He stood in the forest thinking deeply, suddenly thought, why don't I go and ask Shifu? His martial art might be gone, but his knowledge is not, he should be able to give me clear directions. He went back to the tree right away, then explained to Hong Qigong every single one of his thought. Read the 9-yin manual slowly for me to hear, Hong Qigong suggested. Let us see if there is a marvelous martial art you can learn in a short period of time. Guojing immediately recited the manual sentence by sentence. When Hong Qigong heard Guojing recited, one knew that by sitting down and pondering deeply one can accomplish virtue, but unknowingly to attain excellence one requires flexibility, as well as clear and bright understanding. The body is cultivated twofolds, namely movement and stillness. Being attacked but stay still. He suddenly stood up, ah! He exclaimed. What is it? Guojing worriedly asked. Hong Qigong did not answer. He thought those sentences over for a while and then said, repeat the last part you were reading a moment ago. Guojing was delighted, he thought, Shifu must have found some methods to fight the old poison in the last part. Right away he reread those sentences slowly. Hong Qigong nodded his head and said, that's true. Carry on. Guojing continued reciting the manual from memory. Toward the end he recited, Mo Han Sige Pin Te Hua Gn, Jin Xie Hu Si, Ji Shan Ni Ku. Hong Qigong was baffled, what are you saying? Guojing answered, Big Brother Zhou told me to memorize those sentences. Hong Qigong creased his brows, what do they mean? He asked. I don't know, Guojing replied, Big Brother Zhou himself did not understand. Carry on, then, Hong Qigong said. Guojing continued, Fasi, Ge Luo Wu Li until he came to the end, reciting all kinds of these tongue-twisting sentences. Hong Qigong said, turned out the manual also contained some incantations to catch the ghosts. He wanted to add, crafty priest, cheating people with cheap tricks, but remembering the manual contained an extensive profound mystery, this mumbo-jumbo must have had a deep meaning, he simply did not understand it for the time being. Hence, the words were about to leave his lips, but he swallowed them back. After half a day Hong Qigong shook his head. Jinger, he said, there are many marvelous martial arts in the manual, but none of them can be mastered in one whole day and night. Guo Jing was disappointed. Hong Qigong continued, quickly go and build a raft from those 20 lumbers, then go away as far as you can. Renjir and I will stay here and devise a plan to deal with the old poison. No, Guo Jing hastily said, how can I leave you, senior? Hong Qigong sighed, the western poison is scared of the old heretic Huang, he won't harm Renjir. In any case the old beggar is invalid. You quickly go. Guo Jing burst out in grief and indignation, he raised his hand and struck the tree trunk with his palm. This strike was extremely heavy, the sound echoed on the mountain and valley. Hong Qigong was startled, he quickly asked, Jinger, the palm you launched, what technique did you use? Why? Guo Jing was perplexed. You hit so hard, but the trunk did not even shake, Hong Qigong said. Guo Jing was very embarrassed, I used up all my strength striking trees, my hands are so sore, I don't have any more strength left, he said. No, Hong Qigong shook his head, your palm strike technique was a little strange. Strike again. Raising his hand he struck the tree with his palm. The sound shook the forest, but the tree did not budge. Suddenly it dawned on him. That was the 72 stances vacant fist Big Brother Zhou taught disciple. Vacant fist. I have never heard of it, Hong Qigong mused. That's right, Guo Jing said, Big Brother Zhou was held prisoner on the Peach Blossom Island. He had nothing to do, so he invented this technique. He taught me the 16-character secret of the technique, Kong Meng Dong Song, Feng Tong Rong Meng, Chong Cheong Zhong Nong, Tong Yong Gong Chong, empty and hazy like a loose cave, the wind blow carrying a dream, playing around in power or exhaustion, a child can use a worm as a weapon. Hong Qigong laughed, what kind of empty hole? He asked. Play of words here, Hong Qigong said Tong Nong Ku Long which rhymes with whatever Guo Jing was saying. I can't translate it properly. Guo Jing explained, each one of these 16 characters has their own meaning. The word song, loose, means the fist must be devoid of strength, chong, worm, means the body must be flexible like a worm, meng, hazy, means the fist movement must be obscure, must not be too clear. Disciple will play it out for you to watch, what do you think? The night is so dark, I can't see anything, Hong Qigong said, why don't you explain it to me? This is an excellent martial art, I don't have to see in order to understand it. Guo Jing explained from the first stance, Kong Wanqing Fan, empty bowl filled with rice, to the second stance, Kong Wu Zhu Ren, empty house occupied with people, with all variations therein, including how to send out the force, to Hong Qigong. By nature Zhou Batong was mischievous, he gave each and every stance a funny name. Hong Qigong only heard up to the 18th stance, his heart was already filled with admiration. He cut Guo Jing off, you don't need to continue, I have found a way to fight the Western poison. With vacant fist. Guo Jing asked, I am afraid the disciple's skill is insufficient. I know that, Hong Qigong said, but we are in a desperate situation, we have to take a risk. Do you still have the dagger given by Qiu Chuji on you? A cold light flashed in the dark night, Guo Jing took out his dagger. Hong Qigong said, with the vacant fist technique, use this dagger to cut down some trees. Guo Jing held his dagger by the hilt, the thin blade was only about 1 foot long. He was doubtful and did not say anything. Hong Qigong said, the 18 dragon subduing palms I passed on to you is the pinnacle of the external type of martial art, that vacant fist is a very profound inner type of martial art. Your dagger can cut through metal and carve jade, what would be the problem of cutting tree trunk? The important thing is, your hand strength must follow the Kong, empty, and Song, loose, principles. Guo Jing pondered about it for half a day. Hong Qigong also gave him some more directions. Finally he understood. He jumped down the tree and went to find a medium-sized pine tree. With the vacant fist method of exerting energy, as if with force and without force, he lightly struck the trunk and sure enough the dagger went through the tree trunk. He exerted his strength and cut around the trunk, that tree fell down immediately. Guo Jing was ecstatic, with the same method he cut dozens on trees one after another. Looked like before daybreak he would be able to cut down 100 lumbers. While he was cutting trees, suddenly he heard Hong Qigong called out, "Jinger, come up here." Guo Jing leaped up to the platform. "It really worked," he said, "I did not even use too much energy." "Certainly we can't waste our energy, can we?" Hong Qigong said. "That's right. That's right." Guo Jing exclaimed, "Now I understand the Kong Meng Dong Song principle. Big brother Zhou had explained it to me, but I did not understand it." "This martial art is more than enough to cut down trees," Hong Qigong said, "but it is still far from adequate to fight the Western poison. You must train in the 9-yin manual again, only then will you have a chance to defeat him. Let us think of some way to buy some time." Speaking about plan and strategy, Guo Jing could only stay silent, letting his master to think. After a long time, Hong Qigong shook his head and said, "I can't think of anything good. Let us wait till tomorrow, perhaps Renjir can come up with some clever ideas." "Jinger, listening to you reciting the 9-yin manual I had a thought, I believe I am not wrong. Help me get down this tree, I am going to practice my martial art." Guo Jing was shocked. "Your injury is not healed yet, how can you train?" he asked. Hong Qigong answered, "The manual said, the body is cultivated twofolds, namely movement and stillness. Being attacked but stay still." These sentences had opened my eyes. "Let us go down." Guo Jing did not understand the meaning of these sentences, but he did not dare to defy his master, hence he propped his master's body and gently jumped down the tree. Hong Qigong calmed himself down, then opened up his arms and launched a palm strike. In the darkness Guo Jing saw his master's body was staggering forward like he was falling down. Guo Jing rushed forward to help, but Hong Qigong had already steadied himself. His breathing was heavy, but he said, "I am all right." A moment later he launched a left palm strike. Guo Jing saw him staggering along, his feet stumbled, he appeared to be extremely exhausted. Guo Jing fought hard the urge to rush forward and help his master, who would have thought that the more Hong Qigong practiced, the stronger he became. Initially he had to catch his breath for every single stance he launched, but afterwards he was able to launch several stances in succession, his footsteps were getting steadier as well. It was a tremendous improvement. Hong Qigong launched the whole set of 18 dragon subduing fist, followed by a set of Fu Hu Quan, crouching tiger fist. Guo Jing waited until he finished, then he shouted happily, "You are healed." "Help me back up," Hong Qigong said. Guo Jing wrapped his arm around his master's waist and jumped up to the platform. His delight was unspeakable, he mumbled repeatedly, "Very good. Very good." Hong Qigong sighed and said, "Not so good, this martial art is only good to behold, it's actually useless." Guo Jing did not understand, Hong Qigong explained, "After suffering an injury, all I did was resting, trying to recuperate. It never occurred to me that my martial art is of the external type, the more I move the better. It's too bad I realized it way too late, now although my life will be spared, but my martial art will be very difficult to be restored." Guo Jing wanted to utter some words of comfort, but he did not know what to say, so after a while he simply said, "I'll go down and chop some more trees." "Jinger," Hong Qigong suddenly said, "I think I have an idea to intimidate the old poison. See if you agree with me." And then he explained his idea. Guo Jing was delighted, "Splendid! Splendid!" he exclaimed, and immediately jumped down the tree to make preparations. Early in the morning the next day, Ouyang Feng came under the tree. He counted the lumber Guo Jing chopped down and found only 90 of them. He coldly laughed and shouted, "Little bastard, the same Zia Zhong as in Ode to Gallantry. Quickly roll down here. Where are the other 10? Huang Rong had spent the entire night by Ouyang Ke's side, tending his injury. Listening to his pitiful groaning, she felt sorry for him. That morning Ouyang Feng left the cave, she followed behind. Hearing his loud shouts, she was worried for Guojing. Ouyang Feng waited for a moment, but nothing was heard from the tree above, except some gust of winds coming out from the distant hill. It sounded like somebody was practicing martial art. Hastily he followed the source of the sound. When he turned on the hillside, what he saw surprised him. Hong Qigong was sparring with Guojing, palms and kicks flew toward each other, they were engaged in a tight fight. Huang Rong saw her master not only was able to walk unaided, but it looked like his skill was restored as well. She was pleasantly surprised. She heard him shouted, "Jinger, careful with this next stance." And he launched a palm strike. Guojing raised his palm to parry, but before their palms met his body flew backward and bang. He hit a pine tree. That tree was not too big, but it was about the mouth of a bowl in diameter. Crack. It snapped by the strength of Hong Qigong's push and fell to the ground. This strike was nothing but ordinary, but it was enough to stun Ouyang Feng. Huang Rong praised, "Shifu, that was a great Pai Kong Zhang, hacking empty air palm technique. Jinger, guard your body well, don't let my palm strength injure you." Hong Qigong called out. "Disciple understands," Guojing replied. He was just closing his mouth when Hong Qigong's palm arrived. Crack. Again Guojing was sent flying and bumping into a tree. Strike after strike came one after another. In a short period of time Hong Qigong had used the Pai Kong Zhang to send Guojing flying and snapping 10 big trees down. "We have 10 trees already," Huang Rong called out. Guojing was gasping for breath. "Disciple is exhausted," he said. Hong Qigong held his palm and laughed, "This 9-yin manual is really wonderful. My injury was that heavy, I couldn't even exert any strength, yet I achieved success just by one morning exercise." Ouyang Feng was suspicious. He stooped down to examine the broken tree trunks, but what he saw stunned him even more. Apart from the core of the trunk, the outer ring was exceptionally smooth, even smoother than it would be if the trunk was sawed. He thought, could it be that the martial art in the manual is this marvelous? It looks like the old beggar's martial art has been completely restored. How can I fight them if the 3 of them gang up against me? It's been this far, I'd better start training myself on the martial art from that manual. He cast a glance toward those 3 and flew back to the cave in a hurry. Immediately he fetched the book Guojing wrote, unwrapped layer upon layer of oil paper bundle and straightway buried his head in the book, diligently studying the manual. Hong Qigong and Guojing waited until they could not see Ouyang Feng's shadow anymore before both of them burst out in laughter. Huang Rong was delighted, "Shifu, this manual is truly wonderful," she said. Hong Qigong laughed without giving her any response. Guojing rushed to her and said, "Renjir, we were only pretending." Then he told her everything they had thought and done. It turned out that Guojing had used his dagger to cut around the trunks, leaving the center part intact. Actually Hong Qigong's palm did not carry any strength at all. Every time Guojing got hit, he used his own strength to fly backwards and bump into a tree, breaking it down. Ouyang Feng did not know that with the vacant fist energy, the dagger was capable of cutting deep into the bow. Naturally he did not suspect that the cut was made by the dagger. Huang Rong was laughing hard, but upon hearing Guojing's story she was silent for half a day with a deep frown on her face. Hong Qigong smiled and said, "The old beggar is once again capable of walking on my own feet, it was truly a blessing from heaven. I don't care if it was a true martial art or a fake one. Renjir, you are afraid the Western poison will see through this deception, aren't you?" Huang Rong nodded. "The old poison has good eyesight," Hong Qigong continued, "how can we fool him that easily? But life is full of uncertainties, right now it is useless to worry over nothing. Hear me now." Jinger had recited the contents of the manual to me. There is a section which was called Yi Jin Duan Gu Pian, changing muscle forging bones, or something. I think it was very interesting. While we don't have anything else to do, why don't we practice it? These words were said with gentleness and indifference, but Huang Rong was aware of the urgency of the situation. What their master had said was very reasonable, therefore, she said, "Very well, Shifu, please teach us." Hong Qigong asked Gui Jing to recite the Yi Jin Duan Gu Pian twice, and then based on that he taught the two on how to practice it. He himself went out hunting or fishing, lighted the fire and cooked their meals. Several times Gui Jing and Huang Rong offered their help, but every time he shooed them away. Quickly 7 days had passed. Gui and Huang had made some progress in terms of their energy cultivation. Inside his cave Ouyang Feng was also painstakingly studying his manual, putting all his effort in doing so. Toward the evening of the 8th day Hong Qigong smiled and said, "Renjie, how was your master's roasted wild goat?" Huang Rong smiled but did not say anything, she simply shook her head. Hong Qigong laughed, "I can't eat it myself. You two have finished the first part of your lesson, today you must rest your muscle and bones, otherwise your qi will be obstructed and you will suffer injury. All right, Renjie, you prepare our meal tonight, Jinger and I will go and build a raft." Gui Jing and Huang Rong were astonished, building a raft? "That's right," Hong Qigong said, "do you want to accompany the old poison on this desolate island forever?" Gui and Huang were delighted, they both voiced their agreement, and start to work immediately. The 100 lumbers Gui Jing cut down the other day were piled neatly on the side. They cut the tree bark and wove them into ropes and tied the lumber together to make the raft. When Gui Jing used his strength to pull the rope, it snapped and broke. He thought the rope was not made strong enough. He tried pulling another rope, but as soon as he exerted a little strength, it also broke easily. Gui Jing was baffled, he stared blankly at the rope and did not know what to do. From the other side of the hill Huang Rong came shouting with a wild goat in her hands. When going out to hunt for the goat she carried some pebbles to shoot the goat with, who would have thought that with only several jumps she had already overtook the goat. She turned around and grabbed the wild goat. Her body movement was so swift that she surprised even herself. Hong Qigong smiled, "So the 9-in manual is truly a wonderful manual, no wonder countless heroes and warriors were willing to risk their lives for it." Huang Rong was delighted, "Shifu, do you think we can beat the old poison now?" she asked. Hong Qigong shook his head, "Not yet, it is still far from that," he replied, "you have to train for another 8 to 10 years. His toad stance is not a small matter. No martial art can break it except Wang Chongyang's solitary young finger." Huang Rong pouted and said, "Then even if we train for another 8 to 10 years we may still won't be able to defeat him." "That's hard to say," Hong Qigong concurred, "perhaps the martial art in that book is fiercer than I thought." "Renjie, please be patient," Gui Jing said, "there is nothing wrong with learning a new skill." A few more days passed, Gui Jing and Huang Rong had finished the second part of the changing muscle forging bones. The raft was also ready. The three of them wove a sail from tree barks, they also prepared some fresh water and food on the raft. All along Ouyang Feng was indifferent to what they were doing, he simply watched their activities with a cold look. One evening everything was ready, they planned on sailing the next day. Just before bed that night Huang Rong asked, "Do we have to say goodbye to them?" "Not only that, we must make a 10-year agreement with them," Gui Jing answered, "they have bullied us so bad, how can we forget it?" Huang Rong clapped her hands, "Absolutely. I pray to the heaven to bless those two thieves that they can go back to the mainland, and also to give the old poison 10 more years of life. Otherwise, to restore Shifu's martial art quickly, so that in 1 or 2 years we can look for him, that would be even better." The next day before the crack of dawn Hong Qigong awoke, indistinctly he heard some noise from the shore. He quickly called, "Jinger, did you hear that noise from the beach?" Gui Jing got up immediately and jumped down the tree. Once he saw what happened on the beach he could not stop cursing, immediately he rushed forward to pursue. By this time Huang Rong was also awoke and ran after him, calling out, "Brother Jing, what's the matter?" Guo Jing shouted from a distance, those two wicked thieves stole our raft. Hearing this, Huang Rong was shocked. By the time they got to the beach, Ouyang Feng had already carried his nephew on the raft, raised the sail and had already several zhongs away from land. Guo Jing was furious. He was about to jump into the ocean to pursue, but Huang Rong pulled his sleeve and said, "They are already too far." Ouyang Feng laughed a big laugh. "Many thanks for the raft," he shouted. Guo Jing stomped his feet in rage. Furiously he kicked a red sandalwood tree nearby. Suddenly Huang Rong got an idea. "I got it," she called out. She took a big rock, then placed it on the tree branch. She wanted to use the tree as a slingshot. "Pull this tree," she said, "we will hurl the rock out." Guo Jing was delighted. He braced his legs on the tree root and pulled the trunk backward with all his might. Sandalwood tree was strong but pliable. It bent almost completely down but did not break. Guo Jing let his hands go, and with a whooshing sound the big rock flew to the sea and fell by the raft side, creating a Shanghai big splash. "Pity!" Huang Rong called out. She took another rock, aimed carefully and let go. This time the rock hit the raft right on, but the raft construction was too good, it did not break. Two people launched 3 more rocks, but all of them fell into the water. Seeing all their rocks missed their target, Huang Rong got a crazy idea. "Quick, use me as the cannonball," she shouted. Guo Jing was startled, unclear of what she meant. Huang Rong explained, "Hurl me into the sea, I'll deal with them." Guo Jing knew her water skill was excellent, her lightness kung fu was excellent too. He saw no danger in complying with her request. He drew his dagger out and put it in her hand. "Be careful," he said. He pulled the tree one more time. Huang Rong sat steadily on the branch and called out, "Fire away." Guo Jing released his grip and Huang Rong's body flew to the sky. She somersaulted twice in the air and plunged into the water several zhongs away from the raft. It was a beautiful scene to behold. Ouyang Feng's uncle and nephew were dazzled. They did not know what she was going to do. Huang Rong went deep into the water. She did not emerge from the water, but swam underwater toward the raft instead. Once she saw a black shadow overhead, she knew she had arrived at the bottom of the raft. Ouyang Feng randomly hit the water with the oar, but he could not hit her at all. Huang Rong held up her dagger, ready to sever the rope tying up the wooden raft, but suddenly she came up with a bright idea. She reduced the strength of her hand, only cutting lightly on the ropes, leaving a third part intact, so that the raft would not be disintegrated until the rough waves of the open sea hit it. She turned around and dove away, emerged to the surface about dozen of zhongs away. She gasped for breath, pretending she could not catch the raft. Ouyang Feng laughed wildly and hoisted the sail. Not too long afterwards the raft had traveled far away. While waiting for her to arrive at the beach, Hong Qigong and Guo Jing were cursing incessantly, but they saw Huang Rong's smug expression and were puzzled. After hearing what happened they were delighted to no end. "Even though we are sending these two wicked men to the bottom of the ocean, we will have to start work from the beginning again," Huang Rong said. 3 people ate their meals with high spirit, then they cut some lumbers again and built another raft. Several days later they were ready, and when the southeast wind blew, they hoisted the tree bark sail, left the island heading to the west. Huang Rong gazed her eyes toward the island, which was getting smaller and smaller. She sighed and said, "Our lives were almost gone on that island, but leaving it today, my heart is filled with sadness." "We can always revisit the island in the future," Guo Jing said. Huang Rong clapped her hands, "Good. We must come back. When that time comes, you can't go back on your words. But first, let us give this small island a good name." "Shifu, what do you think?" "You crushed that little bastard's legs with a big rock on that island," Hong Qigong said. "Let us call it Yagui Dao, Crushing Ghost Island. What do you say?" Huang Rong shook her head. "That is not very elegant," she said. "If you want elegance, why did you ask the old beggar in the first place?" Hong Qigong said, if you ask me, the old poison ate my urine on the island, it'll say we call it Qi Sui Dao, eat urine island. Huang Rong smiled while waving her hand, she leaned her head sideways to think. She saw a cluster of red clouds on the horizon, like bright luster of gems glamorously hovering over the island. Let's call it Ming Xia Dao, bright red cloud island. She called out. Not good, not good. Hong Qigong countered, that was too elegant. Guo Jing listened to master and disciple arguing, he smiled and did not say anything. He did not care whether the island had an elegant name or a vulgar name, but deep down in his heart he thought Yagui or Qi Sui were more interesting than Mingxia. Carried by the blowing wind they sailed for 2 days, the wind did not change its course. Toward the evening of the third day Hong Qigong and Huang Rong were asleep while Guo Jing was in charge of the rudder for the night. Amidst the ocean breeze and rolling waves suddenly he heard somebody shout, "Help! Help!" Twice. The voice sounded like a clashing cymbals, it could be heard clearly amidst the screaming wind and waves. Hong Qigong sat up and said in a low voice, "That's the old poison." They heard the shout one more time. Huang Rong grabbed Hong Qigong's arm, "It's a ghost, it's a ghost," she said with a trembling voice. It was the end of the 6th month, the night was dark and moonless, there were only several stars scattered sparsely on the dark night. The sea was pitch black, a scream in the middle of the night would make anybody terrified to the bone. "Is that the old poison?" Hong Qigong called out. His internal energy was lost, so his voice did not travel too far. Guo Jing gathered the qi on his dantian and called out, "Is that Uncle Ouyang?" From a distance they heard Ouyang Feng answered, "It is me, Ouyang Feng. Help!" Huang Rong was still terrified, "It doesn't matter whether it is a man or a ghost, let us just leave, quick." "Help him," Hong Qigong suddenly said. "No, no." Huang Rong quickly answered, "I am scared." "It's not a ghost," Hong Qigong said. "Even if it is a man we still don't have to help," Huang Rong said. "Helping others in distress is one of our beggar clan's rules," Hong Qigong said. "You and I are 2 generations of the clan leader, we can't abandon the honorable customs handed down from the previous generation's leaders." "The beggar clan's custom is not right," Huang Rong countered. "Clearly Ouyang Feng is a scoundrel, when he becomes a ghost, he will still be a scoundrel ghost. It doesn't matter if it is a man or a ghost, we should not help. It is the clan's regulation, we can't change it," Hong Qigong said. In her heart Huang Rong was very angry. They heard Ouyang Feng's voice in the distance again, "Qi Xiong, brother Qi, are you really Gnsibu Jiu, seeing death, do not help?" Huang Rong said, "I got it. Brother Jing, wait until you can see Ouyang Feng clearly, then strike him dead with your stick. You are not a beggar clan's member, you don't have to observe this unreasonable rule." Hong Qigong was angry, taking advantage of somebody else's precarious condition, is that the righteous way of the warrior? Huang Rong did not have any choice, helplessly she watched Guo Jing steer the raft toward the voice. In the deep dark of the night they vaguely saw 2 men on the water rocked by the wave, next to their heads was a lumber. It looked like after their raft broke Ouyang Feng uncle and nephew had clung onto that piece of lumber until now. "Let him make an oath never to harm anybody else, then we will rescue him," Huang Rong said. Hong Qigong sighed, "You don't know the old poison's character, he would rather die than surrender. He won't make this kind of promise. Jinger, rescue them." Guo Jing bent down and grabbed Ouyang Ke's collar, lifting him up to the raft. Hong Qigong was eager to help and he forgot his martial art was gone. He held out his hand and Ouyang Feng took it. He wanted to borrow the strength and leap to the raft. But because of his pull Hong Qigong unexpectedly fell into the sea with a splash. Guo Jing and Huang Rong were shocked, they jumped into the sea immediately and saved Hong Qigong. Huang Rong angrily scolded Ouyang Feng, "My Shifu has a good heart rescuing you, how could you drag him into the sea instead?" Ouyang Feng knew Hong Qigong had lost his martial art, otherwise, How could this simple pole make a martial art expert fall into the sea? But he had been immersed in the water for several days, he was extremely weary. He did not dare to look up, he lowered his head and said, I did not mean to. Qi Xiong, please don't blame your brother. Hong Qigong laughed heartily, well said, well said. Only the old beggar's real skill is known to you now, he said. Good miss, Ouyang Feng said, could you spare something for us to eat? We have been hungry for several days. Huang Rong replied, we have food and water on this raft enough only for 3 people. I can give you some, but then what do we eat? Very well, Ouyang Feng said, please give a little bit of food to my nephew then, his legs are heavily injured, he won't survive without food. In that case let's make a deal, Huang Rong said, your viper hurt my Shifu, he has not recovered until now. Give him the antidote. Ouyang Feng groped his pocket and produced 2 vials, handed them over to her and said, Miss, please take a look, the vials were drowned in the water, the antidote has been washed out clean. Huang Rong took the vials, she shook them and sniffed them, the vials were really filled with seawater. In this case, tell us prescription of the antidote, as soon as we are ashore we can brew some. If I want to swindle you, I can always give you any prescription, you want know if it is genuine or fake, but how can Ouyang Feng be this kind of person? Ouyang Feng said, let me tell you the truth, my vipers are the most poisonous in the world, nothing can match its lethality, if one is bitten, although one won't immediately die due to one's excellence in martial art, within 8 times 8, 64 days half of one's body will be paralyzed and one will be invalid for the rest of one's life. I have no problem giving you the antidote prescription, but not only the ingredients are hard to find, it also requires processing of 3 successive winters and summers. By the time the antidote is ready, I am afraid it would be much too late. I have told you the truth, if you still want to take my life it is entirely up to you. Huang Rong and Guo Jing listened to him, they secretly admired him, they thought, although this man is evil and cruel, he did not lost his dignity as a grand master of his martial arts school in a matter of life and death. Renjir, Hong Qigong also said, he is telling the truth. A man's life has been decided by fate, the old beggar has nothing to be worried about. You give them something to eat. Huang Rong's heart was secretly crushed, she knew her master would not recover from his injury. Silently she took a roasted wild goat leg and tossed it toward Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Feng tore some meat for his nephew first before he took a big bite and chewed the meat. Huang Rong coldly said, Uncle Ouyang, you have injured my master, in the second sword meet of Mount Hua you will be the winner among the heroes. Let me congratulate you first. That is not necessarily true, Ouyang Feng replied, there is at least one person in this whole wide world who can heal Qi Xiong's injury. Guo Jing and Huang Rong jumped in shock so that the raft was leaning to one side. They both asked in unison, is that true? While biting the mutton leg Ouyang Feng said, only it is very difficult to ask this person to help. Your Shifu also knows about it. 2 people's eyes turned to their master. Hong Qigong smiled, you know it is difficult, why did you say it? Huang Rong pulled her master's sleeve, asking for explanation, Shifu, tell us. Even if it is difficult, we still have to try. I will ask my father to help, surely he'll find a way. Ouyang Feng softly snorted. What are you snorting about? Huang Rong said. Ouyang Feng did not answer. Hong Qigong said, he was laughing at you to think your father is all-powerful. But that person is really not a small matter, how could your father make that person help? Huang Rong was astonished, that person. Who is that person? Hong Qigong continued, let's not talk about that person's high level of martial arts skill, even if he is so weak that he can't even kill a chicken, the old beggar will never harm others to benefit my own self. Huang Rong hesitantly said, high level of martial arts skill. Ah! I know. He is the Southern Emperor, Emperor Duan. Shifu, let's ask him to heal your injury, how does that harm others to benefit yourself? Go sleep. Don't ask any more questions. I prohibit you from bringing this matter up anymore. Understand? Hong Qigong said. Huang Rong did not dare to say anything. She was afraid Ouyang Feng might steal their food, so she leaned against the food bucket and sleep. Waking early the next morning, Huang Rong looked at Ouyang Feng uncle and nephew. She jumped in fright, because the complexions of those two were very pale, their whole bodies swollen from being under seawater these past several days. The raft was sailing until about 9th hour, 3 to 5 p.m., when they saw a dark line in the distance. It appeared to be land. Guo Jing was the first to jump up and shout in delight. A time needed to eat a bowl of rice later they could see clearer, it was indeed land. The sea was calm, the sun was shining brightly, scorching those people, making them miserable. Ouyang Feng suddenly stood up, he swayed his body a little bit and stretched out his hands, grabbing both Guo Jing and Huang Rong. With the tip of his foot he also kicked and sealed Hong Qigong's acupoint. Guo and Huang were taken up by surprise, their vital acupoints were sealed, immediately half of their bodies were numb. Startled they asked, "What are you doing?" Ouyang Feng grinned evilly, but did not say anything. Hong Qigong sighed, the old poison is very conceited, he is not willing to accept others' mercy. We have saved his life, if he did not kill his saviors, how can his heart be at peace? I can only blame my own benevolence of heart, rescuing others in the middle of the night, forgetting this fact, that now I endanger the lives of these two weary kids. You knew it very well, Ouyang Feng said, also the 9-in manual is in my hand, if I leave a copy in this boy surnamed Guo's mind, I will only invite infinite misfortune for myself. Hearing him mentioning the 9-in manual, Hong Qigong's heart was stirred, with a loud voice he recited, Nu Chi Lu, Ha Guar, Ning Xie Chi Chia, Ping Dao. Or Ouyang Feng was startled, he recognized the sentence to be the one among hundreds of difficult sentences he did not know the meaning of. Listening to Hong Qigong recited it, he thought Hong Qigong understood the meaning, he thought, there are many strange sentences in the manual, there must be a key to unlock its secret. If I kill these three, I am afraid there is nobody else in this world who understands it, then my taking possession of the manual will be in vain. Therefore, he asked, what does it mean? Hong Qigong replied, Hun Hua Cha Cha, Shui Zhen Su Bat Yu, Mi. Even though he had listened to Guo Jing reciting the strange sentences of the manual, how could he memorize everything? He was just talking nonsense, but his face showed a deep veneration. Ouyang Feng actually thought the sentences carried a very profound meaning, he focused his attention and thought deeply. Hong Qigong shouted, Jinger, now. Guo Jing pulled back his left hand, sent out his right palm while his left leg flew forward simultaneously. Actually, when Ouyang Feng sent out his kick and launched a surprise attack, his vital acupoint was grabbed and he was unable to move, but Hong Qigong had talked nonsense and confused Ouyang Feng, causing him to lose his concentration and thus slightly loosen his grip. Guo Jing grabbed this opportunity to free himself and launched a counterattack. Guo Jing had trained the changing muscle forging bones to the second stage, although he did not learn any new fist of kick techniques, his original strength was actually increased by at least 20%. This one pull, one palm and one kick were executed without any extraordinary move, but the force within his attack was unexpectedly very strong. Ouyang Feng was taken by surprise, besides, the raft was narrow, there was no space to withdraw, he was forced to raise his hand to fend off, but his grip on Huang Rong did not loosen up. Guo Jing's fist and palm went out one after another, attacking the enemy like a violent storm. He was well aware that on this narrow raft if he ever let Ouyang Feng attack with his toad stance, then all three of them would be dead without any burial grounds. This flurry of attacks forced Ouyang Feng to withdraw half a step. Huang Rong leaned sideways slightly, baring her shoulder to bump Ouyang Feng's body. Ouyang Feng was secretly amused, he thought, this little girl wants to bump me, just how much skill does she think she has? Don't blame me if I bump you clear to the ocean. He had just finished his thought when Huang Rong's shoulder arrived. Ouyang Feng did not evade nor try to parry, he appeared not to pay any attention, but suddenly he felt pricking pain on his chest. Out of pain he realized immediately that she was wearing the Peach Blossom Island's treasure, the Ruan Weijia, soft hedgehog armor. By now he was already at the edge of the raft, so he could not go back even for half a step. Her armor was full of sharp needles, which he could not deal with. Hence, hastily his left hand let go of her vital acupoint and flung her to the side. Huang Rong did not have any space to set her foot on, she was going to fall into the water. Guo Jing reached behind his back and grabbed her, while his left hand was still attacking the enemy. Huang Rong drew out her dagger and rushed forward to attack. Ouyang Feng stood by the edge of the raft, the water kept splashing his legs, but no matter how hard Guo Jing and Huang Rong attacked, they were not able to force him to fall into the water. Hong Qigong and Ouyang Ku were unable to move, both of them helplessly watched the ferocious fight. Their hearts were thumping madly, watching the evenly matched fight, where the difference between life and death was just as narrow as a strand of hair's width. They were both bitterly wishing they could help their side. Ouyang Feng's martial art was actually far above Guo and Huang's combined power, but he was immersed in the water for several days, almost half of his strength was gone. Although Huang Rong's martial art was not too high, she was wearing the soft hedgehog armor, plus her hand was holding a sharp dagger. These two offensive and defensive weapons were enough to give Ouyang Feng some headache. On top of that, Guo Jing's 18 dragon subduing palms, his 72 stances of vacant fist, mutual hands combat technique, as well as recently trained changing muscles forging bones from the 9-in manual combined together had made him a formidable opponent. These three people were engaged in a close fight on the raft. After a while Ouyang Feng's palm was getting stronger, Guo and Huang started to fall under his attack. Hong Qigong was very anxious watching this fierce battle. Amidst the dancing palm shadow, Ouyang Feng's left leg kicked out with a strong gust of wind. Huang Rong did not dare to parry and was forced to somersault, and she fell into the water. Suddenly facing a strong enemy alone, Guo Jing was feeling strained. Luckily, after falling into the water on the left side of the raft, Huang Rong swam across the bottom of the raft and rebounded from the right side and swept her dagger toward Ouyang Feng's chest. Now Ouyang Feng had to face enemies on both sides. While fighting courageously, Huang Rong secretly thought of plans to overcome this situation. If this fight continues, our martial arts are still inferior to his, in the end we will fall under his hands. The only way to defeat him is underwater. As soon as this thought entered her mind, she swept her dagger out and cut the sail rope. The sail immediately fell down, the raft, now carried by the waves, no longer moved forward. Huang Rong drew back 2 steps, wrapped the rope several times on Hong Qigong's body, and then again several turns on a lumber from the raft, making 2 tight knots. As Huang Rong left the battle, Guo Jing was not able to withstand the enemy much longer. He managed to block 3 successive stances, but the 4th stance forced him to step backward. Ouyang Feng did not want to let him go, his palms continuously attacked. Guo Jing was forced to step backward again, with Yu Yuan, fish jumping out of the abyss. He managed to block another stance, but for the next stance he was forced to move backward again, that his left foot stepped on an empty air. In this critical time he did not getting nervous, his right foot immediately flew forward to block the enemy from attacking further. As a result, splash! He also fell into the water. The raft was being rocked hard. Huang Rong took this opportunity to also leap onto the sea. 2 people pushed and pulled the raft, trying to overturn it. They knew Ouyang Ku would be drowning to his death. Also, in the water Ouyang Feng was not their match. Hong Qigong's body was tied to the raft. These 2 people took a risk by dealing with the Western poison first before trying to save their master. Ouyang Feng understood their intention very well. He raised his foot on Hong Qigong's head and loudly shouted, "2 kids, listen to me. If you rock the raft one more time, I will kick immediately." Huang Rong understood her first plan was foiled. She proceeded with her second plan. She took a deep breath and dove underneath the raft, cutting the ropes with her dagger. She knew they were not too far from the land, after drowning Ouyang Feng, uncle and nephew, she thought they could ride on lumbers and came ashore without too much problem. Crack! Crack! The wooden raft was broken into two halves. Ouyang Ku was on the left half, while Ouyang Feng and Hong Qigong were on the right half. Inwardly Ouyang Feng was anxious. Quickly he stretched his hand to grab his nephew, then he stooped looking into the water, ready to strike Huang Rong if she cut another rope. From under the water Huang Rong could see Ouyang Feng's shadow clearly. Knowing his next attack would be very fierce, she did not dare to cut another rope. Both sides were in deadlock for a long time. Huang Rong swam several zhongs away and took another deep breath, then dove right back in, waiting for an opportunity to launch her attack. With concentrated attention both sides were waiting for an opportunity. For a moment the sea turned very calm. The sun was shining brightly over their heads. The ocean seemed so calm and peaceful, but on this half-wooden raft, one above and one below, there was a very thick murderous intention. Huang Rong thought, if this half-raft is cut into two, the waves would certainly turn it over. While Ouyang Feng thought, as soon as she pokes her head out, I am going to slap the water. The vibration should be enough to scatter her brain out. Once this little girl is gone, the little thief surnamed Gua should not pose any problem to me. Two people waited without blinking their eyes, both were itchy to strike. Suddenly Ouyang Ku pointed to the left and called out, a boat. A boat. Hong Qigong and Gua Jing turned their heads and saw a big boat with a dragon ship head. Its sail was fully raised, it approached riding the wind and breaking the waves. A moment later Ouyang Ku saw someone standing on the bow. He had a big stature and was wearing a scarlet kasaya. It looked like he was Monk Lingzi. As the boat got closer, he saw more clearly, and it was indeed Monk Lingzi. Hastily he told his uncle. Ouyang Feng concentrates his qi on his dantian and loudly called out, friends, here, come quickly. Under the water Huang Rong did not know what was happening. Gua Jing knew they were in more trouble. He went underwater and pulled Huang Rong's arm, signaling her that more enemies were coming. Huang Rong was not very clear on his intention, but she was aware something was not right, so she signaled back to Gua Jing to block Ouyang Feng's palm, while she would sever the rope. Gua Jing realized his own skill was inferior to the enemy by a long shot. Now that he was underwater while the enemy was above the water, the difference was farther away. He knew blocking Ouyang Feng's palm meant endangering his own life, but it was a critical time, he had no other alternative. Hence he exerted all his strength to his palms and suddenly jumped upward. Ugh! Ouyang Feng grunted, his palms struck to the water, while Gua Jing's palms were coming up from below. Two forces collided on the surface of the sea, creating a big splash. The raft was lifted several feet upward, and crack. Crack. The half-raft was broken into two parts. It looked like Huang Rong managed to cut the rope just in time. In the meantime the big boat was already dozens of zhongs away from the raft. After cutting the rope, immediately Huang Rong dove underwater. She was about to come up and stab Ouyang Feng when she saw Gua Jing was motionless, slowly sinking down. She was alarmed and quickly swam near and pulled his arm. She swam away for several zhongs before coming up to the surface. Gua Jing's eyes were tightly shut, his face blue and his lips colorless. He was unconscious. The boat lowered a small rescue boat with several sailors rowing the oars. They took Ouyang Feng uncle and nephew, as well as Hong Qigong aboard. Huang Rong called 3 times, Brother Jing. But Gua Jing did not wake up. She thought although the boat is full of the enemies, but she had no other alternative, she held on to Gua Jing's head and swam toward the small boat. The sailors pulled Gua Jing aboard and held out their hands to draw her, but Huang Rong's left hand pressed on the boat's edge and leaped up like a flying fish from the water to the boat, scaring the sailors. When his palms collided with Ouyang Feng's, Gua Jing felt a tremendous force surging through his body and he passed out immediately. He awakened and felt he was leaning on Huang Rong's bosom, and was aware that they were on a small boat. He circulated his breathing and found out that he was not internally injured. he raised his brows and smiled to Huang Rong. Huang Rong smiled back at him, and her anxiety and fear were gone in an instant. At last she had an opportunity to see what kind of boat was coming to rescue them. But once she looked up, she was groaning inwardly. She saw on the bow of the big boat stood 7, 8 men, tall and short. They were precisely the Wulin characters she met several months earlier at the Zhao Palace in Yanjing. The one short and stout with bright eyes was Qian Shou Ren 2, thousand-hand man slaughterer, Peng Lianhu. The one with a bald, shiny head was Gui Men Long Wang, Dragon King of Gui Men, lit. Ghost Gate. Note to final editor, the earlier chapter has Dragon King of Demonic Group, Shatong Tian. The one with 3 tumors on his head sticking out like horns was San Tu Jiao, three-headed scaly dragon, Ho Tong Hai. The one with ruddy face and white hair was Shen Xian Lao Guai, Ginseng immortal old freak, Liang Ziwang. The one wearing scarlet kasaya was the Tibetan monk De Shou Yin, big hand print, venerable Lingji. There were several others that she did not know. She thought, recently Brother Jing's martial arts and mine have enjoyed a tremendous improvement. If we have to fight with Peng Lianhu and the others 1-to-1, I might not win, but Brother Jing will definitely score victory. But there is the old poison standing nearby, plus these many people are gathered together. It will be very difficult for us to escape danger today. The people on the big boat were surprised to hear Ouyang Feng's shouts from the raft. Now they saw Guo Jing and the others, they were even more surprised. Ouyang Feng was holding his nephew, Guo Jing, and Huang Rong carried Hong Qigong. 5 people in 2 groups jumped up one after another from the small rescue boat to the big boat. Soon a man was coming out the cabin to welcome them. He wore an embroidered colored robe. As soon as he saw Guo Jing, both men were stunned. That man wore a neat beard on his chin, he had a handsome face. It was none other than the 6th prince of the Great Jin, Wanyan Honglai. After escaping from the Lu family ancestral hall in Baoying, Wanyan Honglai was afraid Guo Jing might pursue him to the north, hence he did not dare to go home. He came across Peng Lianhu, Shatong Tian and the others and decided to go down south to steal the book left behind by Yu Wumu, the Wumu legacy. At that time the Mongolian army had dispatched a large-scale military expedition against the Jins. The capital, Yanjing, had been besieged for several months. The 16 prefectures surrounding it had fallen under Mongolian invasion. As the days passed, the situation of the Jin was getting more and more critical. Wanyan Honglai was very worried about the fate of his country. He saw with his own eyes that the Mongolians were very swift and fierce. Although the Jin army was 10 times in terms of number, each time they met, the Jins were routed left and right. Wanyan Honglai painstakingly pondered any idea to rebuild his country's lofty aspirations, and came to the conclusion that what he needed right at that time was the Wumu legacy. He thought that as long as this book on military strategy was in his possession, he would be able to build a divine and invincible army, just like Yu Fei's own army. Even though Mongolian army was strong, they would flee just at the sight of his army. Presently he led this expedition going south, trying to track the whereabouts of the legacy, only he feared the southern song would uncover his intention and be on guard against the intruders. Therefore, he decided to go by the sea, hoping nobody would know his itinerary and he could land at the Zhejiang coast undetected and quietly enter Linen to steal the book. Actually before departing he was looking for Ouyang Ku. He knew he was a martial art expert and would become a highly useful companion, but after a long time did not have any news about him. He decided to leave without waiting for this man. This time suddenly they met quite by accident on the sea, not only Ouyang Ku, but also Guo Jing at his side. He could not help but secretly feeling anxious. He was afraid his big secret mission had been compromised. Seeing the enemy who killed his father, Guo Jing was seething with anger. He did not care if he was being surrounded by powerful enemies. He looked at Wanyan Honglai with blazing gaze. Just then someone else was coming out of the cabin, but only half-stepped through the door he immediately shrunk back in. Huang Rong's sharp eyes saw that man looked like Yang Kong. In the meantime Ouyang Ku introduced his uncle to the prince. Uncle, this is the 6th prince of the Great Jin who loves people of high skill. Ouyang Feng cupped his fists in front of his chest. Wanyan Honglai did not know that Ouyang Feng had a very big name in the martial art realms. He saw Ouyang Feng showed an arrogant expression, but for Ouyang Ke's sake he returned the respect. As Peng Lianhu, Sha Tongtian and the others heard his name, they bowed and sang their praises. For a long time Mr. Ouyang is the Mount Tai and the Big Dipper, meaning ultimate, of the Wulin world. Today we are fortunate to finally meet you. Ouyang Feng slightly bowed, returning their respect half-heartedly. The Deshouyin Venerable Lingji came from Tibet. He did not know the Western poison's reputation. He merely put his palms together without saying anything. Wanyan Honglai knew that Sha Tongtian and the others were conceited men. They always looked down towards others, but he noticed they were very respectful toward Ouyang Feng, almost to the point of fear, and heaped him with flattering words, and their faces looked very unusual. Wanyan Honglai realized that this swollen man with disheveled hair and bare feet was not an ordinary person. Immediately he treated Ouyang Feng with respect and uttered some polite words. Among these people, Liang Ziwen was the only one with different feeling. Guo Jing had drunk the valuable blood of his precious viper. Now that they saw each other, how could he not feel angry? But he noticed that the person he was most afraid of, Hong Qigong, was with Guo Jing. So even though he was very angry, he managed to keep a smiling face. He went forward and bowed respectfully. The little Liang Ziwen greets clan leader Hong, wishing you, senior, well. His speech had startled everybody else. They have heard the stellar reputation of the Western poison and the Northern beggar for a long time, but they have never met them in person. Who would have expected that two of the biggest names of the martial art world actually made their appearance at the same time? They were about to rush forward and pay their respects when Hong Qigong laughed big and said, "The old beggar is having a very bad luck. A vicious dog has bitten me half dead and half alive. What are you paying respect for? It's better for you to bring me something to eat." Everybody was startled. They thought, this Hong Qigong only laying down motionless. Turned out he is severely injured. We don't have anything to fear, then. They looked at Ouyang Feng, wanted to see what he was going to do. Early on Ouyang Feng had cooked up a plan on how to get rid of these three people. Hong Qigong must be eliminated first to avoid his own lowly behavior to be publicly known. Next, he would force Guo Jing to explain the difficult sentences from the manual, and then he would execute him. As for Huang Rong, although his nephew loved her, if he left her alive, she would bring enormous disaster in the future. However, if he personally killed her, Huang Yaoshi would not let him have a single moment of peace. Therefore, he wanted to borrow someone else's hand to have her killed, thus shifting the blame from his own shoulders. Presently these three were aboard the boat, thus he was not afraid they would fly to the sky to escape. He stepped forward and said to Wanyan Honglai, "These three people are very crafty, they are also highly skilled in martial arts. I beseech the prince to assign some people to guard them well." Liang Ziwen was very pleased. He leaned to the left and squeezed through Sha Tongtian to grab Guo Jing's hand. Guo Jing turned his wrist over and slapped Liang Ziwen's shoulder. It was the Seeing Dragon in the field, a swift and heavy stance. Even though Liang Ziwen's martial art skill was high, unexpectedly he was forced to stagger back 2 steps. Peng Lianhu and Liang Ziwen were continually in competition to win favor in the presence of Wanyan Honglai. They always wanted to outdo the other. Their faces were different from their hearts. Seeing Liang Ziwen stumble, Peng Lianhu was secretly very pleased. He stepped forward to surround Hong Qigong and the others, but he waited for Liang Ziwen to fall flat before making any action. When Liang Ziwen squeezed through Sha Tongshan's side to pull Guo Jing away, he was prepared against Guo Jing's single stance of the proud dragon repents. He knew he would not be able to block it head-on, hence the sideways attack. Who would have thought that in less than a month the proud dragon repents was not the only one Guo Jing knew. Seeing Guo Jing did not pursue, he jumped up and attacked with his fists, launching his lifelong trained martial art, the Liao Dong Yi Hu Quan Fa, Wild Fox from Liaodong fist technique, determined to take Guo Jing's life, both for embarrassing him just now, also for killing his precious snake in the past. One time Liang Ziwen went to pick ginseng on Mount Changbai, located in Jilin province. He saw a hound was fighting with a wild fox on the snow. The fox was very cunning, it leaped to the east and hopped to the west, very quick and agile. Although the hound's claws and teeth were sharp, after battling for a long time it had not scored victory yet. Liang Ziwen noticed the ability of the fox to jump very high, he got a sudden inspiration. He abandoned his intention to pick ginseng and decided to stay inside a thatched hut on the deep snowy mountain, painstakingly pondering martial art moves for several months. As a result, the wild fox fist technique was born. The technique incorporates 4 fundamental principles, namely Ling, alert/quick, Shan, dodge, Pu, pounce, and Dai, tumble. This technique had come in handy in dealing with powerful enemies of his. First of all, he did not give the enemy any opportunity to catch him as he was very quick to retreat, as he was able to hasten to the left and escape to the right, and then struck back as opportunity arose. This time he did not dare to underestimate his opponent anymore and launched this fist technique right away. His attacks were lightning fast as he threw everything he got on Guojing. The fist technique was weird, Guojing had never seen anything like it before. He thought, in Rengier's Luoing Shenjian Zhang, falling leaves divine sword palm technique, there are many trick moves, out of 5 attacks only 1 is real, or perhaps 1 out of 8. But seems like this old man's fists are all empty strikes. I wonder what kind of strange technique is this. However, he still remembered Hong Qigong's advice that regardless of the technique his opponent was using, all he needed to do was to keep fighting using the 18 dragon subduing palms. After watching these 2 men fighting for a while, everybody started to silently shake their heads, thinking, the old freak Liang can be considered a grand master of martial art, how come in fighting this newborn kid he keeps moving around and does not dare to attack head-on. Several moves later Guojing's palm strength started to push him back step by step, looked like very soon he would fall into the ocean. Realizing his wild fox fist would not help him scoring the victory, Liang Ziwen was thinking of using a different set of fist technique, but it was too late. Guojing's palms had enveloped him completely, did not give him any chance to counterattack. Amidst the strong gusts of wind Hong Qigong's voice was heard, attack the lower part. Guojing immediately launched the stance Zhan Long Zai Yi, exhausted battling dragon, and his left arm swept away. Liang Ziwen cried out in alarm and tumbled down over the edge of the boat. Everybody was stunned and rushed forward to the edge to watch, only to hear somebody on the sea laugh a long laugh. Suddenly Liang Ziwen's body flew back up and with a loud grunt he fell straight back to the deck, unconscious. What had just happened confounded everybody on board. Could it be that the sea water bounced his body back up? Everybody crowded by the edge of the boat, looking down to the sea below, only to see an old man with white beard and white hair rushing to the east and dashing to the west on the surface of the sea with an unusual speed. They strained their eyes to see more clearly, turned out that man was riding on the back of a huge shark, with a speed not inferior to those riding on horseback galloping on dry land. Guojing was pleasantly surprised, with a loud voice he shouted, "Big brother Zhou, I am here." That shark rider was indeed the old urchin Zhou Batong. Zhou Batong heard Guojing's shout, he cheered in delight and hit the shark head near its right eye with his fist. The shark turned left immediately, coming near by the boat's side. "Is that brother Gua?" Zhou Batong called out, "How are you?" "There is a whale ahead. I have been chasing it for a whole day and night. I want to continue chasing it. See you later. Big brother. Come here, quick." Guojing anxiously called, "There are so many bad people in here want to bully your little brother." Zhou Batong was angry, "Is that so?" His right hand held on something inside the shark's mouth and pulled, while his left hand dangled on the ledge of the big boat. Both man and shark suddenly flew up and above everybody's head, and landed on the deck. He roared, "Who dares to bully my little brother?" Every single one of the people aboard had an extensive knowledge of Jianhu matters, but this white-bearded old man who suddenly appeared in a most bizarre way caused everybody to be stupefied. Even Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng were dumbstruck. Zhou Batong saw Huang Rong, he felt strange. "How come you are also here?" he asked. Huang Rong smiled, why not? She replied, I figured out you will come back today, that's why I am waiting for you here. Quickly teach me how to ride a shark. Zhou Baodong laughed, very well, I'll teach you. Huang Rong replied, but first you have to help us get rid of these bad people, and then you can teach me. Zhou Baodong swept his gaze across the people on the deck and he said to Ouyang Feng, I knew other people won't dare to act so savagely, turned out it is really you. Ouyang Feng coldly replied, a man who did not keep his word, even if he is alive in this world, he will be the laughingstock of all the warriors of the world. Totally correct, Zhou Baodong said, a man of integrity certainly won't cause trouble, but whoever speaks and whoever farts has to be distinguished clearly, otherwise other people who hear it might not know if the sound comes out from above or from below. I am indeed looking for you to settle an old score, so it's nothing better than to see you here. Old beggar, you are our witness, stand up and give us your judgment. Hong Qigong was lying on the deck, he smiled slightly. Huang Rong said, the old poison was almost dead 9 times, and my Shifu was kind enough to rescue him every single time, but who would have thought that he has a heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog, repaying kindness with evil, he injured my Shifu and sealed his acupoints. Actually, overall Hong Qigong only saved Ouyang Feng's life 3 times, but Huang Rong intentionally exaggerated that number 3 times. Ouyang Feng knew this, but he did not want to argue, he only looked at her with blazing eyes. Zhou Baodong stooped down trying to unseal Hong Qigong's Chu Zai, Song Reservoir, and Yong Quan, Bubbling Spring, acupoints by rubbing them. Old urchin, it's useless, Hong Qigong said. Turned out the acupoint sealing method Ouyang Feng used was somewhat unusual, other than himself and Huang Yaoshi, there was nobody else in this whole wide world who would be able to unseal it. Ouyang Feng was so smug, old urchin, unseal his acupoints if you have the ability, he challenged. Even though Huang Rong could not unseal them, but she was familiar with the sealing method, she made a flat lip and said, what's so strange about that? Without too much effort my father can unseal this Tu Gu de Shui Fa, penetrating bone acupoint sealing technique. Hearing her mentioning the correct name of his acupoint sealing technique, Ouyang Feng was amazed that this little girl knowledge was as deep as a bottomless abyss, even encompassing acupoint sealing techniques. However, he did not pay any attention to her. Turning to Zhou Baodong he asked, you have lost our bet, why are you talking like breaking a smelly wind? Zhou Baodong covered up his nose and called out, break wind. Smell bad, smell bad. But let me ask you this, what did we bet on? Everybody here, except this surnamed Gua kid and this little girl, is a well-known warrior. I'll tell what had happened and ask these gentlemen to be our judge, Ouyang Feng replied. Well said, Peng Lianhu said, Mr. Ouyang, please tell us. This gentleman here is the Quanzhen sect's Zhou Baodong, Master Zhou, known in the Jianghu world as the Old Urchin. In term of seniority he held a very high position, even Qiu Chuji, Wang Qi, and the other Quanzhen 7 masters are his martial nephews. For the last dozen of years or so, Zhou Baodong was detained on the Peach Blossom Island. Before then his martial arts skill was still obscure, except for some mischievous troubles, he had never accomplished anything worth mentioning, therefore, his reputation did not spread loud and wide in the Jianghu world. However, everybody had seen that he was riding a shark, a feat not easily accomplished by any of them. Turned out he was the martial uncle of the Quanzhen 7 masters, no wonder he was this good. As a result everybody talked among themselves in low voice. Peng Lianhu remembered their appointment on the 8th month's Mid-Autumn Festival in Jiaxing. If the Quanzhen 7 masters had this strange man as their helper, they would not be easy to deal with. He could not help but feeling anxious. Ouyang Feng continued, this Zhou Xiong was stranded on the sea among a flock of sharks, and I rescued him out. I said this flock of sharks was nothing, without too much effort I can kill every single one of them. Zhou Xiong did not believe me, thus the two of us made a bet. Zhou Xiong, wasn't what I said true? Zhou Baodong nodded his head repeatedly, it was absolutely true. Betting on what, you need to explain to everybody, he said. Exactly. Ouyang Feng said, I said that if I lost, I will do whatever you want me to do. If I am not willing to do it, then I must jump into the sea to become fish food. You have said the same thing, is that correct? Zhou Batong nodded his head again, right, that was absolutely correct, and then what happened? He asked. What do you mean what happened? You have lost. Ouyang Feng said. This time Zhou Batong shook his head repeatedly, not true, not true. He said, it was you who have lost, not me. Ouyang Feng was angry, a real man can distinguish between right and wrong, how can you deny your own words? If I lost, how come you were willing to plunge into the sea to kill yourself? Zhou Batong sighed, that's true. Originally I also said that the old urchin's fortune was bad so I lost to you. Who would have thought that as I went down into the water the heavens sent something we can regard as a coincidence. Only then did I know that the old poison had lost, the old urchin had won. Together Ouyang Feng, Hong Qigong and Huang Rong asked, what coincidence? Zhou Batong stooped down and with his left hand, grabbed a piece of stick stuck inside the shark's mouth. He lifted the shark and said, I met my riding animal. Old poison, take a look. It was your precious nephew who stuck this wooden stick inside its mouth, wasn't it? It was indeed Ouyang Ku who concocted this wicked plan to prop up a wooden stick inside the shark's mouth, so that it would not be able to eat and eventually die of starvation. This, Ouyang Feng had seen with his own eyes. Right now he saw a huge shark with a wooden stick in its mouth, he also saw the wound caused by the hook on the shark's mouth. Without any doubt this was the very same shark they returned to the sea that day. So what? He asked. Zhou Batong clapped his hands and laughed, that means you lost. Our bet was you killed every single one of the sharks, but this good fellow was bestowed a good fortune by your nephew, it could not eat the dead sharks, hence could not eat the poison. It was the only shark left alive. So how can't you say the old urchin has won? He burst out in laughter. Ouyang Feng's countenance changed, he could not say anything. Guojing delightedly asked, Big brother, where were you these past few days? I was so miserable thinking about you. Zhou Batong laughed, I am playing and having fun. Not long after I jumped into the sea, I saw this fellow grasping for breath on the surface, it seemed to be in agony. I said, old shark, oh old shark, looks like today you and I share the same fate. And then I jumped suddenly on the shark's back. It furiously went down under the water, I had to hold my breath, my both hands holding tightly to its neck and my feet randomly kicked its belly. With great difficulty it went back up to the surface. Without giving me a chance to take 2 mouthfuls of breathe this fellow dove back underwater. The two of us fought for half a day and finally he became obedient and was willing to listen to what I say. I want it go to the east, it went to the east, I want it to head north, he wouldn't dare of going south. While saying those words he gently patted the shark's head, looking so pleased. Among those who were present, Huang Rong was the only one who admired and envied him. Her eyes shone and she asked, I have played in the sea for many years, why hadn't I thought of this trick? I was so stupid. Look at its mouth full of teeth, they are as sharp as knives, Zhou Batong said, if there is no stick in its mouth, do you dare to ride it? You spent the last few days riding on the back of the fish? Huang Rong asked. Certainly, Zhou Batong replied, the two of us have a pretty good skill of catching fish. As soon as we saw a fish, we chased it, I sent a fist or a palm to kill it. Out of 10 fish, I only ate 1 and this fellow ate the other 9. Huang Rong traced the shark's belly and asked, you dumped dead fish into its belly? It did not need its teeth to eat. Oh, he is a good eater, Zhou Batong answered, there was a time the two of us chasing an extremely big cuttlefish, 2 people, one old the other young, were having an animated discussion, totally ignoring everybody else on board the ship. Ouyang Feng groaned inwardly, silently thinking of some ideas to deal with this situation. Suddenly Zhou Batong turned to him and said, hey, old poison, do you admit defeat? Ouyang Feng was the one making the speech earlier. How could he swallow his own words in front of these many people? He was obliged to say, "So what if I lost? Do you think there is anything I can't do?" Zhou Baodong said, "I must think of a difficult thing for you to do." "Very well, you scolded me just now that I was farting, I want you to fart immediately. Let everybody smell." Hearing Zhou Baodong only asked Ouyang Feng to break wind for no reason at all, Huang Rong was annoyed. Breaking wind at will was naturally not easy for an average person, but with a strong internal energy, it was not difficult to circulate the breathing to the whole body, hence it was an extremely trivial thing to do. She was afraid of Ouyang Feng's craftiness and of his venomous snake staff. She was afraid he would grab this opportunity and gently broke wind, hence put it all behind without too much trouble. Therefore, hastily she said, "Not good, not good. First you want to tell him to unseal my Shifus acupoints, then we can talk again." "Look," Zhou Baodong said, "even a young miss is afraid of your smelly fart. Alright, I'll let you go this time. I am not going to ask you to do a difficult thing anyway, quickly tend to the old beggar's injury. The old beggar's skill is not under yours, if not of your sneakiness, no way you would be able to injure him. After he is healed, the two of you can fight again. That time let the old urchin be the judge." Ouyang Feng knew Hong Qigong's injury was incurable, he was not afraid of future retaliation. But he was afraid Zhou Baodong would come up with a more difficult and strange request. Under the eyes of numerous people he felt really awkward, he did not want to comply, yet he was too proud to deny. Without saying anything he bent down and exerted his strength to his palm and unsealed Hong Qigong's acupoints. Huang Rong and Guo Jing rushed forward to help their master standing up. Zhou Baodong again swept his gaze to the people on the deck, he said, "The old urchin is most afraid to smell the urine taste of the sheep eaten by barbarians. Quickly let down a small boat to send us 4 people ashore." Ever since he saw the fight between Zhou Baodong and Huang Yaoshi, Ouyang Feng knew that this man's martial art was really strange. If for any reason they had to fight, he was certain he would not be defeated, but scoring a victory was not guaranteed either. Therefore, he decided to endure patiently for the time being. He wanted to wait until he had mastered the 9-in manual, then he would come and settle the account with Zhou Baodong. Besides, he had an excuse of losing the bet earlier. When all was said and done, it would be better off to send this annoying plague away anyway, so he made up his mind and said, "Very well, your luck was very good. Since you won the bet, let it be as you said." Turning his head to Wanyan Honglai he said, "Prince, please let down a boat to take this 4 people ashore." Wanyan Honglai hesitated, he thought, "I am afraid as soon as they are ashore, these 4 people will leak my secret mission to the south." All along the venerable Lingji was watching with his cold eyes. Earlier he had seen Ouyang Feng's unkempt appearance and already his heart was filled with contempt. He thought that this chicken half-drowned in soup did not dare to defy even for half a word of whatever Zhou Baodong told him to do, most likely he had been enjoying an unearned reputation. Even if his martial art was excellent, he would not be necessarily more skillful than the rest of the people on board. Noticing Wanyan Honglai had a slight hesitation, he moved forward 2 steps and said, "If we are on the raft, then whatever Mr. Ouyang wishes we must comply, how can other people dare to speak too much? But we are on the boat, we have to listen to the prince's instruction." Listening to this, everybody's heart was stirred and they turned their gaze toward Ouyang Feng to see what he was going to do. Coldly Ouyang Feng looked up and down venerable Lingji, sizing him up. He raised his head to the sky and wryly said, "This great monk deliberately wants to make things difficult for this old man." Venerable Lingji replied, "I don't dare." The lowly monk lived at the edge of Tibet, friendless and ignorant. Today was the very first time I heard Mr. Ouyang's honorable name. "I don't have anything to do with you whatsoever." Before he could finish, Ouyang Feng had moved forward 1 step, his left hand swiftly made a false move, his right hand deftly grabbed venerable Lingzi's tall and grand stature. With a little effort he turned the monk around and held him upside down. It had happened so fast, all the others saw was Venerable Lingzi's red kasaya sway and then loosely flutter in midair. Nobody saw clearly what kind of technique Ouyang Feng used. Venerable Lingzi was a head taller than everybody else, but Ouyang Feng was able to grab his neck like holding a slice of fat meat. Even if Ouyang Feng stretched out his arm completely upward, he would not necessarily be able to lift Lingzi's feet off the ground, but when Ouyang Feng turned his body upside down, the top of Lingzi's head was actually about 4 feet above the deck. Venerable Lingzi's legs were kicking randomly in the air, his mouth let out roaring curses. Everybody had seen Venerable Lingzi fought Wang Chui at the Zhao Palace the other day. They knew his skill was not a trivial matter. But how could he be turned upside down by Ouyang Feng, his arms flailing weakly on the sides of his ears, like those arms were broken and he did not have any strength to struggle free. With his eyes still looking upward, Ouyang Feng dryly said, "Today was the first time you heard my name, therefore, you look down upon the old man, don't you?" Venerable Lingzi was both scared and angry. He tried to exert his energy several times, trying to struggle free, but no matter what, he was not able to escape. Peng Lianhu and the others saw what happened, their countenances changed of amazement. Ouyang Feng continued, "You look down upon the old man, that's all right. But I don't want to stoop down to your low level in front of the honorable prince. You want to detain the old urchin, Master Zhou, the 9-fingered divine beggar, Master Hong. How do you think you can rely on your magical skill to match them? You are both friendless and unlearned, no wonder you don't know much and have not had enough lessons to teach you manners. Old urchin, take this." Again, nobody saw Ouyang Feng's hand move. He merely exerted his strength to his palm and Venerable Lingzi flew like a cloud from the port side to the starboard of the deck. As soon as he felt Ouyang Feng's palm strength left his body and he was free, Lingzi stretched his body like a carp trying to turn his body right side up. But suddenly he felt a shot of pain on his neck, he cried out in pain, and stretched out his left arm to attack, but again he felt his arm went numb and hung helplessly on the side of his head. Once again his body was suspended midair. Turned out Zhou Baodong followed Ouyang Feng's example and grabbed him by the neck. Wanyan Honglai understood Lingzi's precarious situation, he knew nobody could accuse Ouyang Feng of not giving forewarning. No one among his warriors had the ability to deal with Zhou Baodong, this one man, hence he hastily said, "Mr. Zhou, you don't have to play anymore, little prince is sending out a boat to take the 4 of you ashore." "Very good," Zhou Baodong said, "you can also try, take this." Following Ouyang Feng's example, he exerted his strength to his palm and sent Venerable Lingzi flying toward the prince. Of course Wanyan Honglai knew martial art, but his skill was limited to saber, spear and bow and arrow on a horseback. The flying plump monk from Zhou Batong's hand carried a swift and strong force, how could he take it? Even if he didn't die he would certainly suffer a heavy injury, so he hastily stepped aside to elude. Sha Tongtian knew the prince was in danger and right away he stepped forward in front of the prince, trying to protect him. He saw Venerable Lingzi was coming fast, if he struck with his palm, he might injure the monk. Following Ouyang Feng and Zhou Batong's example earlier, he wanted to grab the monk's neck and turn him right side up, and then lay him down nicely. However, he had forgotten one important detail, namely, his martial art was way below of those two people. He saw Ouyang Feng and Zhou Baodong seemingly without any effort grabbing and throwing Venerable Lingzi's heavy body. Hence he leaped up to intercept Lingzi, stretching his hand to grab his neck. Unexpectedly as he touched Venerable Lingzi's neck he felt a burning sensation following a strong force attacking his hand and wrist. He knew if he did not ward off this attack his wrist would be broken immediately. In this critical time he quickly withdrew his right hand, while his left fist launched the Pajia Zhui, splitting armor all. What happened was when Venerable Lingzi was thrown away back and forth between Ouyang Feng and Zhou Baodong, his blood was flowing adversely, his head was dizzy while his heart was burning with anger. He heard Zhou Baodong calling out someone else to take his body, all he knew was that person must be an enemy, hence when he was still airborne he had already exerted his strength in anger. As soon as Sha Tongshan's hand bumped onto his neck his de shou yin slapped out. In term of strength these two were in par with each other. Sha Tong Tian had the advantage of standing upright, but Venerable Lingji had prepared his attack beforehand, and thus caught him off guard. Two equal forces collided. Sha Tong Tian was pushed back 3 steps, but Venerable Lingji was also shaken from the collision that he fell flat on the deck. Immediately he stood up and saw that the person who attacked him was Sha Tong Tian. He thought, even you, a stinky thief, want to take advantage of me. With a loud roar he pounced forward. Peng Lien, who knew he misunderstood, hastily he blocked in between two people, calling out, "Reverend, please don't get angry, Brother Sha only has a good intention." In the meantime the small boat had been lowered down. Zhou Batong grabbed the stick inside the shark's mouth. He lifted and hurled the huge shark to the sea, simultaneously exerting his strength and broke the stick into 2 parts. While diving into the sea, that shark suddenly felt the stick in its mouth was broken. It was very happy. It dove deep into the water to hunt for some fish. Huang Rong smiled, "Brother Jing, later on the 2 of us and big brother Zhou can ride sharks together and then we can have a race." Gua Jing did not answer. Zhou Batong clapped his hands and cheered. He said, "We can ask the old beggar to be our judge." After seeing Zhou Batong and the others went out on the small boat, Wanyan Honglai started to think that with this kind of martial art, Ouyang Feng would provide a valuable assistance to his plan of stealing the book. He pulled Venerable Lingzi's hand and walked toward Ouyang Feng. "Everybody here is good friend, I hope sir would not be offended, I am sure Reverend was not serious. I wish both gentlemen would give little Prince face and consider everything as a joke," he said. Ouyang Feng smiled and extended his hand. Venerable Lingji on the other hand, was still upset. He mused, "You only used the seizing technique, Qin Na, and caught me off guard. I have trained painstakingly for dozens of years to develop my Deshoyin power, do you think I am inferior to you?" Hence he also stretched out his hand while sending his energy to his palm, with the intention of gripping hard Ouyang Feng's palm. But he was just about to exert his strength when he suddenly jumped away. He felt like he was touching red-hot burning steel and his hand was so much in pain that he dropped it in a hurry. Ouyang Feng did not want to pursue, he simply smiled faintly. Venerable Lingji looked at his hand and did not see anything unusual. He thought, "Damn it, this old thief surely knows demonical tricks." Ouyang Feng saw Liang Ziwen was still lying down on the deck, unmoving. He came to examine him. Ouyang Feng knew that Liang Ziwen was pushed to the sea by Gua Jing and later on intercepted by Zhou Batong, who sealed his acupoint and threw him back to the boat. Thereupon he unsealed Liang Ziwen acupoints. Automatically Ouyang Feng became the leader of this group of warriors. Wanyan Honglai immediately ordered a banquet to welcome Ouyang Feng uncle and nephew. While drinking wine, Wanyan Honglai explained his plan to go to Linen and steal the Wumu legacy to Ouyang Feng, and at the same time asking Ouyang Feng's willingness to help him. Actually Ouyang Feng had heard about this matter from his nephew. This time his heart was stirred. Suddenly a thought came into his mind, "What kind of man do you think I, Ouyang Feng, am? How can I submit to you? But I heard not only Yu Fei's military skill was divine, but his martial arts skill was also superb. I heard the Yu family's martial art has been lost in the martial art world. Perhaps in his legacy there was a martial art manual besides the military strategy. I will agree to help him get the book then if I like what I see. Can't the old poison get what he wanted?" It was precisely, "You cheat, I am crafty, everybody for himself." Wanyan Honglai wholeheartedly wanted the book to help him defeat the great song, but while the praying mantis was hunting for cicada, the yellow canary caught it from behind. Ouyang Feng had a different idea on top of his. Therefore, one man heaped flattering words, the other's mouth was full of compliance. In addition, Liang Ziwen made an utmost effort to be a good host. The banquet table was overflowing with wine. The guests and the hosts were having a good time. Only Ouyang Ku was still in pain from his injury. He did not drink any wine, he only ate some dishes and then asked the crew to help him going to the rear cabin to take a rest. While they were eating and drinking in a lively manner, suddenly Ouyang Feng's countenance changed. The cup stopped at his mouth, he did not drink. Everybody was startled, nobody knew what had offended him. Wan Yen Hongli was about to ask when Ouyang Feng said, "Listen." Everybody inclined their heads to listen, but other than the wind and the wave of the sea, they did not hear anything. A moment later Ouyang Feng asked again, "Do you hear it this time?" "It's a flute sound." Everybody listened attentively with rapt attention. Now they could hear amidst the sound of the waves, there was a faint sound of bamboo flute, sometimes broken, sometimes continued. Nobody could hear it if Ouyang Feng did not point it out. Ouyang Feng walked to the bow, there he let out a long whistle, the sound traveled far away. By now everybody else had arrived at the bow. They saw on the distant a light boat with 3 green sails, cutting the waves and coming fast toward their boat. They were inwardly astonished, is the flute sound coming from that boat? It's very far away, how can the sound travel here? Ouyang Feng ordered the sailors to change the rudder to intercept that fast boat. 2 boats gradually came closer to each other. On the bow of that fast boat stood a man wearing a dark green long robe, in his hand was indeed a flute. He called out loudly, "Feng Xiong, have you seen my daughter? Your daughter has a very strong temperament, how can I dare to provoke her?" Ouyang Feng replied. 2 boats were several zhangs apart, nobody saw that man moved his body and jumped, yet they saw a blur shadow, and that man had already standing on the big boat's deck. As Wan Yen Honglai saw his marvelous skill, his desire to recruit warriors arose, he stepped forward to welcome the guest, saying, "What is your surname, sir? I am very fortunate to receive your visit." Considering his lofty position as a prince of the Great Jin, he was being unusually modest, but upon seeing he was wearing a Jin country official's costume, that man only gave him a blank stare, apparently did not pay any attention to him. Seeing the prince did not get the attention he deserved, Ouyang Feng said, "Yao Xiong, let me present to you the 6th prince of the Great Jin, Prince Xiao." To Wan Yen Honglai he said, "This is the master of the Peach Blossom Island, the #1 martial artist in the world, his knowledge is unparalleled." Peng Lianhu and the others were so shocked that they involuntarily withdrew several steps back. They knew from the start that Huang Rong's father was a very fierce devil, the twin killers of the Dark Wind were his renegade disciples, yet they were able to shake the Jianghu with their might, the face of the people of the Wulin world would change color whenever their names were mentioned. If the disciples were this fierce, how much more would be their master? This time he appeared to create trouble for sure, they thought, everybody remembered that they have offended his daughter. Therefore, everybody's heart was filled with fear and nobody dared to make a sound. When his daughter ran away, Huang Yaoshi knew she must be looking for Guojing. Initially he was angry and ignored her. But a few days later he became worried, he was afraid she would find Guojing on the special ship he built and thus went down to the bottom of the sea together. He was worried to the death for his daughter, so he decided to go out to the sea and search for her. Knowing they were returning to the mainland, he decided to head to the west. But looking for a boat in a boundless sea was truly easier said than done. Even though Huang Yaoshi possessed an extraordinary intelligence, but after going back and forth searching he could not see even her shadow. That particular day, backed by his strong internal energy, he played his flute at the bow of his boat, with the hope that his daughter would hear and responded. Unexpectedly it was Ouyang Feng whom he met. Huang Yaoshi and Peng Lianhu and the others did not know each other. Hearing Ouyang Feng say that this person was a prince of the Jin, he did not want to stay much longer, he cupped his fists across his chest and said to Ouyang Feng, "Brother needs to continue my search for my daughter, I apologize for not accompanying you much longer." Then he turned around to leave. Venerable Lingji was just angered by Ouyang Feng and Zhou Batong, and now he saw another extremely arrogant and impolite person coming on board. He heard what Ouyang Feng had said, but he thought, could it be that there are so many highly skilled people in this world? Most likely these people knew some witchcraft and deceived others with their demonical ability. Let me try, perhaps I can deceive him as well. Hence seeing Huang Yaoshi was about to leave with a loud voice he said, "Are you looking for a 15, 16 years old young lady?" Huang Yaoshi paused and turned around with a happy expression on his face. Yes, Reverend, did you see her? Venerable Lingji coldly replied, I did see a young lady, but the one I saw was dead one, not a live one. Huang Yaoshi's heart turned cold. What? He quickly asked, his voice was trembling. Venerable Lingji replied, about 3 days ago I saw a body of a young girl floating on the surface of the sea. She was wearing white clothes with a gold ring on her hair. Originally her face must be so pretty. What a pity, what a pity. What a pity her body was swollen by the seawater. What he described was exactly Huang Rong's clothes and adornments, every single one was accurate. Huang Yaoshi's mind was greatly troubled, his body shook, his face turned pale. A moment later he asked, Are you telling me the truth? Everybody else clearly saw Huang Rong boarded the small boat just a moment ago. Now they heard how Venerable Lingji was deceiving this man, taking pleasure in others' misfortune, but even as they saw Huang Yaoshi's grieving face, nobody made any sound. Venerable Lingji coldly continued, beside that young lattice body I saw 3 other corpses. One was of a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, the other one was an old beggar with a scarlet wine gourd on his back, and the last one was a white-haired old man. He was describing Guojing, Hong Qigong and Zhou Baotong, 3 people. Reaching this point Huang Yaoshi's doubt was completely gone. He squinted at Ouyang Feng, thinking, You knew about my daughter, so why you didn't tell me earlier? Ouyang Feng noticed his look and realized his grief has reached its peak, so he started to have a murderous intent. Although he himself would not suffer a loss, this oncoming force would not be easy to resist, hence he quickly said, Brother had just come in on board this board today, and it was the first time I met all these people. When this reverend saw some floating corpses, your daughter was not necessarily among them. Sighing, he continued, Your beloved is such a good girl, it is very regrettable if she really died in such a young age. If my nephew found out, he would die of heartbreak. This speech had shifted the blame from his own shoulder, but clearly did not offend either side. Listening to Ouyang Feng, Huang Yaoshi was completely in shock, his heart sank in an instant. He was of the kind who loved to vent his anger to others, otherwise when the twin killers of the Dark Wind stole his manual, why did he break Lu Qingfeng and his other innocent disciples' legs and expelled them from his school? This time he felt his chest was icy cold, but his blood was boiling hot, just like when his beloved wife died some years ago. His hands were trembling, his face turned from snow white to crimson red alternatively. Everybody was looking at him in silence, their hearts were filled with unspeakable fear. Even Ouyang Feng was anxious, he gathered his qi and his dantian, his whole body was alert, ready to take any attack. The entire deck was unusually quiet. Suddenly Huang Yaoshi let out a long laugh, it sounded like a never-ending dragon roar. This latest development has taken everybody by surprise, they were startled. They saw him facing upward and laughing wildly, getting louder and louder. His laughter had caused a chill in the air, those who listened to it felt more and more miserable. Gradually the laughter turned into weeping, a very sad one. The people could not bear it any longer, they felt like they shared his grief and were about to shed tears too. Ouyang Feng was the only one who knew his temperament well, that he used to sing and cry without any specific reason, hence he did not feel too strange. But listening to him weeping so miserably he thought, if he keeps crying like this, the old heretic Huang will inevitably injure himself. In the past Wan Ji mourned the death of his mother and in doing so had vomited a lot of blood. The old heretic Huang could experience the same fate as that person from the past. It was a pity my iron zither was lost when my boat sank, otherwise I could have played it along and make his crying more interesting. This man has an unusual character. Once he unleashes his uncontrollable emotion he will most likely suffer a serious internal injury. When it's time for the second sword meet of Mount Hua I will surely miss a worthy and formidable opponent. What a great loss! What a pity, what a pity! After crying for a while Huang Yaoshi lifted his jade flute up and struck the edge of the boat while singing, Why did God make someone's life so short? Or someone die when all the hair in his head had turned white, while the other die because of disaster or childbirth. The previous calamity had not passed, the new one has come along. Morning had just blossomed, the evening had already come, the dew came with the dawn and evaporated immediately. The departed cannot be pursued, the emotion suddenly fails. The high heaven does not have stairs, to whom shall I pour my complaint out? Crack! The jade flute was broken into two. Without turning his head, Huang Yaoshe walked to the bow. Venerable Lingji dashed forward to block him off and coldly said, "You wept and you laughed like a madman, what do you think you are doing?" "Reverend, don't," Wanyan Honglai called out, but before he finished, Huang Yaoshi's right hand stretched out and grabbed Venerable Lingzi's neck. Turning him midair until his feet were facing upward, Huang Yaoshe threw him down until his fat bald head penetrated the deck straight to his shoulders. It turns out that in the martial art Venerable Lingji practiced, his neck was his weakest point. As soon as he made his move, highly skilled martial artists like Ouyang Feng, Zhou Batong and Huang Yaoshe could immediately see through this flaw and attack his weakest spot. Huang Yaoshe continued singing, "The sky eternal, the earth unchanging, how long will a man live? The past, the future, everything passed unawares, there is a time for everything." A dark green shadow flashed, he had already moved to his own boat, turned the rudder and sailed away. The people on board was about to rescue Venerable Lingji, who stayed motionless. They did not know if he was alive or dead. Suddenly they heard a grunt and the deck floor opened, out came a young man. He was handsome, with red lips and white teeth, and a face like a crown jade. He was Wanyan Honglai's son, Yang Kong, whose former name was Wanyan Kong. After having a disagreement with Mu Nianzi, he kept remembering Wanyan Honglai's words, unlimited riches and honor. Thereafter he contacted a Jin government office in the north to get information. Not long after he found his father king and thus accompanied him to the south. When Guojing and Huang Rong embarked, he caught a glimpse of them and immediately went hiding inside the cabin, did not dare to come out, only took a peek through a crack on the cabin's door, hence he saw everything that happened on the deck clearly. When the people were eating and drinking, he was still afraid Ouyang Feng was Guojing's accomplice. He hid in the boat's hold and eavesdropped at the conversation on the banquet table, trying to find out Ouyang Feng's real intention. Only after Huang Yaoshe left he finally decided that he had nothing to worry about, so he opened the deck's plank and came out. The fall of Venerable Lingji was truly heavy, fortunately due to his hard training his head was strong. He made a hole on the deck, but his head was not injured, it was only a little bit dizzy. He calmed himself down and pushed both hands on the deck to lift his own body up, then he leaped and stood up. The people saw the round hole on the deck, they could not be refrained from looking at each other in amazement. They felt funny, but felt it was inappropriate to laugh, so they kept their faces straight, but they looked very awkward. Wanyan Honglai broke the silence by saying, "Son, meet Mr. Ouyang." Yang Kong immediately knelt in front of Ouyang Feng and kowtowed to him 4 times. It was a very big honor, caused everybody to be surprised. Actually at the Zhao Palace Yang Kong had had a great admiration toward Venerable Lingji, but today he had seen Ouyang Feng, Zhou Batong and Huang Yaoshe, 3 people, one after another grabbed his neck and tossed him back and forth like he was just a baby. Only then did he realize there was a sky above the sky and there was another man above a man. He recalled the disgrace when he was held captive at the Cloud Village on Lake Tai, when he was scared of and lost his nerve to fight Guojing and Huang Rong at the Lu Ancestral Hall in Baoying, all because his skill was inferior to others. Presently there was a man with a very high skill in front of him, so he wanted to take him as his master. After paying Ouyang Feng a big respect, he turned to Wanyan Honglai and said, "Father, your son wants to take this gentleman as my master." Wanyan Honglai was delighted, quickly he stepped forward and bowed his respect to Ouyang Feng, saying, "My young child likes to learn martial arts, only he has not met a suitable master. If sir do not relinquish this request and willing to bestow instructions, little king father and son will be forever grateful." Other people thought that being the young prince's master was the wish of everybody, who would have thought that Ouyang Feng simply returned the greeting and said, "There is always a rule in the old man's martial arts school that our knowledge will be bestowed only to one disciple, and not to someone else. The old man has already taken my own nephew as my disciple, I can't take another one. For this I beseech the prince's forgiveness." Seeing Ouyang Feng did not grant his request, Wanyan Honglai did not press. He ordered his men to prepare some more food and wine. Yang Kong on the other hand, was quite disappointed. Ouyang Feng smiled and said, "I don't deserve to be the young prince's master, but it's not difficult for the old man to give you directions on martial arts. We will talk about it later." Yang Kong had seen Ouyang Kes many concubines, they had received instructions in martial arts from him, but because they were not his disciples their skills were nothing but ordinary. Listening to Ouyang Feng said it that way, his heart was not in the least enthusiastic, but his mouth was obliged to utter some grateful words. He had never realized that Ouyang Feng's skill was not to be compared with his nephew. Receiving one or two instructions on martial arts from an expert of Ouyang Feng's caliber would give him sufficient skill to boast his power and prestige among the heroes of the Wulin world. Ouyang Feng noticed his expression and realized his intention to give instructions was not very well received, so he never raised this matter anymore. During the banquet they were talking about Huang Yaoxi's arrogance and rudeness. They praised Venerable Lingji for fooling him well. Ho Tonghai said, "This man's martial arts skill was truly high, turned out that stinky girl is his daughter, no wonder her way was somewhat crafty." While saying that he turned his attention toward Venerable Lingzi's bald head. After staring for a while he turned his gaze toward Lingzi's fat neck, and then he bent his own right arm to grab his own neck. "Hey, hey," he mocked and asked, "Shige, older martial brother, those three were using a grabbing skill, what kind of technique was that? Don't talk nonsense." Sha Tongtian rebuked him. Venerable Lingji could not hold his patience anymore and he stretched out his left hand to grab the three horns on Ho Tonghai's forehead. Ho Tonghai quickly shrank his body and slid under the table. Everybody was laughing and cheering. Ho Tonghai reappeared on his chair and said to Ouyang Feng, "Master Ouyang, your martial arts skill is very high indeed. How about you teach me the skill to grab someone's fat neck?" Ouyang Feng smiled but did not answer. Venerable Lingji looked at Ho Tonghai with glaring eyes. Ho Tonghai turned his head and asked again, "Shige, that Huang Yaoshi was crying and singing, what did he say?" Sha Tongtian glowered at him, did not know how to answer. Who cares about the jabbering of a madman? He said. Yang Kong explained, what he sang was a poem written by Chao Zijian of the Three Kingdoms period. That Chao Zijian composed 2 stanzas of lamentation because of his daughter's death. In the poem he said how some people live until the hair on their heads had turned completely white, while some children died prematurely. He questioned why God was so unfair. He hated the fact the heaven was so high without stairs that he could not ascend to his throne to cry out his complaint. He finally said that his grief was so deep that the day he would follow her to the grave would not be far away. The warriors immediately heaped him with praise. They said, "The young prince is truly a scholar, highly educated. We are rough men, how would we know?" Huang Yaoxi's heart was filled with grief and indignation. He pointed his finger to the sky and scolding the earth, cursing ghosts and blaming divine beings for treating him unjustly, for all his sorrows and unfair fate. He commanded his boat toward the mainland. Once he was ashore his anger flamed again. He looked up to the sky and shouted, "Who killed my Renjir? Who killed my Renjir?" Suddenly a thought came into his mind, it's that boy surnamed Gua. That's right, it was him. If not for him, how could Renjir come aboard that boat? But this boy died alongside Renjir, whom should I lash my anger on? As soon as he had this thought, he remembered Gua Jing's masters, the 6 freaks of Jiangnan. These 6 are most guilty of killing my Renjir. If they didn't teach that surnamed Gua kid, how could he meet Renjir? I won't be appeased before I cut their arms and legs one by one. As his anger increased, his sorrow decreased somewhat. He arrived at a small town and stopped for some food, still thinking deeply about how he would pursue the 6 freaks of Jiangnan. The 6 freaks' martial arts skills are not high, but their reputations are not low. Perhaps they have something that set them above everybody else, perhaps they only use deceit. If I pay a visit to their residence and inquire, chances are I am not going to find them. I must go in the middle of the night breaking into their houses, and then I will wipe them and their whole families clean, young and old alike. Hence he took big strides walking north toward Jiaxing.